magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Ang una kong paglalaro ng ML is nung nag-champion ni Archangel. Ay hindi, bale yung siguro mga season 2. Kasi nag-champion ni Archangel, season 3 siya, pero yun yung 1,000 stars na ako. So, siguro tingin ko mga season 2 ako nag-start ng paglalaro ng ML nung MPL. Ng MPL mismo. Marami kasi akong naging pero yung pinaka hanggang ngayon na nakakasama ko si Edward. Kasi si Edward, nakakalaro ko si Edward since nung mga, pa kami, doon pa kami sa Bataan nagto-tournament. So siguro si Edward kasi siya yung pinaka naaalala ko na nakakalaro ko dati, na nakakalaro ko pa hanggang ngayon. Tapos ka-team ko pa. So si Edward. Siguro yung best MLBB memory ko, dalawa. Parehas first time yun. So yung season 6 nung nakapasok kami ng MPL sa qualifiers ng MPL. So para sa akin sobrang pa rin siya. Sobrang saya at naalala ko pa rin yung moment kung paano kami nag-champion doon kasi sobrang tawag dito. Talaga nag-prepare kami na sobra doon. Tapos yung isa yung M5 kasi tawag dito yun yung first time ko na international na ako talaga yung lumaro. Tapos kasama ko pa yung tapos bagong team pa kami. Kaya para sa akin sobrang memorable niya. Marami rin siyang nabago sa buhay ko. Kumbaga, part din talaga siya ng buhay ko ngayon kung bakit nandito ako ngayon, kung bakit si Renejay ako ngayon dahil din sa ML. Pero syempre, hindi lang dahil sa ML yung kumbaga, marami din siya mga patterns like dahil kay Boss D din, pinakilala niya ako or siya yung siya yung nagbigay sa akin ng opportunity. So, marami siyang natulong sa akin. Tsaka kung ba't si Renejay ako ngayon, isa siya sa dahilan. Yung Attack on Titan na MLBB skin na nilabas nila. Kasi tawag dito, bago nila ilabas yan, kakanood ko lang mismo ng Attack on Titan. Kahit hindi na sobrang hype ng Attack on Titan that time. Kasi pili ko ako lang nahuli kasi hindi talaga ako nanonood ng anime Pero dahil na-encourage ako ng mga ka-team ko manood ng anime, pinanood ko siya at sobrang nagustuhan ko. Tapos nung nilabas yung Attack on Titan na skin ni ML, talagang gumastos talaga ako ng pera ko. First time ko gumastos nun. So, gusto ko talaga ilalim kay Levi. Yes, thank you kay Muntun dahil dami kong nakuha ngayon na bagong MLBB skin na libre lang, yung 4 na skin. Tapos, meron pa siya yung pagka 500 na total skins mo, umiilaw yung loading screen. So, yan. Siguro yung recent career ko ngayon para sa akin, parang ulit from the scratch ulit kasi bagong bagong team, tapos new journey kasi bagong bagong org din. So, yun, sana maging successful lahat, tapos yan, champion tayo. Siguro na lang, kasi marami naman nang nagagawang events si Monton Siguro sa akin na lang, parang yung banding siguro sa ibang teams. Kumbaga pagkaka-team ni Monton yung mga iba't ibang teams, kumbaga bawat roles, tapos paglalaban-labanin, ganun. Yun lang siguro sa akin. Siyempre, unang-una gusto kong magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga MLBB fans ko. Yan, sa mga sumusuporta pa rin sa akin since day one, since pumasok ako sa MPL. Yun lang, tuloy-tuloy lang tayo sa pangarap natin, and mas magiging better ako ngayon, tapos mas gagalingan ko. Tapos supportahan nyo kami, Aurora. So, we are back guys. Kita-kits sa MPL.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Chat. You will never learn. Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Malakas, Pilipinas malakas kahit anong lane we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas malakas face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars. Cut us to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game para to sa PINAS. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile window, I become a legend. Open fire, we unite, we winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch in a lane na parang gera. HP racing, way reset up. Built like a tank, buhat ni hit that full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. We are lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Lacking every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malak crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like pow, beast of the southeast. So matawag proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin ito dahil tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas malakas kahit anong lane we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas malakas face the golden sun and reppin' for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Welcome sa MPL Philippines Season 14, ang huling araw sa unang linggo. At kita nyo naman, kami ang inyong mga kasama, Ian, Renmar, and Rockhart, dito lamang sa Infinix Game Tambayan. And grabe guys, no, speaking of bakbakan, kamusta para sa inyo ang unang linggo ng MPLPH so far?
Feel ko, one by one word muna bago natin na-explain.
One word,
Okay.
sige.
Para sa akin, surprising. Ikaw?
Para sa akin, top 1?
Yung one word, naging one phrase.
Para sa akin,
Sorry.
Okay lang. Pwede mo na magawin, one word din yun.
Ako din tanong mo ano, Karen.
Okay, so hindi, joke lang. Hindi, okay. Para sa'yo, ano yung word mo?
One shot, top 1! Oh.
Okay, naging one phrase din.
Ay, sorry.
Following instructions, you know?
Pero jokes aside, no, guys, it's funny because it's not funny. I mean, it's surprising because again, we can see sa mamaya sa standings na Omega, hindi na sila late game kings eh. Hindi na sila hahabol eh. This time, they are on top. Kayo ba, in-expect nyo ba na ganun yung mangyayari?
To be fair, feel ko, wala masyado tao nag-expect na ganito yung magiging result out umpisa para sa Smart Omega, of course. And nakita naman natin yung mga input ng community. Ang dami talaga na nagugulat. May nakita nga ako isang Omega fan na nag-post. Hindi niya inasahan na mananalo yung Omega kontra sa Bren. Pero nanalo yung Omega kontra sa Bren.
Oo, kaya naman nakikita natin sa standings ngayon, Smart Omega is currently on top after winning their first 2 matches against TNC and FCAP, yung major upset cap, followed by Aurora, Fnatic, Team Liquid PH, Falcons, AP Bren, na surprisingly natalo nung unang laban nila, RSG Philippines, Blacklist International, and TNC Pro Team. Pero ang kagandahan dyan, guys, kasi week 1 pa lang, so may pag-asa pa ang ating mga teams na sa lower half makabawi. Kayo, what are you expecting sa mga nangyayari? I mean, what do you want to recall sa upset na nangyari ng Omega versus FCAP kapon?
Ang nare-recall ko lang, napakatagal. And ang saya-saya. Hindi, nagpipigil ta rin hininga eh, literal eh. And I think sobrang naging impactful na talaga dito ng scoring system natin na 2-1 yan, ang haba ng laban, at the end of the day, it's a 1 or a 0 lang. So, I think it's really interesting and naging spicy lalo tuloy yung maging point system natin dahil doon.
Yeah, exactly. Matagal na natin sinasabi, okay lang, week 1 pa lang, regular season pa lang. But this is the season where literally every game matters. You lose the game, even if you lose 1-2, you get no points. You win the game, you get 1 point. There's still a few people out there still wondering about this new point system. It just means get the win, get the point. Get the loss, no points.
Yun lang yun.
So,
Yun lang
kumbaga
yun.
parang bawat serye na talaga na sobrang importante. Kailangan talaga manalo,
Yes.
regardless of a 2-1 or a sweep. Every series win counts. And speaking of what counts, syempre, bilangan na din natin yung edad ni Chakno kasi birthday pala niya ngayon, guys.
Oh, happy birthday.
Grabe yung performance na kahapon. No? Who could forget? Amazing Franco plays ng game number 1, men. Kahit nga kami dito sa panel, nahook na eh. Dahil sa kagalingan ni Chakno.
Paano yung hook? Paano yung nahook? Paano yung nahook? Paano yung nahook?
Ito para mas maganda, para intense. O, rocker tayo, kita. 1, 2, 3. Ay.
Hey! Isang A naman dyan sa crowd! Thank you!
Thank you. Live and alive ang ating mga crowd ngayon. Kaya naman kung gusto nyo makasama dito lamang sa MPLPH Season 14, pumunta na kayo, bumili na kayo ng ticket. Malay nyo makasama pa kayo dito sa Infinix Game Tambayan. And I think pwede nating balikan yung naging one of the best series so far na nakita natin, which is Smart Omega upsetting FCAP for game number 3. Mamaya makita natin yung mga highlights dyan. I believe it was really, really amazing game kasi 24 minutes. It was the longest game actually so far this season.
Yeah, yung nakita ko dito is the growth of Omega. Alam naman natin na they fought in an international tournament bago nag-umpisa yung season. Medyo hinahanapan nila yung timpla doon. But one of the things that I love the most about this new Omega playstyle is katulad nung success na nakuha nila, naalala mo yung record nung season 10, ang ganda nung umpisa nila nung mga first 4 weeks na umabot sila sa top 4 in the groupings. They already secured their playoff slot. This season, parang bumalik yun na hindi na nila hinihintay yung mga late game. There are times na Falcons, AP, Bren, kinukuha nila yung lamang, they get the lead, but Omega gets nila na sa meta nito, ang lakas na mag-trade.
And yung naalala ko din doon, they also play around yung yung pagdating ng mga new bloods nila eh. Si Andorio, man, literal na nagwala dito. And even in the times na parang tumatagilid na ang vapor para sa Omega, talaga namang may kumakat pa siya sa likod, naghahanap ng mga targets even on the assassin role.
I really like na you mentioned Andorio kasi alam naman natin na kahapon, merong tier list na mga jungler daw. Ayon kay Carl TZ tsaka Irad. Number 1 common. Sinong number 1? Kyle TZ. Dito tayo nag-vary sa 2-3. Some say Irad, Carl TZ. Some say Carl TZ, Irad. But this time, tinalo daw ni Andorio yung top 1 ng lahat.
Actually, dahil nga sa performance ni Andorio, meron ako suggestion na bagong nickname para kay
Ano yan?
Andorio.
Ano yan?
Di ba si Jome, Big J.
Big J. Oh,
Si
Big Joe.
Andorio naman, Big A. Omega, baka naman.
Dahil mong baon, boss, ha? Maraming... pwede. Big A dahil big
Big A.
performance talaga ang kanyang pinakita. And aside from Andorio, no, isa pa sa mga naging sinabi niya kung bakit sobrang ganda ng performance niya was actually yung teammates niya, yung nag-enable sa kanya to perform. So, gaano ba ka-importante na makuha mo yung supporta ng teammates mo? Not just in-game, but actually outside the Land of Dawn.
Well, aside from that, you know what? Yung sinunod-sunod kasi ni Chakno eh. Pag sinunod-sunod niya eh. Yung hook.
Yung hook.
Oo, talaga.
hook, yung
Ay,
hook.
Alam mo, tingin mo sa akin.
Paano ba sinabi ni Shaq no kahapon?
Kayang uminom sunod-sunod.
Yeah,
Kakainom pa lang niya, kaya uminom ng tubig.
Tama ng tubig. Di ng lason, ha? Kasi lason, binigay ng Omega yun sa
Tama.
FNOP, eh. Tama. So, apart from that, no, ang dami din nating nakitang magandang performance, of course, sa kanilang gold laner, na si Big Jome, who could forget yung Harith niya. Nakala natin ma-outplay na ni Kyle TZ, pero pinakita pa rin niya na kayang-kaya niyang makipagsabayan sa best of the best gold laner na si Super Marco. So, pero ngayon, no, titignan natin ang upcoming matchup, Fnatic versus Blacklist. Nako, sino ba talaga yung tunay na hari dito?
Uy, may
sumagot.
Sino ba yung totoong hari? MP the King o King Kong? Sigaw niyo na lang yung pangalan.
Nako.
Grabe, ha?
Nako. Active. O ikaw, para sa'yo, sino ba? Ito.
Aga naman.
Ayan na.
Pressure
Ito na.
naman kaagad.
Nakaka-pressure talaga kasi maghaharap na talaga ang sinong tunay na King of the Jungle between King Kong pati MP the King. Nakikita naman natin na medyo masinag yung side ni King Kong kasi galing sila sa napakagandang win over TNC.
Yeah, honestly, nagulat ako dun sa parang, alam mo yung face-off nila, sabi ni King Kong parang, hindi ko yata meta to pero parang sa isip ko parang baliktad yata. I know I remember King Kong. It's a prank. Diba? I know I remember King Kong na talagang really went really ham and I think until now, binaban pa rin yung fan niya ng iba-ibang teams. So at this point, I don't think magbabago yun. Sa totoo lang.
O ano, ikaw, may sabi ka pa?
Yeah, of course. Madami pa.
Marami pa.
Parang naging challenge yun, ah.
Ilabas mo na, may 5 minutes pa tayo.
Okay, sige. Para kay MP the King naman, na dami nagtataka, bakit na parang dami nag-hype daw kay MP the King. Of course, obviously, nag-struggle naman siya. Huwag niyo kalimutan, back-to-back champion din yan sa MPL Cambodia. And at the same time, even in MSC 2024, nakita natin talaga paano nag-shine si MP the King. Yung See You Soon, yung team niya sa Cambodia, sila yung nagtanggal sa Fnatic Onic Indonesia nung MSC group stage pa lang. Big upset victory. And balikan natin, yung nag-M5 dito tayo sa Pilipinas. Sino dito nanood ng M5 sa Pinas? Okay, di ba?
Marami. Lahat
Nung nandun
din yan.
tayo sa Rizal Memorial,
Oo.
nag-pop off dun si MP the King at saka si You Soon. So, there's a reason why hyped up talaga si MP the King. But really, he's been struggling in the first series pa lang.
Syempre, big factor na din dyan yung chemistry pa lang, yung pag-gel nila.
Of
Again,
course.
one of the newest additions for Blacklist International, MP the King. Pero let's go back muna sa Fnatic Onic, no? Kasi alam naman natin, tinagurian natin silang super family. But this time with their newest additions like sila Brusco, nandiyan na din naman sila Spider Miles, will they still be able to live up to that name?
Honestly, I think naging surprising yung performance of the Brusco and Kirk. It really was something na interesting about this team where super fam ka, you expect na may konting adjustment phase. Hindi naramdaman yung adjustment at all here and I really like the Fnatic Onic that we're seeing today.
So ako, excited na rin ako makita ko anong version ba ilalabas ng Fnatic Onic, whether will they field out Brusco or Spider-Man. Pero gusto ko rin naman makita kung ano nga bang identity talaga na pwedeng ilabas ng Blacklist. Kaya naman, what is Blacklist International's new code?
Actually, yeah, that's the biggest question. Pero yung masasabi ko, especially with how we know the history of this coaching staff, focusing more on Coach Bonchan and Coach Eson, sometimes there are seasons where nakikita mo yung hindi ko gusto sabihin experiment, na parang sinusubukan pa nila makuha talaga yung essence ng meta and most importantly, yung meta ng team nila. It's the early adjustment period. That really happens for some of the best teams. This is the biggest revamp of Blacklist International. Kaya nga, ito yung tinatawag na Blacklist 2.0 eh.
2.0.
But there are still a lot of questions, especially nakita natin yung main 5 yesterday, but where's Delar? Where's Ohem?
Ay, napakagandang tanong yan. At the same time, you know what? Huwag natin kakalimutan na usually, ang mga identity ng mga teams na to, nangyayari yan pag lumalabas yung mga experimentation ni Coach Bonchan din. Kasi yung Obistrat, saan ba galing yun, di ba?
Oo,
In-experimento lang nila yun. Pati yung mga mask strat dati, try lang yun eh.
Oo.
And suddenly, it became their identity. So yun yung mga times na inaabangan ko pa para dito sa Blacklist International. And again, in fairness, naka-isang game pa lang yun.
It really takes time. And we can see it naman work better for Omega. I mean, yung Mekos lineup nila last season now is sobrang ganda. Pero gusto ko na makita kung sino nga ba magbabakbakan for match number 1 for the last day ng ating unang linggo. Kaya naman, let's throw it over sa ating team intros.
Before we begin, please welcome the fine gentlemen you see on your screens right now, our marshals, Jeff, Chico, Pat, and Wilburn. And now, it's time to open the arena for a super squad looking to ride their momentum. Welcome the Super Fam. It's Fanatic Onic Philippines! And across them on the stage, their opponent. The big question, can they break the early season code? This is a team that's searching their rhythm as they climb back to one. It's Blacklist International! MPL Arena, we can't forget about their coaches. For the side of Fanatic Onic Philippines, it's Coach Why Not? And for Blacklist International, Coach Bonchan.
It's time for the face-off. King Kong, MP the King, step forward. The king of the jungle versus the new king in town. Step closer together. King Kong, ano ang palag mo kay MP the King?
Pakita mo na lang na deserve mong maglaro ulit sa Pinas.
MP, ano ang palag mo kay King Kong?
Tignan na natin kung lalaman ka sa akin.
Palag kung palag! You may now return to your team's fist bump. Let's see which king will rule the land of dawn. It's the final match of the first week. Let's get it started. Casters, pasok.
Yo, not gonna lie, just for everyone who's wondering what in the world they said, King Kong just basically told MP the King, you know what? Prove to us that you're worth playing. Yeah. Meanwhile, for MP the King, it's that, let's see if you can catch up to me in general. This is the English broadcast right here. My name is Hans Galeria, and together with me is Midnight, bringing you the action between Fnatic Onic Philippines against Blacklist International, the first team earlier on your streams.
A heated match that I did not expect. Fnatic Onic shows up with sheer confidence here on the king of the jungle, King Kong, alongside with Kirk, Super Prince, Brusco, and Kelra. We've seen this lineup work yesterday, and it feels like it's still the same Fnatic Onic that played the last regular season of Season 13, they're still dominant.
Yeah, I'm so curious as to when Spider Mouse is going to be playing. But in the same manner, right? If Brusco is working, especially with their lineup from before, this is the situation for them to go. Meanwhile, on the other hand, this lineup hasn't worked for the side of Blacklist International, but they're willing to try it again with Lord JM, MP, Perks, Haji, and Outplay.
Yeah, again, as you can see on paper, this lineup works. This lineup is very, very capable of delivering good results. But there's a big question mark on the update, on the code of Blacklist International. And again, if you want to prove yourself right, Onic Philippines is a good proving ground for Blacklist International.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you take a look at both of these teams, they are very dynamic in terms of what they want to do. A more well-rounded composition from the side of Blacklist, but if we're going to be talking about keys to victory here, for Fnatic Onic, it's to continue being the reason why FNOP is still a super family. For Blacklist, it's to establish dominance, be the king that you are, and for both of these teams, you have to utilize the space that your roamers provide. What's like the key factor here from all of the three?
Honestly, team identity. Fnatic Onic, there's a reason why they've been called the super family. This team knows how to play with each other, and I think that's the strength of Fnatic Onic. Keep at it, you know, keep at being aggressive as spy, being creative with your composition. On the other side, on the flip side, we have Blacklist International with the new king at the helm, MP the King. He's been a stellar jungler. Mind you, Blacklist International has been eyeing, scouting MP the King even before Sensui left.
Yeah, man.
So, you know, it really speaks of the volumes of the capability of this guy, of this guy, but he needs to step up.
Yeah, this is going to be a major statement because apart from all of the seasons, right, we've seen Blacklist International win against Fnatic Onic Philippines, if we remember correctly, way back Season 13 playoffs. And that is a major thing to say because Fnatic Onic was 5th place. They had the advantage all throughout, but they were eliminated by the agents. And as of this moment, a clean slate, quite wide open, right? So MP the King, he has room to grow, but at the same time, he doesn't have a lot of time, if I should say, because they really need to pick things up to speed right now.
Especially in this match, because, you know, time is on the other side. Like, Onic, it's always been their time, especially during the regular season. I just want to throw you back to Season 13.
Yep.
Onic, Fnatic Onic made that season their playground.
If I say they have to reintroduce themselves. This time, because they've been through a lot of things altogether, but in the same way, for Fnatic Onic, this is probably another thing that we would want to clarify from them, because again, they have been deemed as a super family from Season 13. But what do you think is the difference between the two roamers? Because we haven't really seen Spider Miles play, but now Brusco seem to be finding the right fit here for the side of Fnatic Onic.
I think Perks is more of an engaged type of roamer, while Brusco sometimes can also do that, but he's more fit with with roamers that actually give space. That's why the reason they pulled out a Hylos yesterday is that it soaks up a lot of attention, not just damage but also attention. And the way it works is that you use these types of players that know their limits and play around that. But now we are in the draft here.
That's fast.
Fnatic Onic picks up the Fanny first pick for their side. King Kong, the smile on his face. He said it yesterday. He's not as good on the assets, but to hell to that, you know? King Kong. We all know what's true. We all know what's true.
We've seen you for like, I don't know how long we've seen you in this league, but one thing is for sure. What you said yesterday was a lie.
Yeah, it was a lie.
Stop capping.
We have a lie detector right here. You were capping.
You were capping. You were caught red-handed. But on the other side, it is going to be Blacklist International on the red side as well, with the Edith and the Valentina, Harith and Fanny. Fnatic Onic already releasing their main damage dealers here for both their sides.
This sucks for Blacklist International. I mean, you're confident with the Edith and Val. It's a nice two-pick combination. Edith kind of works against the Harith, but it's just that you give out Harith, probably the best goal laner in the current patch, and alongside the Fanny. And mind you, Kelra is going to be the one who's going to be handling the Harith.
I think if it's like a normal player, like a regular player, it's like, all right, it's manageable, but then it's Kelra. And you have to add the Hylos as well. The Hylos, I think, has been present for 100% of days. Like every other day, there's a Hylos. Every day,
another Hylos.
Every day there's a horse.
Yeah. Man, I cannot believe it. Because, like, Hylos has been nowhere to be found from Season 13, from the past few seasons. And then all of a sudden, he's starting there, choking up the damage. And then at some point in time, flexible between the EXP and their own position. Claude is going to be the choice here for Bonchan and the rest of the agents to go up against Kelra's Harith. But outplayed, if there's anything we know about this guy, he also plays a mean Claude.
Yeah, it's a good Claude player. Honestly, it's a good. It's also a good matchup against the Harith because you are able to sort of like taper off the momentum that the Harith can get, especially in the late game, because you're just a better, late game marksman. But do think that Harith is not that weak in the late game. Like, he doesn't really scale off. But it's unlike Claude that just has unlimited potential in the late game.
He's
but the
crazy.
thing is, with this Claude pick, they don't have early game setups yet, and your main threat for Fnatic Onic is the ability to snowball with the Fanny in the early game.
It has to be in the early game now. Also, for the side of Blacklist International, they're going to be looking for those answers. I was honestly thinking of a Nolan, but again, it was caught by the side of Fnatic Onic Philippines. Good call from Coach Wine up there. It's going to be, a little difficult for the side of Blacklist International to just find something in the early game because they have, safety and insurances up until the later portions of the match. But if you're the side of Blacklist here, what's like something that you want but you feel like FNOP is gonna ban?
Hayabusa, maybe? I think FNOP is gonna ban a Hayabusa, but we all know MP the King, he's been playing a lot of weird heroes even before this patch came to be.
Even played Bane.
Yeah, the Bane jungle is still open for Blacklist International, and also, quite possibly, the Hanzo.
Right. I remember the Hanzo. It was played, I believe, by Smart Omega during the very first day of our league. And this time, let's see if that's going to be the case here. Arlott is banned as well for the side of Blacklist International. They don't want to give any sort of setups here for the side of FNOP. But, teams start to use Hylos as a setup hero, not directly, but it kind of like initiates the fight wherein there's nowhere else to go for the rest of the members of whoever is facing that Hylos.
Yeah, all right. Good heads-up ban for Fnatic Onic. They just banned the Kufra instead of looking for a different jungler.
Safety.
They just don't want the Harith and the Fanny countered on the side of Blacklist International. And Perks is a very good Kufra player too. So now it begs the question for Blacklist International. What do you put on Robe? Do you put Edith Rome against the Hylos, which isn't really that great, but the thing is, you don't even know if the Hylos goes XP or Rome at this point, so might as well go for the Mathilda, look for the Escape. This is the same lineup that who was this? This is the same lineup that Aurora ran against them. The Mathilda versus the Harith.
All right. There may be something there. There may be something there that they could work on for this game number 1. Because in terms of like team fight and early game damage, I feel like King Kong is going to have a field day in like the first few minutes of this game. But it depends on how the Matilda is going to go, especially when it is going to be on the hands of Perks using this Matilda. Now, if you're a Fnatic Onic Philippines, you still have a lot of choices for the EXP, or maybe Hylos could even be your EXP lane position, right?
Exactly.
A lot of flexibility there.
Aurora maybe in the mid. Oh, Julian in the mid.
All right.
Okay.
And then the final one's going to be Cho. Just like usual, I think we've seen a lot of that. What do you think about that final Cho pick?
Thing is, I don't even know if this is a Rome Cho or XP Cho, because we've seen a lot of XP Chos recently.
Oh man, that's true.
But the thing is, both of them buy Thunderbolt, which is going to become a problem for Blacklist International. There goes the Bane. As we've said earlier, Bane kind of feels nice in this game. You are able to sort of like deal with the Hylos when he goes in with the Shark Bite. And of course, it's a good counter against the Harith and the Fanny. But my concern is there's a lot of catch on the side of Fnatic Onic Philippines. Not really just straight up engages, but also just closing the gap onto the side of Blacklist International. But the good thing is, they have a Mathilda.
Yeah, well, what you mean here is they have a lot of ISO plays. They can play isolation, one-on-one. It's going to be easy for them to just maneuver and get an easy kill without even a conversion from the side of Blacklist International. So Blacklist might have to stick together here, especially with the Mathilda being added into their lineup. Both teams have already locked in their respective heroes, and I'm sure that all of them are going to be relying on this Bane for the early portions of the game. A good hero that could possibly secure objectives, but at the same time, if you're looking at a catch from Hylos, at a catch from, the Cho, and especially the Cutthroat from the Fanny, I feel like it is really going to pose a lot of problems. But we're
Yeah.
going to find that, or we're going to find more of that out in this game. Because this is the first time this season that both of these teams are going to be matching up.
Yep. And again, as you've said, there is a lot of threat on the side of Fnatic Onic with the early game momentum that they can have, especially on the Fanny, the Cutthroats. Once King Kong gets level 4, there is that engaged factor from both the the Julian and the Hylos. It's not just the Hylos that can set up for Fnatic Onic. Actually, 3 heroes on their side can set up against Blacklist International. So for Blacklist, you do need to take care of your cores in the early game. But the problem is you have 2 cores that you have to take care of. The the Claude in the gold lane and also the Bane in the jungle.
And honestly, if you are Blacklist, you're gonna have to try to be safe in the laning stages of this match. Because one wrong move, then it's already like early game scaling absolutely for the side of Fnatic Onic. So you have to make sure to just try to get those last hits on those minions as early as possible.
Yeah.
And then try to contest for those turtles only when you can manage to do them. Buy a little bit more time is the story of the game for the side of Blacklist International. As not a lot of things are currently happening on the map, just securing a bunch more objectives, but it is Fnatic Onic that is starting to get a little bit more than that.
This is the beauty of the Julian, like level 3. You don't even need level 4. You have all spells to your arsenal, so you don't really need to look for wave priors in the early game. That's the reason why Fnatic Onic is already engaging onto MP the King, and that's the first blood being drawn by the Sonics.
Isolated. He was caught red-handed walking into the river, and that fish, octopus, if I should say, I don't
Squid.
even know.
Squid.
But whether okay, all right, squid. That squid is getting back into base, and this is going to be the same
Prince!
reason.
One more hit.
Oh my
One
goodness!
more hit. All
He
right.
was outplayed by outplayed, and that so far is going to be 1-1 for the side of Blacklist. You'll take that if you're them.
That's a big blunder from Super Prince, especially with the flicker commitment. One more hit would have done the job, but he didn't feel like the damage was enough. And outplayed, gets 1 kill in return. And yeah, you take that trade any day because they also got Turtle.
Yeah, they did get a turtle, but Kellera in the same way got a little bit more gold from those energy shields. He's going to be using it a lot here. Here we go.
Oh, the jump and the cutthroat from King Kong. Look at the cable swing from the Fanny. And the return kill from Fnatic Onic is there. Haji goes down.
Yo, King Kong was like, you know what? Why you hurting my bro? Why you over there? You shouldn't be there. As you take a look at the Infinix hand cam as well,
Yep.
King Kong's fast hands are going to be there off the essence. But my goodness, good escape coming in from Kellera to
Bottom
just
lane.
take himself out. But in the same manner, it's going to be King Kong and the rest of the members there at the bottom lane. It's, I believe, Lord JM trying to, control that Fanny. That's going to be the main catch of theirs heading forward into the later match.
Yeah, like the key word is catch. Blacklist International has to catch the Fanny and the heir, especially in the mid game. But we've seen Kellera already pop Purify earlier on. Perks shooting a lot of damage. Good thing there's a shield with the Mathilda after the Guiding Wind. But again, you already start feeling it like Fnatic Onic. It's not even like the peak of their their power spike. It's just a preview of what's to come.
Yeah, I'm curious about what build specifically Perks is going to be going for here. Because in terms of like the early game damage, of course, he's going to be there. But in the same way, if you take a look at it, it's only more on like book and the mana regeneration coming in from the Matilda.
Yeah.
So he hasn't really built up as much compared to the others who have already secured a bit more of those items. Pretty tied up also in terms of the gold department just because of the fact that Outplayed got a kill on the other side. But it was Kellera who got more of those energy shields.
Yeah, but look at mid lane. Again, another attempt from Fnatic Onic. Haji with the double dash. Cutthroat from King Kong. Very good bait from Fnatic Onic. Kirk went and didn't go for the kick. But the double dash from the Valentina was already used, and King Kong gets a free kill.
Yo, he just waited until there was nothing
Kirk!
left else to move.
Kirk with the kick! He's finding the angles. The Kirk is in action, but there's the Guiding Wind from Perk, saving the king of Blacklist International, but the other king is just taking the turtle.
Now, that's one of the perks of having Perks there, right? Just, getting out of situations.
Have an access.
And like, all right, I'm out. All right, skadoosh, goodbye, everyone. But that's also the case for the turtle. And at the same time, it's King Kong again.
Look at the dives. Harris with the Salmon Force blazing through it. Does no damage whatsoever. Flicker out. Actually, not Flicker. Purify and beat my out. By outplay, he goes back in. Kellera has no mana. Haji, can he go for the punish? No. Purify also from Perks has been used. But Fnatic Onic, they're not done yet. Bottom lane, there's a kick onto the Edith. And King Kong, no ultimate yet. But the cables not dealing enough damage. Lord JM might be able to get out with the Primal Wrath, but Kirk with Thunderbolt slow. And again, another set of cables onto the Edith.
Now you see the sarcasm that King Kong has during the recent interview yesterday. He says that he kind of sucks with using the assassins, and now you know why we say that he's capping. He's
a liar.
5-0-0 using this Fanny. All of those isolation plays are clearly working for the Sonics. Meanwhile, for Blacklist International, they have secured, a kill that went on to the best hero that is outplayed, but Kirk is going to be followed here by the rest of the members of Blacklist. They want to go or not, just secure more objectives as the Lord is going to be there. Or should I say the Turtle is going to be present in 45 seconds or less. A major thing that they've also got in a turret up top.
Yep. Map control is everything here for Fnatic Onic, preventing the Claude from being able to farm up towards the late game. And Super Prince, again, the Julian, does not need a lot of farm. King Kong once again tries to go for the bait. Doesn't use the cutthroat, as he knows there's a lot of dangerous heroes lurking on the side of Blacklist.
Midnight, that's so difficult now for the side of Blacklist to just, find and secure their objectives so safely, because it's been a problem from them right from the start. They're unable to get an objective, to get a turtle. Maybe one because of an extra group up tactic that they did during the first turtle, but on the other hand, nevertheless, it's still going to be right now.
Brusco soaking up a lot of damage. He does have the Revitalize and the Glorious Pathway. However, Blacklist International will just try to go for the trade onto the top lane because they really cannot contest this turtle from Fnatic Onic.
Yeah, there's just a little too much damage. A downpour on the offensive here for the side of Fnatic Onic Philippines. And maybe it's a trade, but in the same way, that is not going to be allowed by the side of Blacklist. Instead, it's going to be a push again.
Ooh, Purify from Outplayed alongside the BMI, but they catch up with a Glorious Pathway. Blazing Duet used by Outplayed.
Oh,
but
no.
Here comes Stefani from the backside. Cutthroat onto Haji. He goes down. He's not done yet. He's looking for more. Unfortunately, he does not have the energy. But Kelra has the mana. He takes down Perks. Flicker out from Super Friends. He's going to be able to get out. Shark Bite from the Bane. But Kirk with the knockup. One more chase from Fnatic Onic. They might be able to take out Lord JM here. Oh, but flip back and onto the Primal Wrath. He's going to be able to get out.
Don't tell me.
But King Kong once again lurking in the shadows. And Lord JM gets kicked once again. Kelra with his Almond Force. He does not want to end this fight. He wants to look for more.
That Blacklist International just being tossed aside one after another, courtesy of those Jit Condos coming in from Kirk, who now has 4 assists in this game. Brusco being the sponge, the defensive sponge for Fnatic Onic Philippines to just get those damage outputs from Blacklist, and then it's going to be up to Kelra to, dish out the damage. He's not even part of a lot of team fights because it's King Kong that's finishing them off for good. Super Prince was almost, dead over there on the top side, but it's not going to matter because Kirk is going to be here in the middle.
JM catches Kelra, but he does have the Purify. He's not using it yet, and now has burned it because Outplayed used the Blazing Duet. And Blacklist International, they are going to be able to save their mid lane turret. A lot of resources expended on the side of Fnatic Onic. Purify on Kelra as well as a Glorious Pathway plus the Flicker from Kirk.
Yeah, they can't lose this middle lane turret. This is going to be the most important objective that they should have for the next couple of minutes, because again, the Lord is going to be there, and in case they lose that, they lose a little bit of those wave management that would be easier with that middle lane turret, and also the buffs accessible for them on that side.
Yeah, every second counts here for Blacklist International. Fnatic Onic, they're just closing the map, the roads of Blacklist towards the inevitable comeback with the claw. But Fnatic Onic, again, very identical to all their games. They're still looking for engages here. Lord JM once again gets kicked, but the Harris has not used the Diamond Force yet. They are in front of the Lord. This is going to be a Lord dance for both sides, but Fnatic Onic, they want to engage. Super Prince is looking for the angle, and Outplayed, BMI's out. And they're going to try to burst on the Lord, but they're still coming back here. Lord J with the Primal Wrath. He's hurting Kirk. He's hurting Kirk. Kirk might go down. No, the Choke gets lit. The Choke's able to live. Oh no, he dies, but on the backside, Fnatic Onic engages on the Blacklist International, but the safety net off the Bane. Diamond Force has been used by Kelra, though. He's not able to take out the target that he wants. MP the King in the front line is able to save that team fight here for Blacklist International alongside Lord JM.
There is no other way to say this, but Blacklist might have just turned things around. What a beautiful catch coming in from Lord JM. I have to say, he landed that kill using the flicker to catch Kirk red-handed. As we take a look at this one, the Cho was already down. Lord JM was right here on the other side, and it was the resident members of Fnatic Onic Philippines that was trying to surround him from the other side. Kelra was also trying to fight on his own, but the problem was the catch from Lord JM, making 2 clutch plays to get the Lord for the side of Blacklist International.
Oh, Fnatic Onic, as much as they want to engage versus Blacklist International, they have to engage into the Bane ultimate. It's going to be very hard to move around those areas because you have to deal with the damage output, the crowd control, as well as the positioning of Lord JM.
Yo, Midnight, fish or friends, not food, did not work for them at that time. It was just too much. The damage was too much to take for the side of Fnatic Onic Philippines. And not only that, the extra bump, the extra knockup paid dividends for the agents, for them to regain some floor, for them to regain some ground. And now, from being 4.5k down in this game, they are now just by 1,000 in terms of gap. But look at this. King Kong's going to be trying to go instead, but that might not be the greatest decision because Perks followed to his death.
A little blunder from the Mathilda. He thought he could knock up King Kong in time for Blacklist International to re-engage. But again, it's a reset for both sides. Fnatic Onic still holding the gold lead. Very high margins of gold here in the course on the side of Fnatic Onic, but Blacklist International, they're catching up. You already have the War Axe and Thunderbelt on the Bane, plus the Brute Force Breastplate just to add more survivability and as well as a little bit more damage. But now he's building towards, I think that was a Blade of Despair or even a Malefic Roar. I'd rather prefer the Malefic Roar, honestly, for the penetration. But this is the start of the climb back of Blacklist.
Yeah, that's the extra damage output that's going to be, you know, necessary for them to get back in this game. I feel like they have already made that. They've already made several moves for them to get back, especially with a level of understanding that they had, specifically Lord JM in that past Lord fight, right? Where he used the flicker to reach the Cho, and then that meant that there was no longer any way for them to execute the isolation play except for King Kong. But when the team fight was right there, it was also a sign for King Kong to say, you know what? I can't do isolation plays if they're all there. So the fight, whenever there's a team fight, with a Bane being the center of it all, they might have just won.
Yeah, and we said it earlier too during the draft. Like the Edith does work against the the composition of Fnatic Onic, but also the last pick Bane. Like this is really the Bane of Fnatic Onic. Their strength is engages, but if you can't engage, then you're just naturally losing to the team fight versus the Claude because they have more damage when it comes to dragged out fights, and if they cannot choose their targets, they're just gonna be pummeled down by both the Edith and the Claude.
Yeah, and especially with a late game, right, where a lot of these teams are gonna be clamped up together. They're gonna be grouping up so much to just try and dish out the damage, and Blacklist International is very much aware of that. They know that they had the Edith and the Claude, 2 heroes that are very good in terms of team fights. The only thing probably that I'm quite concerned here is going to be the damage or the sustainability, only because they have the high loss. So high loss specifically for should I say the Matilda rather, they only have the Matilda here for Blacklist International, so it might be the issue for them in terms of durability. So they have to strike first. They have to find a way to just counter attack and land on those perfect hits.
Yeah, Blacklist International, they're not out of the waters here just yet. They you know, you make a very strong point when you say like there's a lot of durability with the Hylos. They don't have that for the side of Blacklist International. It's just a Mathilda. But what they can utilize is their ability to engage without any potential punish. Because in contrast to Onic, they have the Bane to deal with a lot of these engages for from the side of Onic, from Fnatic Onic. But with Blacklist International, if they just decided to fly with the Mathilda alongside with the Edith, the Claude going in with the Purify and Blazing Duet. Fnatic Onic, their only choice is to run away.
Yeah, their only choice is to run away. They can't even use the Glorious Pathway at some point, and they're going to be using that ultimate to, you know, just get out of the way out of the team fight. And beforehand, you have the Matilda, you have the Claude, very agile heroes from the side of Blacklist International, and if they want to engage, there's no way to go but full engage 100%. There is no backing out from that because Brusco is going to have a Glorious Pathway forward.
Yeah.
He's never going to put it backward unless emergency calls for it.
Yeah, it's like you take the glory from the path.
Yeah.
Because now it's an exit pathway.
Oh man, it's like
glorious
it's like a walk of shame.
It's a walk of shame.
And
It's a
unfortunately-
shameful pathway.
Right? It's called a glorious pathway
Yeah.
for a reason.
You use it onward.
You don't want it to be called the path of shame.
Yeah.
Because the path of shame is going to be you going back to the base. And now, just like what we were talking about a while ago during the break, Blacklist International is starting to group up. They have noticed that, you know, the lead is slowly being worked on here. Super Prince, that was a close call. I mean, it was almost right there. But Blacklist, or should I say Fnatic Onic Philippines, having very good sense of awareness, knowing where the rest of the members of the agents are.
Now, they're just winging back and forth between opposite side of the map.
They're trying to find someone.
They're trying to find someone as well as slow pushing the opposite lane of the Lord. And now, might see a very, very dragged out Lord dance here, considering that both checklists are fulfilled here for Fnatic Onic and Blacklist International.
Might be ready to go here. The rest of the members of Fnatic Onic Philippines are still hiding. It's only Brusco, King Kong, and Kelra, even Super Friends, finally showing themselves
Look at
here.
this.
But this is just half. Oh, they reset it. They're going to be resetting it, Blacklist International.
Yeah, it's a Fanny still. You know, you have to make sure that the Fanny is out of the Lord before you take it out. And now he goes back. Haji steals the kick, but Bane with a deadly catch alongside the Retribution is able to steal the Lord for Fnatic Onic, but the kick. Kirk is able to secure the kill onto MP the King here for Fnatic Onic, but they're not done yet. Blacklist International, again, they're clapping back. The damage output from Outplayed is just too much.
Yeah, that was a very good of a gamble here from the side of Blacklist International. They got what they wanted. Outplayed being cut to half his health, but it's still going to be alive courtesy of Perks. Lord walking down. Blacklist International is starting to completely turn this around. Fnatic Onic Philippines would still have a lead in terms of the gold, but they no longer have a lot of those turrets available. Only the ones at the middle and at the top. The inhibitor might be the case here for them unless Fnatic Onic Philippines wants to do something.
Just kick. Zaman Force has been used by Keller to defend the Lord. Blacklist International, they're going to have to give this one to Fnatic Onic. They're not going to be able to break the base for today, but they live to fight for another day.
Yeah, honestly, they haven't gotten a lot from that Lord, actually, because Fnatic Onic Philippines would still have something here. It was almost a Lord JM trying to get something over there with the Earth Shatter, but that's not going to happen. Although there's a lot here going on.
The kick!
My goodness!
From Haji Kirk! Kirk got outplayed. He thought he was going to be able to look for a target, but Haji, he knew what was about to happen, and he did it first. He was one step ahead of Fnatic Onic, and now Blacklist International is in front of the base. But Fnatic once again, Lord JM eating the damage output of the Julian flicker in from Lord JM. Did not catch anybody, but the oh my goodness, the ultimate from MP the King once again, but Blazing Duet, alright, does not hit anyone. Keldra is still going to be able to chase here. No Purify, however, and also the Zaman Force has been expended. Brusco looking for an opening here versus Blacklist International. Lord Jam with the flicker was a big blunder here for the side of Blacklist.
Yeah, that was a good note there from the side of Fnatic Onic Philippines. It was Super Friends, I believe, who kind of did the knock-up, and then Kirk, in the same way, was just trying to distract the attention of the rest of the members of Blacklist International from getting one major objective that could have been fatal. Because again, that's an inhibitor. That's super minions if you manage to surrender that specific objective. Good thing, though, for Fnatic Onic is that Kelra got another kill. This is going to help him to, again, continue to farm and scale up and get that final item that could possibly be very handy in the upcoming team fight, because the Lord is going to be present within 30 seconds.
Yeah, both sides, they have the damage, they have the items. It's just a matter of execution now and also the strength of your composition. MP the King just purchased the Winter Crown just to be able to get out of the Zaman Force, as well as the onslaught of engages from the side of Fnatic Onic, especially with Kirk just tunneling vision onto this Bane.
Yeah, if you are Fnatic Onic Philippines, you're kind of fighting this 4-on-5. Because King Kong, if you're found out, you're kind of dead. Like, it's going to be difficult for you to fight and get through the Lord, so the only way for you to secure that objective is via a drive-through.
Yeah.
Right? You're going to have to use those mechanical skills to just get the retribution.
Oh, Kirk,
but he's going to go.
He's looking for a kick here, but he knows there's a Winter Crown. King Kong with the cables here. Brusco with the shameful pathway, and Blacklist International again with the deadly catch outplayed. All right, no blazing to a target, but it's fine. The damage is there from MP the King. He's gonna be able to take out the tower, the heroes on the side of Fnatic, but Super Prince is looking for a Benny Cutie moment, but Haji is here. He has kicked. Super Prince is gonna be forced to get out, get back to his base, and Fnatic Onic loses that team fight.
It is now the side of Blacklist International who are in cruise control. Fnatic Onic Philippines wanting to just get what they can get, especially with what happened in that previous team fight. A shameless pathway or shameful pathway was led there by Brusco because they had no other means for escape, and they might finish this one.
They're looking for the end angle. Super Prince dodges. The knockup from the Matilda flicker out by the Julian. Kirk looking for an engage, but he does not find it. King Kong, there's not enough cables in the world to save you from this game. Deadly catch from Blacklist International, and they shut down the Fanny. One cannon in the mid is all it's gonna take for Blacklist International to take one game from Fnatic Onic, and they smell it. This is the new code. This is the update, and Fnatic Onic, they will lose game number 1.
You better believe it. It is Blacklist International getting a victory, the first one of theirs this season 14. MP the King reintroducing himself, and all you need to do is to just trust the freaking process. That's all you need to do. Wait for the perfect opportunity, and then from there, build onto this major victory.
At unti-unti pinapatunayan ni MP the King na deserve niya bumalik dito sa Pilipinas after destroying Fnatic Onic. Renmar, Rockart, muli tayo nagbabalik dito sa Infinix Game Tambayan. And wow, what can you say sa amazing performance ng Blacklist?
This is just a setup for my analysis, pero don't get mad, I'll explain later. Sort of expected.
Oh! Ikaw, Rockart!
Ito, sinisimulan na nila, men. Sinisimulan niya in one word, men.
Ano yan?
Newbe. It's the new ube here for Blacklist International. Pinaramdam nila yon na medyo simula, medyo tatagalid talaga. Pero pag tumagal, yung lineup na yan, grabe, magsama-sama lang kayo, kaya nyong tibagin. Even yung pinakamasakit.
And new ube nga talaga dahil bagong mukha ang makikita nating MVP for Blacklist, none other than Outplayed.
Now, we have to really give the credit to Outplayed, this MVP performance. Kasi yung lineup na draft ng Blacklist International, because of all the pieces you're thinking, ay, para kay MP yan, para kay ganito yan. No, this lineup was drafted for a Claude to shine. When it came to the first 3 picks of Blacklist International, Valentina, Edith, Claude, ang pinapakita nila doon ay nag-draft sila ng tinatawag natin na safe na 3 picks. Because it shows na gusto mo ng lineup na may potential na makakuha ng early snowball para hindi mo kailangan ihintay yung late game. But the problem is, Fnatic Onic Philippines, nag-draft sila ng lineup na mas mabilis mag-scale. So it's expected na ganun yung performance nila in the early to mid game. Pero dahil Blacklist International, dito sila nanalo, nakuha nila yung Lord. Yun kasi yung main winning condition ng Fnatic Onic Philippines para sigurado na sila talaga yung mananalo sa early to mid. But Blacklist International getting that Lord means that they got their turnaround condition. Kasi hinihintay nila yung eventual power spike na makukuha ng lineup nila for the Bane and most importantly, for the Claude of Outplayed. Na importante yung trabaho niya dito, wag lang siya mamatay. And nakita natin yun sa item build path. Kanina nag-corrosion scythe siya, DHS, and it took him almost 12 minutes to build the golden staff. Because of the Fanny, he had to build the leather jerkin first and other components. But once he got that golden staff, dun na natin nakita yung scaling ng lineup ng Blacklist. The power of the Valentina, the Edith, and the Claude. Pero natis na nga tayo dun sa early game. In the early game, yes, we have to credit King Kong, one of the best Fannies in the league, maybe even one of the best Fannies in the world, godlike to start it off. But there was one little exchange in the top lane kung saan na-burst siya ni Perks at ni Haji. The Valentina and the Matilda together, that was a little bit of a warning signal of the potential outcome na ayaw ng Fnatic Onic Philippines. Kaya ganun kabilis yung laro nila. Alam nila, ticking time bomb yung lineup ng Blacklist International. If they don't end it fast, if they don't get the first Lord, they will lose the mid to the late game at baka mapaikot pa nga ng Blacklist International, and that's exactly what happened. And that's what I mean by this is somewhat expected. Kasi ganito yung design ng draft ng dalawang teams. Fnatic Onic Philippines, to be honest, I love their draft. Those last 2 picks, immediately bring that up. Nag-Julian sila, and if I'm not mistaken, nag-Cho na rin. Yun yung signal na, okay, magpapabilis sila. Yung first 3 picks, mabilis na nga. Yung last 2 picks, mas pinabilis pa yung power spike nila. That's the early to the mid-game power spike. Now, for the other members of Blacklist International, you also have to credit here MP the King and yung call nila na i-go na kagad yung Lord. That first Lord was so important to them because that allows them to catch up with the gold, to catch up with the control, and them getting those crucial kills, especially that double kill by Outplay, kung di ako nagkakamali, in that Lord pit, meant that they had their condition for the turnaround. So, hindi na ganun ka-surprising na sinabi ko na expected na, sort of expected na ganito yung magiging resulta, no?
Grabe yung explanation mo doon. Tsaka na-expect ko din na magiging maganda yung performance ni MP kasi recently sa mga streams ni MP, nakikita natin na gamit yung Bane Jungle at pinakita niya na kaya niya makipagsabayan where kay King Kong, as you mentioned, one of the best fannies, not just in the Philippines, but in the whole world. But I do agree, no, the performance of Black, yung hinintay nila yung power spike, still remaining true to the name as the Ube. Ito na ba yung identity nila para sa'yo, Rockart, na parang balik pa rin tayo sa Ube, even for Perks na kilala natin siya sa Hater, pero this time naka-Matilda.
Yeah, literal new bonding experience kasi although yung mga heroes nila medyo familiar, di ba? Pero I think the core principle of their attack is definitely that. Yung just stick together, don't die. And by the way, yung kay Outplay, sobrang impressive 13 minutes na may funny na umaaligid-aligid, tas 0 deaths. Boy, mahirap yun.
Iba talaga. Iba naging performance, not just MP Outplay, but the rest of the squad from Blacklist International. Kaya maging curious ako kung anong pwedeng maging adjustments ng Fnatic Onic. Kasi sabi mo na nga kanina, they started out really strong. Nakita natin, sumisigaw yung stadium dahil yung mga cables ni King Kong. Akala mo 3D.
Oo, ganun ba talaga mag-cables yung Fanny?
Oh, paano ba? Paano ba?
Hindi, parang, di ba ganyan? Ganun, di ba? Hindi kasi kung
ano na.
Ayan, tama.
DJ yata yun.
Nakakadalawa ka na sa akin ah. Nakakadalawa ka na.
Mamaya, bibigyan kita. Okay, so of course naman, you do have to credit Fnatic Onic Philippines na ang ganda ng early to mid-game nila. Their first 9 minutes of the game, it was dominant. Kitang-kita mo na gets nila na kailangan nila i-target si MP the King. They needed to target MP the King. They needed to stop Perks and his rotations. Interesting nga kasi yung unang jungle rotation ng dalawa, ni MP at saka ni King Kong, ang daming King kasi.
Ang daming King eh.
So, yung Fnatic Onic, nag-park sila ng 3 sa gitna para hintayin lang si MP the King. So, nung, di ba nakita na si Brusco, nakita si MP. Nung nakita na si MP, biglang pumasok na si Super Friends at saka si King Kong. So, kita mo talaga na Fnatic Onic Philippines, nire-respect nila yung inevitable na mangyayari sa kanila kung hindi nila makuha yung early game.
At ang inevitable naman for game number 2 is Black actually picking the blue side this time. Kanina ba red side sila, no? Natandaan natin.
Yes.
Oo,
Kasi si King Kong insta-lock yung Fanny.
Na-open kasi.
Kala mo naman talaga. Well, he will definitely take advantage of that. And I think, yung lineup na yun, may mga lineup na gano'n nangyayari na tuloy-tuloy na di ba? Tuloy-tuloy yung panalo pag naka 7 kills, 6 kills yung Fanny. Minsan, recta-based na And nagkataon lang na again, Blacklist, maganda yung mga pag-hold together nila na hindi nila na bitawan yung what's the goal? The goal is to late game.
Yes. Ikaw para sa'yo, pag na-open ba yung Fanny ngayon, King Kong Fanny pa rin ba? Tingin mo?
For me, if it's open on the red side, since nasa red side yung Fnatic Onic, I would still take it. Pero may konting adjustment lang yun. Yeah, you already have the Fanny, and if ever they want to go for the Harith, sure, but they need another tool there. I think if it's Fanny Harith, masyadong greedy na already. It needs to be another basic attack type of hero na para yung pang late game mo if ever. I mean, maganda rin naman yung scaling na late
Bea
game.
kaya?
Pero you need something that's a bit more for reach eh. Alam mo naman, Bea fan ako. Pero parang hirap mag-Bea ngayon eh.
Pero alam nyo guys, ako para sa akin, may kailangan pang ano eh, may kulang pa kay MP eh. Kasi
Ano?
hindi pa talaga siya naglalabas ng talagang assassin eh. Nag-ano na siya, Bane. I believe Nolan pa lang ata yung nagagamit niya assassin.
nag-Nolan siya.
Gusto ko na yung mga mga fanny niya eh. Parang MP the King, hindi kami makukontento pag hindi ka nag-fanny.
Parang kulang
I
eh, no?
agree. I agree. Feeling ko, MP the King's time to mga Fanny, mga Hayabusa.
Oo.
Baka ganon. And I really respect this decision by Blacklist International to go blue side. And I think that's a good tell for the rest of the world why you would want to go blue side. I mean, just look back at the draft of Fnatic Onic Philippines, diba? Ang daming power picks. Nag-Hylos, nag-Julian, nag-Harith, nag-Fanny, nag-Cho. Power picks lahat yan ngayon sa meta ngayon eh. So it's a good thing that Blacklist decides to go blue even though nanalo sila sa red side.
And syempre, sulit na sulit yung mga power picks na pinipili nila. Syempre, dahil powered sila by our Infinix GT20 Pro, the official phone of MPL Philippines Season 14. Nakikita naman natin sa mga handcam na hindi magagawa ni King Kong yun pag hindi sa naka-GT20 bro. Diba?
Actually, may yung tatanong kanina sa comment section, ano daw gamit ng mga phones ng mga player to? Ayan na, nasagot na.
Ay, alam nyo ba guys, pwede nyo palang maranasan din yung ang GT20 Pro sa ating fancy laban dyan pag pumunta kayo dito. Pero of course, MPL Arena gives us always our freshest look. Kaya naman ibalik nyo sa MPL Arena ang freshest look nyo dahil tayo ay naghahanap ng napakaganda at napakapogi ng mga Index Salon Beauties. Ayan, sino ba ang ating mga pwedeng makita?
Ingan, quick Riz. Riz may, ay wala
Ay,
na.
sorry.
Wala
Sa akin
nang
pala
Riz time.
nakaturo.
Okay lang.
Ayan na, may
Ay.
tinuturo na mga kaibigan.
Shout out to the Blacklist agents!
Ay! Oy! Blacklist, cheer naman kayo dyan! Shout out daw sa mga Blacklist agents! Ayan, ayan. Oh. Sino ba dyan? Ay, ito.
Let's go to the other side. Shout out to the Fnatic Onyx Sonics! Hello?
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 Hello? Na, alam mo bakit? Napagod kasi sila kakasigaw sa mga pinagagagawa ni King Kong eh. Pero ito mukhang hindi pagod oh. Fresh na fresh pa rin ang ating mga audience dito sa MPLPH Season 14. Of course, thanks to Index Salon. Ayan ang ating mga Index Salon na beauties. Grabe. Ang daming pumupunta dito. Feel ko, kayo din, pumunta na din kayo eh.
May isang tao doon nag-hold up ng sign sa cellphone niya. Nakalagay doon may GF pa ako. What? Congratulations!
Ang narinig ko sa'yo, hold up.
I feel like it is now time for us to make our re-entry in this game. Thank you so much to our panel. That is Ingan, Renmar, and Rockhart. And just like what they were talking about from the previous panel, it's that the lineup of Blacklist International was a ticking time bomb, and Fnatic Onic needed to make some certain stops to, win that game.
I mean, Renmar summarized it perfectly. Like, the way the Fnatic Onyx draft works is, again, something like the same thing that we discussed about during the drafting stage. It requires an early game snowball because even though you are decent in the late game, you're still no match against the Claude because of the protection of the Mathilda, the last pick Bane. There's a lot of things on the side of Blacklist International that sort of like negates what makes the composition of Fnatic Onyx strong. That's why early game was really important for Fnatic Onic, and they did get it.
They did it.
But after, some blunders from Fnatic Onic, Blacklist was able to climb back and get the resource that they need to finish out the game.
It was a little difficult for the Fnatic Onyx side to just find and get the rhythm going after like the first 10 minutes of that matchup because of the recent team fight that happened where it was, Lord JM was making sure that everybody else is going to get in control. And it was Blacklist International who got that specific control on their side. Unfortunately for Fnatic Onic, they fell on that one team fight alone. And that is the Harith that is banned by Bonchan and the agents.
Full respect, Hayabusa, Fanny, and Harith.
Yep.
Against Fnatic Onic, not even caring about like other heroes like Zask.
We don't mind.
Well, now they can pick it up themselves,
Yeah, honestly, they can do that, and they can they can exactly pick up a hero that will be very good in terms of being used by Haji here. Zask is a really good hero in terms of just being the decoy or just checking out vision or just dealing a ton of damage.
Yeah.
It can be done by that Zask specifically, but in the same way, a Hylos could be picked up here by the side of Fnatic Onic Philippines, but that is a choice. Is it a choice that they're willing to make or not?
I mean, depends.
Right?
Depends on what Blacklist gets, and now they get Roger. Both Ling and Zosky's open for Fnatic Onic Philippines, by the way.
That's a lot.
That is a lot. They go with the Ling. That was the Kung Fu Panda skin. And they go for the Ruby instead of the Zosk, and now Blacklist International. All right, Fnatic Onic passed up the opportunity to take the Zosk. Haji, he has a lot of options here. He can go for the Aurora, but again, the Zosk is just so tempting.
Yeah, the Zosk is just too much of a possession, but they're gonna let it go. They're going to be sticking with the Valentina this time around. An interesting choice here for the side of Blacklist International. Meanwhile, Lord JM got them, you know, a major key trade or a major key turnaround during that recent team fight. At some point, you know, the Zask may be too good of a possession to lose, but if you're going to be able to copy it using the Valentina as well, it might be, you know, an okay choice. But again, if you are the Zask, you're going to have to, have an advantage of that first and the second skill. So Valentina might just have to think of something else to copy here, because aside from that, you know, that ultimate coming in from the Zask, you also have that Ruby. So at least you have choices, right? At least you have choices, but those choices are gonna matter later on, especially with a Zask, a heavy hitter from the other side.
Yeah, but the thing is, having too much choices, such as in life,
sometimes
it's bad.
It's overwhelming.
It's overwhelming. Like if you're Haji here, what do you copy? And by the time you're done thinking, you might have copied the wrong spell,
Yeah.
or maybe you know, you could have gone for a different choice. So there's definitely a lot of things to consider here for Blacklist International. Now, second phase is on the horizon here for both sides. Both Matilda and Trizla has been banned out.
Man, the audience is acting up here, I have to say. Like, they onto something right now. But just like what you were saying, it's the Matilda and the Trizla that are banned out here for both of the teams. Both, I believe, are kind of like missing, but not really missing their XP laners, because both the Edith and the Ruby can go into that position.
Yeah.
Even the gold lane could also be on the side of Ruby if you would want it
Yeah,
to.
I was wondering that. Like, if you're Fnatic Onic with this kind of setup, you might as well go for the Ruby Gold and maybe look for something like a Yuzong on the XP.
Yeah, there's a lot of options still for Coach Wynot and his boys, given the flexibility of the team that Fnatic Onic Philippines has released in their first 3 picks. Meanwhile, Cho is going to be eliminated, so no further choice there on the XP and the Roam, and even the Arlot, which could also go in the same role. So, you know, a lot of flexible heroes are being removed here by both teams. We're going to stick with the status quo.
They don't want to give the Kirkadek the Arlot.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want Kirkadek measuring you up.
The Kirkulator.
The Kirkulator, the architect of Fnatic Onic, previously from Minana Evos, now a fully fledged super XP laner. Fourth pick for Fnatic Onic. Again, we can you know, we can look we can look to the tank and XP and also the gold, because there's a lot of flex factor with this Ruby picks from Fnatic Onic, and they go for the Hylos. You don't even know if that's XP or Roam, and you don't even know what the last pick would be from Fnatic Onic. If it's gonna be a marksman or an XP or a Roam. So this is really some crazy flex from Fnatic Onic.
Again, if you're Haji, you're gonna be overwhelmed with the amount of ultimates that you can copy here, because yes, it's an abundance, but at the same time, it's a curse and a blessing.
Yeah,
you don't know what you're supposed to copy. You can only take one, and you're gonna have to endure the rest of the 2.
You know what's it called when Valentina steals Hylos ult?
All right, what does that mean?
The stolen pathway.
Oh, okay, and then he turns into a horse.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. Why didn't you even ask? Okay, moving forward, it is again going to be those 3 ultimates that should be a problem for the side of Blacklist International.
Ooh.
They're going to be settling with a Joy here.
All right, bringing out the MP the King. The panel asked for it. You're getting a damaged jungle for MP the King. But again, Fnatic Onic, they can just go for something like a Tig here. Tig, Kaja, Minnow, a lot of different heroes works here. Even the Melissa for Kerala if he wants to go for it.
Because honestly, you're not even sure whether this Ruby is going to go to the gold lane or not. And Hylos will go to the XP lane or the Roam position. But there is the Barretts. Now this kind of like, should I say, this complicates things, or does it even make it more complicated?
No, I like it. This is all crowd control for Ling. When you're a Link player and there's 5 crowd controls on your team, it feels nice, you know? Like, you know, every time
Are you talking from experience?
Yeah,
here?
I'm
Alright.
talking from experience. I'm talking from, like, watching a lot of Link games.
Alright.
Having 5 CCs on your team just feels nice. Every ultimate, might as well go for the cooldown reduction on the Link here. Because, again, every ultimate, somebody's dying on the side of Fnatic on Blacklist International.
Yeah, that's the main essence of skills here that will be reliant, or where King Kong is going to be relying to. Because, again, it is going to be a lot of crowd control. I'm just wondering where the damage output is going to be coming from. Because, again, that is a major thing. If King Kong doesn't find the necessary items, if King Kong doesn't scale well enough, then it might be a problem. Because they will have a lot of hold, but not a lot of damage to go for it. So they have to take note of that as well, as they will try to find and fight their way to bring this into a game number 3. A classic MP the King hero is going to be a joy. A Bane was showcased in game number 1.
Yeah.
That is what they will use to probably get a sweep.
I am so concerned for this Joy pick from Blacklist International. Like, who do you assassinate? On the other side, Zask? No, he has Dominator's Descent.
All right, let's go through them one by one, yeah?
Ruby, he has Hook. And he can actually just, you know, get HP back, but outplayed.
Oh.
The lane control, the wave management is so good from the Roger. Now Brusco has to go down to reset this wave to stabilize the gold lane for Kelra. He lost the poke battle level 1. That's the reason why the Roger is now able to freeze the wave versus the Ruby.
Yeah, usually if you're like going up against the Ruby with using a marksman, it will be a little difficult for you in the early portions of the game. But knowing that the Rogers are there, you can transition from being a fighter and the marksman, and that is going to be an easy moment for him onto that holding position. But look at that.
Okay. King Kong, no energy. Ultimate from MP the King. And King Kong does not care. He has ultimate, but didn't need to use it. And again, Fnatic Onic, they did have a bad start on the gold lane, but at least the Ling is untouched at this point.
Yeah, I mean, he used the retribution to at least get some of those objectives in the jungle, and that is really a good sign if you're King Kong, because again, that is the plan. You'd want him to get a lot of these damage output, and King Kong is going to be leading us into the first one of this match, but there you have it again.
Oh, MP the King, he's probably dying for this Ling. No way! Wrong dash! All right, he's gonna have another one. There you go. King Kong takes the kill and 2 kills for the Ling. 1 is an assist. Ooh. Nice dodge from King Kong, but he still dies. Haji with the double dash into the first kill, and they are able to take the Ling.
Midnight, those past 30 seconds, there's been a lot of like end credits where the game you thought was finally over, the match was finally over, and then all of a sudden, you know what? Hey, I'm here. I'm showing up. And then all of a sudden, we're back at square one once again. It's 2-2 apiece, and the Turtle's gonna be the first fight.
All right, King Kong is still here to be able to steal the Turtle. MP the King has already burned the ultimate, and it goes to King Kong. Fnatic Onic, they want to engage for more. They have the Ling here. They have the ultimate, and they are gonna be invading the purple buff of MP the King. Again, if you are the Joy here, it does not feel fun playing into this line. There's so much crowd control on the side of Fnatic Onic.
Like, you can dodge him, but at the same time, you can't if you get caught with those crowd controls. And there's not just one crowd control that he has to worry about. There's like 4 from the extra members here, and it's like King Kong and friends being played here by Fnatic Onic
Super
Philippines.
family.
They're just literally taking care of their breadwinner to go out to different portions of the map and just take control. And then, you know what? Hold the house for me. Make sure that everything's clean. You clean the bathroom. You do this. You wash the dishes. Then when I come back, all right, it's go time. We're going to deal some damage, and we're going to, you know, have a really great time.
Yep, it is a great household
that
Fnatic Onic has here.
Literally
Again,
a super
household.
Family. A super household.
Super family. And it just sucks.
Do you call them a super village? A super ville.
Super villain. Well, if they're on a villain arc, then sure.
Maybe.
But right now, they're being a villain to MP the King, because with the Joy, with the recent patch on Joy, you don't have the CC immunity anymore. And facing up against 4 crowd controls, not even just 4. There's 3 on the Ruby, 2 on Kirk, 1 on Prince, and 1 on Brusco. That's Wait, I lost count.
Yeah,
That's
a
how
lot.
many
a
it
lot.
is.
That's a lot.
I lost count.
Yeah, I was about to follow suit to you, but again, I lost count as well. I kind of zoned out with the
Yeah.
amount of crowd control.
I think I said 7.
Yeah, right, that you have to worry about.
There
But
you
now
go.
it's going to be Haji again. He's just going to use that big
All right.
alien to just get out of that situation. But that is an ultimate wasted for the next Lord to
Oh,
actually push through. But now it's
outplayed.
outplayed.
Now
and
you meet.
Kelra gets his revenge. Now we're even.
Now you meet the Ruby after level 4. This matchup changes. Well, matter of fact, Ruby does not lose any matchup as post level 4. He does not care. He camps lanes. And Fnatic Onic, they're capitalizing on the fact that the Ruby does not need any ganks. They're now able to focus their attention to the breadwinner and get him the the clothes, wash the dishes, do the laundry, do the everything for the Ling.
Yeah, as of this moment, it is now, he's going to be like, or King Kong's going to be like, honey, I'm home, but who's going to get the turtle? He will get it!
King Kong takes turtle. MP the King has already used the electrifying beats. And Brusco shuts down Lord J. I'm not sure that's the Ling. But Brusco, standing in the front lines, does not care at all about Blacklist International. He does not care if they exist or not.
Yeah, I mean, Lord JM is also having a pretty rough game here. 0-3-0 compared to the first matchup that we've seen from him. Yes, maybe there will be a possible turnaround for them, but as of this moment, first 5 minutes of the game, 0-3-0 is really not a good start for you. Because if you are that Edith, right, who would you want to go for onward? It's going to be a little difficult for you because that is literally a problem. Whoever comes near, whoever arrives, whoever knocks on the door of the household.
Dude, there's 4 fighters on the side of Fnatic Onic. I don't even consider Zaska mage. That's a freaking fighter. That's a freaking fighter right there.
He knows how to fight. He can square up. I'm telling you that.
Look at outplayed. Again, the camp from Fnatic Onic. This is just creating so much space. Blacklist International, they have to deal with this. But just look at the Ling. The Ling is just free farming. King Kong is taking everything from their side.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Now, both of the side outer turrets here for the side of Blacklist International have been destroyed by the Sonics. They're going to have to find a way, as usual, to get another way back into this game. Because back in game number 1, they had the Claude. At some point, it was a really good situation for them because, again, all you need to do is to wait. You get the right levels, you get the right items, and then all of a sudden, when push comes to shove, you start a fight. But now you have the Roger, right? So in the Roger, as much as it is one of the scariest and meanest damage dealers in this game, it's really not gonna be. It's gonna be quite difficult for you to just dish out the damage, especially when you're on single target.
I mean, if you're the Roger, you don't feel like being a Roger this game. There's 4 tanky heroes that does not care if you jump on them or not. Matter of fact, they like it if you jump on them. The Zos can just turn into a big worm.
They'll jump you right back.
Yeah, they'll jump you right back. They'll slap your face and make sure you don't come back again.
Hey, yo. You gotta calm down.
I mean, the Hylos literally slaps your face.
All right, that's
with the
fair.
first kill.
That's fair, that's fair. You know what? I understand you at some point.
We have an eating dino here.
Yeah, at some point you have an eating dino who's like, absorbs a lot of food, and then all of a sudden, there goes the breadwinner, aka King Kong, just minding his own business, just, you know, working on his shift, and then he's gonna come back home, and then all of a sudden, oh, it's nice. Everything's cleaned up.
And then you have somebody that's always offended.
Yeah.
The Ruby's always offended. Glorious Pathway thrown by Brusco here. Big tower in the mid lane for Fnatic Onic. Again, there's nothing the Blacklist can do here. It's hard. It's unrealistic for MP the King to be able to do anything with this Joy.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, if you're the side of Blacklist International, you'd want to revert to that game number 1 strategy as to how you can wait and manage the situation. Because the only way for you to do it is to just find an error for the side of Fnatic Onic Philippines, just like what we did in the very first game, because this is a really good composition, a well-built-up composition.
Dude, look at this!
By Coach Wynot. Look at Burks.
Look at the
Burks
dino!
is literally the tank, the roam, and they are not shy to get him in under the turret.
Look at Kirk. Kirk's playing Roam 2.0. He's not XP. He's giving the farm to King Kong, just playing around, Kelra to be able to push down the towers. And Kirk just walking alongside Brusco. 2 roams on the side of Fnatic Onic. Look at this gold.
Kirk was like, yo, Spider Miles, I'm channeling you on this one, all right? I'm going to make you proud on this. And this is exactly what is happening for them. Both of them are actually, an Athena shield is going to be secured here for the counter towards the Joy. And then all of a sudden, you have King Kong just being a pest, getting that Has Claws and getting that Berserker's Fury as well. It is starting to be a damage output Fiesta,
Look at the
7.5k.
Look at the
Brusco,
damage. It's
among
nada.
3 of the members of Blacklist International is not going to be enough, and it's just going to be an ample amount of time.
Glorious Pathway has been used, and the Dinosaur eats somebody here. It was Lord JM eat it with a flicker out. Oh, the damage, is it there? No, it is not. Roger has to get out. PewDiePie has been burned. King Kong with a Tempest of Blades. He gets out with the blade here, but we're not for Blacklist International. They used everything against Fnatic Onic, but they ended up losing Lord JM in the process.
Yeah, and honestly, I haven't really seen Haji copy an ultimate here for the side of Blacklist International. Has he? I'm not entirely sure, because again, when you think about it and when you take a look at it, Haji's having quite a difficult time to determine whether or which of those ultimates he's going to try to get for the side of Blacklist International. Because if you do, it's going to be another problem in a Glorious Pathway again.
Too much choices here, but Perks with the wall charge onto the Guardian's batter, but does not matter. The damage is not there. Where is the Roger? Where's MP the King? Where's the joy on your faces, Fnatic Onic? They're depleting the heroes of Blacklist International here. Perks is now out of the fight, and Lord is up for the taking.
Yeah, not looking good here for the side of Blacklist. Meanwhile, Fnatic Onic Philippines have built on their foundations. Those 4 foundations have really paid dividends for the Sonics. And as of this moment, there is no way for the side of Blacklist to even contest this first hurdle, or should I say, the first Lord of this match, given that this is already starting to be a 6.7k gold lead that is going to continue to rise up. I don't know how long or how well Blacklist International can maintain their possession in this game, because again, you don't really have an immense amount of wave clear, and in addition, you have the setups as well. But again, if you're Brusco, how would you do it? If you're the Valentina, how would you execute it as well? And whose side are you on? Who do you want to copy at this point?
I don't know if whoever player thinks about the current game here for Blacklist International is, I wish him luck, because he's going to have a lot of stress on his mind right now, as Fnatic Onic is already engaging in front of the base of Blacklist International. They're going to try their best to deal with the Lord. Other hands, the Glorious Pathway has been used by the Hylos. Fnatic Onic, they're not looking to jump in yet, as they want to clear the middle lane first. They want to be able to make sure that they take all the objectives that they can. The Lord James already down to 10% HP just with 1 ultimate from the Zask alone. Luckily for them, they're in front of the base, so they can just regenerate their HP. But again, Fnatic Onic, they're not done just yet. They still have some Lord waves here. Bottom lane, Joy, MP the King, he's going to be picked off by King Kong on this link.
I was about to say that Fnatic Onic Philippines is doing just the right amount of pressure, right? Not being too overly excited about those engages, because that is what happened in game number 1. That was a blunder that they did, which led to a Blacklist International turnaround for a game 1 victory. But now, it's Fnatic Onic Philippines knowing that they are in the lead, and they want to go at it again. A Glorious Pathway down low into the base, and that is going to be the target.
Look at Brusco, just still going to have damage. All right, wall charge from Blacklist International again. Where's the damage?
Don't tell me he's still alive.
Where is the damage? Zask with the ultimate. Oh, the Dino eats. Perks once again. The wall has been destroyed here. The stone of Blacklist International has been demolished, and Fnatic Onic and King Kong goes in with the Tempest of Blades. Him picking on the backline. He's going to be deleted by the Ling. The damage is not there for Blacklist, but is very much, so much there for Fnatic Onic. And now Fnatic Onic has been able to climb back and take game number 2.
First matchup of a doubleheader is going to be going all 3 games. What a very well executed draft from the man you see on your screen. Coach Why Not, the super family, the household if we should say. King Kong delivering, and we are all tied at 1 game apiece.
Some noise, Fnatic Onic fans, dahil King Kong pinapakita na kayang lamangan si MP the King with his signature Ling. And welcome back dito sa Infinix Game Tambayan. Kami pa rin ang inyong mga kasama, Ingan, Rockhart, and of course, Renmar. And guys, unang match pa lang, game number 3 kagad ang ating masasaksihan mamaya.
May nakita ko doon, hindi na yun King Kong eh, Ling Kong na eh.
Ling Kong.
It's the Ling Kong, man.
Ling Kong. Yung hiningi ni Ingan kanina na hindi nila nakuha, pero nung nakuha niya, Man, saya.
Ay! Naku po, sumisigaw na naman ang ating mga fans dito dahil napaka-pogi ng ating MVP. Walang iba kundi si King Kong with an outstanding performance with his Ling.
Yeah, and that was yung masasabi na natin na pinaka-foundational Ling performance. Trabaho mo lang as a Ling is, in the early game, pakita mo kung bakit siya yung isa sa mga topic, if not the topic assassin in the metagame, which is because of the speed of the farm and the speed of the rotations. And feeling ko one of the main reasons as to why King Kong also got the MVP of the game is na-prove na rin niya when yung Fnatic Onic, when they were sieging the base, nahanap pa nga niya si MP the King with that solo kill up against the Joy. I'll explain a little bit more about the beauties of that push by Fnatic Onic Philippines. But MP the King just did the right job by at around 8 or 9 minutes in, 3-level or almost 3-level gap na silang dalawa ni MP the King. But we have to take it back to this early 2-minute trade, yung tinatawag natin. So it was a kill onto Lord JM, then MP the King nahanap niya si Kirk, so naging EXP trade. King Kong takes down MP the King, but then MP the King eventually, ma-avenge siya nila Haji and Haji would take down King Kong. But the first turtle still ended up going to Fnatic Onic Philippines kasi nanalo sa Retribution Battle doon si King Kong. And in this highlight naman, nakita natin yung strength ng lineup ng Fnatic Onic Philippines. O wala silang marksman. So mapapaisip ka kung, uy, delikado naman to yung Fnatic Onic Philippines. Wala silang marksman. Anong klaseng lineup to? Hindi to, kung RG na to, siguro wala na to. Freestar na kasi wala daw marksman. Pero dahil doon, meron silang 2 sources of basic attacks. Ling is a basic attack hero. Zask, alam natin dahil sa mga changes sa kanya, somewhat of a basic attack hero, yes, but a lot of the basic attacks you're getting from is the Ling. But yung lineup mo is built to fight around the Barats and the Hylos. Pag nilapag yung Glorious Pathway, pag nag-revitalize na rin dito yung Hylos, has that heal, and Kirk is there, that means sobrang sustained ng lineup mo plus the Ruby Gold lane na si King Kong and Super Friends will be able to deal damage, but then at the same time, si Barat, si Hylo, si Ruby, nagda-damage rin yan. So it's overwhelming for the lineup of Blacklist kung saan yung main sources of damage of Blacklist International, the Joy and the Roger, they want to play close. But you're up against a lineup that wants to play close at dun malakas yung lineup ng Fnatic Onic Philippines, the close-range battles. Even though Blacklist International has an Edith with a little bit of long range, lalamang talaga yung Fnatic Onic Philippines. May isang interesting thing na nangyari dito, na dead lane yung gold lane. Matagal na natin na alam sa meta na yung dead lane or yung lane na walang masyado pumupunta, nagwa 1v1 lang sila dalawa is the EXP lane. Pero dahil naging Ruby versus Roger matchup, it was the gold lane that became the dead lane. Kasi pag meron kang isang team playing around the Barats in the early game, which is yung Barats ni Kirk in the EXP lane, pag naka-full stacks yan, in the early game, parang 5-man ka na eh. Kahit 4 lang kayo, but with the Barats na full stacks, that's a 5-man composition. Kaya doon nahirapan yung Blacklist International in the early game. They didn't have the damage to take down the Barats, and as the game would go on, they realized because they couldn't get the early game they wanted, they don't have enough damage for the Barats and the Hylos. Which then makes me wonder, why was the Joy one of the last 2 picks ng Blacklist International? And that's probably the question that's going around in a lot of people's minds. Looking back at it, Roger was picked early by Blacklist International, meaning that there's a chance that they could flex it. Pwede pumunta yan ng gold lane, pwede pumunta ng jungle. If you're Blacklist International, tas nakita mo na meron ng Hylos, Zask, Ling, and Ruby, hindi mo lalagay yung Roger sa jungle. You want to put in the gold lane where it can farm because that Roger will not have a not so fun early to mid game. So they ended up picking the Joy, which Fnatic Onic Philippines, we have to credit them, they called back to recent history. Shout out to Smart Omega Empress, the women's world champions. They brought out an EXP lane Barats. Doon nagulat yung Team Vitality, the old queens of the women's scene ng MLBB. So I like yung nakita natin, Rockhart, na throwback tayo Remember season 8?
Yeah.
Blacklist International there in the grand finals against Onic Philippines. Naglabas sila ng Bane. 2, 3, games 2 and 3, and doon Blacklist International ran away with it. So now for Onic Philippines, Fnatic Onic, nag-draft sila ng Barats. Ngayon, calling back to recent history, parang kulang eh. Kasi nakita mo talaga yung inspiration all throughout the history of MLBB sa drafting.
Oh, I mean, nakita na natin yon lahat. And again, sabi mo nga, hindi naging joyful yung laro doon ng Blacklist. Again, nahirapan. Kanina ko pa gusto isingit yun, pero ayoko sirahin mo.
Nakita kita, gumagano ko.
And of course, the King strikes back. Fnatic Onic halts Black's recoding process. Siyempre, ano pa yan eh. It takes time again. It's a good sign na nanalo sila ng game number 1, but still, the Super Family remains strong and true to their name. And I'd like to go back kay Brusco, no? Yung decision ng Fnatic Onic to keep using the Hylos sa Roma. I believe ilang heroes pa lang nagagamit ni Brusco despite having 2 series already. What can you say about Hylos being a very good roamer ngayon sa current meta?
Honestly, for Hylos, madali lang naman islat yan. Hindi lang sa roamer, di ba? Pati sa XP. Pero unique yung ginawa dito ng Fnatic Onic kasi ang kuda to lineup nila min eh. Kasi yung Ling ang hirap mahuli, number 1. Number 2, yung Gold Lane Ruby. Ang hirap patayin din. Number 3, Barats.
Oo.
I mean, at this point, umaabot tayo sa punto na literal na naubusan na ng bala yung Blacklist. Naubusan sila ng pambato. Kaya napaisip ako na sinabi nito na, medyo, after kasi mag-electrifying beats tong Joy, yun na yun eh.
Wala na
Ano na gagawin mo? Yung Zask, may mama ko pang kailangang tibagin. So, anong gagawin mo talaga dun?
Feel ko kasi masyado mabilis yung beat kanina. Hindi nasabayan ni Joy eh.
Ito ang beat.
Naiwan eh. Pero
Ano dapat?
speaking of bato, si Perks kanina game number 1. Matilda ginamit, utility. This time the Grok. Ay, kayo ba? Kanina sinasabi natin, new Ube. Does Perks need to go back sa mga utilities and really live up to Ube's name?
Not necessarily. Kasi yung Grok pick na yun, it's the response to the Ling eh. Yung isa sa mga dapat hindi natin makalimutan is kung kalaban mo yung assassin na jungle, you're gonna have to have a roamer or an EXP laner na pwede manggulo sa jungle ng kalaban. That's how you disrupt the rotations of assassin junglers. But again, looking back at the lineup of Fnatic Onic Philippines, hindi natin masyadong naramdaman yung presence ng Grok because what is the Grok up against in the mid lane? It's up against a Hylos and a Zask. So, ang hirap na mag-invade kung Grok ka kasi risky yun. Ititrade mo yung buhay mo para magulo lang yung rotation ng Ling. Hindi mo yung gagawin. In the gold lane, you have a Ruby. In the EXP lane, may Baras ka. So, ang hirap talaga. So, it's not na go back to the utility. But really, I really just want to highlight gaano talaga na outdraft or na outsmart yung Fnatic Onic Philippines yung Blacklist International sa game na to. Great job by FNOP.
Draft ngayon. Fnatic Onic actually selects the red side. Kanina nasabi mo na Blacklist showed na kung gaano yung importance ng blue side. This time, Fnatic Onic, bakit tingin mo red side? Anong benefit nila sa red side, Renmar?
Well, it puts you in a zone, earlier it was Blacklist in the blue side, right? The Fnatic Onic Philippines, they won the game from the red side. They just want to continue this momentum. And I don't know if you'll agree with me, pero yung Fnatic Onic Philippines ngayon, nakikita ko sa kanila, yung team na gusto talaga ng momentum. Early game momentum, momentum from the last game, momentum from the draft. Ikaw, what do you think?
I think that's exactly what they tried to do in both of these games, right? And again, mas gumana dito. Medyo binago nila yung timpla at some point, pero Ling pa rin yan eh. Parang yung Ling, parang wala kang choice. Either early game, malakas ka ng early game, malakas ng late game. It's not the same as game number 1, syempre, pero ito, medyo mas trip ko din to. Kasi may balance ito eh. May pang mid ka, may pang late game ka. So, either way, medyo secured ka at pantay yung laban.
Ganun naman talaga pag super family, no? Kailangan balance. Hindi pwede parati lahat na sa bunso. Bunso kasi ako eh, so na-spoil ako. Ikaw, bunso ka ba?
Only child ako eh.
Ay,
so ako yung bunso at saka yung eldest. Ako yung kuya. Kuya ko, sarili ko.
Lahat na.
Lahat na.
Nilahat mo na rin. Ikaw, pangilan ka ba?
Eldest din. Oh.
Eldest, okay.
So, ako yung kuya.
Ha?
So,
ikaw kuya.
Ikaw yung kuya.
Kuya.
Kuya mo ra.
Kuya.
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 Kuya mo ra. May tumawa doon na rin ko.
Yung tiyatawanan.
Pero you know, I mean, I'm excited because bihira tayo makita ng first series, Game 3 kagad, and it's an exciting matchup. Kung babalikan natin, a lot is at stake here, not just for the standings, but of course yung pride ng ating dalawang junglers, no?
Pride battle na to. Nakita natin yung usapan kanina ni King. For the English viewers, so what was said earlier by King Kong is, prove that it was worth it that you were brought to the Philippines. And what MP the King said was, what was it? What did he say again?
Ang sabi ni MP, siguraduhin mong malalamangan mo ako.
Just make sure that you will get the lamang over me.
The lamang!
The advantage over me.
Bakit bitin?
Let's go!
Bakit kulang?
Little by little, we'll teach them new Filipino words.
Okay, so ngayon, Blacklist International looking to get their very first win. Malalaman natin kung sino nga ba ang tunay na hari ng jungle as we head on back to our casters.
Thanks again to our panel, and just like, you know, what they said. Yeah, what they said. Because they already translated it to English. So they were mindful that...
Make lamang.
Yeah, that you need to make lamang, a.k.a. you need to be greater than me. Right? Yeah, I don't know.
It's something that Nice would say.
Yeah.
Make lamang.
Yeah, nice to if you're here, yeah, you need to make lamang. All right, you gotta get back here
Nice
just a
is
bit.
watching,
But
man.
yep, I'm sure he is. He'll let us know. But
Grabe.
speaking of which, we are watching this game number 3. Still Hans, still Midnight, and here in the action is still Blacklist, still Fnatic Onic. It's still MP the King and King Kong. They've said their respective pieces.
Yeah.
Now it's time to walk the walk. Because again, in terms of this season, right, it doesn't really matter whether you win a game or you lose a game. What matters is you win both games to get a match.
Yeah, again, do keep in mind that if you win one game, they don't care.
Yeah, they don't care.
You have to win the series. It only matters if you come down to tiebreakers after the regular season. So there's a reason why the draft here for game number 3 is going to be that important, because this is the last game of this series. And Hans, since yesterday's second series, we've all gone the distance for the best of 3s, and I like it.
The streak
I'm all here
continues.
for it. The streak continues, especially with MP the King and King Kong.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, for both of these teams, it is Blacklist International that is looking for their first match win, and they've also gotten their first victory today in terms of games, right?
Yeah.
So that is a really good sign for this team moving forward. Hopefully, they could bring that momentum into this game number 3 to secure a very well-needed matchup to, you know, end their potential week. But for Fnatic Onic Philippines, they also want to do the same thing. We've seen Smart Omega, right? And they are quite in a comfortable spot at first place, seated at our regular season standings, and they would want to do the same. Probably share the share the first seed with the barangay, and they would want to do that right now, especially with them on the red side.
Of course, you want a household and the family to be in the barangay,
right?
So why not?
That's good. That's good.
Why not? Right? I'm on fire today, brother.
Yeah.
But now Blacklist International.
I gotta dap him for that.
Yeah, Blacklist International. They're also on fire today. They picked the Roger. Once again, quite possibly the jungler this time around for MP the King, but we don't know that just yet. Fnatic Onic, they still have a chance to get the Zosk. No more Ling this time around, but I would say this is full respect coming from Blacklist International, all King Kong bands.
This is where I'm going to ask you now, because this is the same scenario that happened, right, in game number 1. All right, let's say the Ling is, you know, quite bad now for the side of Blacklist International, but if you are Blacklist, what's something that you need to change? What's something that you need to improve? You could have gotten the Zask too, but...
Well, first of all, that.
All right, now let's say plan A is gone, right? It's gone off the... It's down the drain. What are you supposed to do next? How do you adjust from that game number 2 loss?
Maybe. Well, of course, you have to reset your players with the coaches here. But when it comes to like the actual draft and the game, maybe look to be able to have the same recipe with what happened game number 1. Claude would be nice here, I would say, because it's a good counter versus the Harith and the Zosk. Not really a direct counter against the Harith, but. You know, same scenario, game number 1, you just win, you straight up win late game against the Harris. So they do go for the Edith, maybe Val again. Just to steal, this time around. All right, they go for the Louis, a very good choice against Zosk. The burst option is going to be there versus, Super Prince. to be able to stop him before he descends from
Yeah.
the Dominator.
Yeah, and it's also going to be easier for you to like literally just target the minion, just target the little monster that
Yeah.
the Zask is releasing, so that at some point in time, it's not allowed to move. If you're there right behind him, you get damage too. Sucks to be you then afterwards.
Oh.
But this time, it's going to be the Nolan. It was banned in game number 1 for the side of Fnatic Onic Philippines,
I
when
am the
Blacklist
power
was
of light
supposed to pick it up on their side. So it was a fight that they were wanting to go for, but Nolan is the pick here.
Yeah, again, you know, King Kong is a straight up liar. All games now, all 3 games, assassins.
Yeah.
He's a liar.
King Kong is a perennial capper.
Yeah.
He's capping.
But he's a
all
good
the-
jungler, though.
He's a good jungler.
He's a good jungler.
He's a good jungler.
That's for sure.
But a bad liar.
But a bad liar. I'm bad. No, I'm
No,
not
no,
you.
no. You
I'm
save
not
that.
you.
You save that for the talent room.
Yep. And now we see the Mathilda ban respect
mission
for
is to
perks.
protect lives.
And I like it. I like it. Finally, somebody bans the horse. We're not gonna see some glorious pathways
You go
for
back
the third
to
game.
You go back to the stables, my guy.
Yeah, you go back to the stable so that we have a stable game.
Yeah. I like that.
I hate Hylas.
Yeah, yeah.
I hate Hylas so much.
If you can only see Midnight's face right now,
I hate
I can
Hylas.
tell you how much he hates
I hate
Hylas.
Zask.
He hates Zask.
I
Zask
hate
is there.
Saber Roam.
All right, Saber Roam's not there.
Yeah, I mean, not here. but-
Yeah, not here. But
You get my
alright,
point. You
Yeah,
get my point.
I do get your point. And speaking of which, a point he's looking forward to secure is with the Terizla. We haven't seen a Terizla in the series.
Yeah.
Why do you think Terizla's prioritized less in the current matchup, in addition with the Hylos rising?
I would say he's not prioritized per se,
No.
but he's more of a second phase hero because you want to be able to flex on your first 3. And in the current patch, there's a lot of different flexes. Like if you look at the draft of Blacklist International here, only Louis is foretelling of a role
That's
here for their
right.
side. On the other side, I mean, if you're red side, you usually don't care. But generally, like specifically the Ediths are picked on the red side. There's a reason why, like Terizla, it doesn't really show up a lot in the first phase because you don't really ban the Terizla on second phase.
Yeah.
That's why some of the drafts that we see here, the Terizla just gets goes through.
All
For
right.
the second phase.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense, right? If you have a lot of options, if you can put this one hero on the other side without giving it away completely to the other members, then it is a really good sign. So Terizla, you're right. It is indeed a second phase hero, given that, you know, you kind of like predict, you kind of already know where that hero is specifically going to go to. But now it's Cho and it's Edith. Another set of heroes that could go interchange, right? It is a possibility, but the Moskov and the Luyi are also there.
It's a good Ruby or Minnow game, honestly. It's a good Ruby or Minnow game for Brusco, unless he goes for something crazy.
All right, that doesn't sound like a Ruby, but it does
Oh!
sound like a Tiger. Is this the crazy you were looking for?
I mean, it's not that crazy, but it is good against the Roger jungle of MP the King. I was expecting for something, I would say mobile. Well, the things that I mentioned are not really mobile, but Ruby's kind of like a more aggressive version of a Tigger because you're ult dependent, but your ult is more active.
Yeah,
than
that's true.
compared to an implosion from a Tig because you have to wait for a long time before it comes back up.
Yeah, but if you manage to hit it, then at the same time, it
Yeah,
also is going
of
to be
course.
good. But so you're really just going to have to pick your poison at some point, right? So with them, the poison that they picked was the Tigreal instead of the Ruby. And it's going to be Fnatic Onic Philippines. If you take a look at their compositions, they're a very well-rounded group. Enough damage and enough of those setups from the Tigreal and the Terizla as well. Meanwhile, on the other side, you're going to have to take a look at the possible pick-off opportunity from the Cho and from the Edith in the same way. It's really going to be crucial, especially in this game number 3 with the contrast of playstyles that they have.
Yeah, let me just say though, this is going to be similar to game number 1. If Fnatic Onic does not close early game, they will have a lot of problems in the late game, specifically with the Moskov on outplayed. I mean, it's not a Claude, and they, Blacklist International doesn't have a lot against the Terizla, but it's still a Moskov.
Yeah.
It's still a Moskov that just flats out win the late game versus Harith because you don't deal the same amount of damage in a specific duration Like, yeah, sure, you both deal huge amounts of damage, but Moscow, once he goes in, he doesn't stop. Harriet has to wait for the cooldowns.
And he literally goes for the ultimate to find team fights faster.
Exactly.
He can go from one lane to another to just dish out a ton of damage. So it really depends on how the rotations are going to be like, especially with, you know, the level of composure and the level of communication that both of these teams need.
Outplayed is playing an MP the King, because I always call Moscow an import. Like, he can play from the other region, but when you need my help, I can spear back to PH.
Yeah. He was like, you know what? Here's a spear from MP, and then he gets it to go, and then he lands on the damage, and then the rest is history, right? But as of this moment, both of them are going to be here in the Philippines, and they're going to be playing this game number 3. It's King Kong and, should I say, MP the King, finally securing that level 4. MP, not just yet, he is still quite left behind. This is the advantage of having that assassin.
Yep. I like the fact that King Kong always rotates towards mid too. Like, he always tries to help out his duo mid just to be able to clear the waves much faster so that they're able to hold both sides of the push. And it just ensures that no matter what happens in the early game for Fnatic Onic, there's no way they're gonna lose the mid lane. Like, the pokes are not gonna be there from the opposition. King Kong's always gonna be there if anything happens in the skirmishes. So it just ensures that Fnatic Onic is stable in the mid lane and is stable in the first 2 minutes of the game. And that's the reason why they're able to do this. Just rush a turtle, and Kirk is already there, flickered out from Lord JM, and it's just a free turtle for Fnatic Onic.
Again, another easy take from the side of the Sonics. And you have to give it also to, you know, the zoning that Kirk is being given, and he might actually outplay the rest of the members here, but he decides to just get them through style points. It's not going to give you gold or kills, but he's still going to be right over there.
I mean, Lord JM wants to overstay. He used the Primal Wrath. There's a Zosk coming behind on top of the XP lane.
Oh, put us back there.
And
there you go.
he is going to die. That is a huge blunder.
Oh, no. Here we
by
go.
Lord JM. But here we go. MP the King. He smells it. Roar. I smell blood, and MP the King takes Super Prince.
Yeah, he was out. He was out. Like, from that moment, Lord JM was like, you know what? For the greater good.
Yeah.
I'm just going to make sure that I buy enough time just so when MP the King and Haji is going to arrive to the top lane, I'm going to give my jungler a kill. Because that is the main objective of this match. You give your damage dealers the necessary gold for them to be able to take damage.
And it's very poetic, too. Like, Blacklist International pulling Roger from mid lane to top lane. It's like Blacklist recruiting MP the King to to join Blacklist International.
That does make a lot of sense.
It's very poetic for Blacklist International to pull this off against Fnatic Onic in this game number 3. But again, the problem still persists that Fnatic Onic's early game is much crazier than Blacklist International. So anything that happens in favor of Fnatic Onic in the early game is always going to be bad.
Yeah.
At least you mitigate the damage with the rotation from MP the King, but still you're not going to be fine with what happened on top lane if you're a Blacklist.
Yeah, we haven't really seen much activity here from both of the teams. Only the ones that happened on top lane, which resulted into a stalemate 1 kill for Blacklist and Fnatic Onic Philippines. Blacklist would have, or should I say Fnatic Onic Philippines would have to, find and continue to get those trades for them to even bring it into the late game, given that the fact that it is going to be crazy for them the later portions of the match.
This is good timing for a lane swap. Blacklist International, they understand their assignment. They send the Moscow towards the top lane, and he gets, speared to be able to join the fight in Fnatic Onic. Although there are 5 here, Blacklist International is essentially 5, but they're just going to give it out. But again, outplayed, being in position as soon as they realize that a turtle is going to be up. At least he's going to be able to take some gold out of the energy shields. But hold that thought, Blacklist International. They want to help out. They want to clean out this tower here. They are looking for the trade. They say, all right, Turtle's bottom lane, Harris bottom lane. For sure, Fnatic Onic is going to try and clean up that tower. Let's just take top.
Yeah, but you know what? That isn't the case for them. No one went to the top side. Instead, they managed to, trade it down low and get some energy shields of their own before it expires after 5 minutes. Yeah, it's a win-win situation for both of these teams because Harriet is down, the Moskov is up top, and both of them are going to be securing an objective, at least a turret each. So good chess moves from both of these teams. Not really, giving a lot, but just taking what was given to them.
Yeah, but I would say the bigger win was on the side of Blacklist International, because now you also have to put heroes on the top side if you're a Fnatic Onic, because you don't want the jungle creeps of your jungler being taken away by Blacklist. So this equalizes the balance of the map which just makes sure that Blacklist International, whatever happens, they are going to be able to find farm on outplay.
Yeah, that is right. You're actually right there, because given that this is the situation
What
now for
the
the side of
hell was that
Fnatic-
flicker?
Yeah. I did saw that. I mean, Haji, I think it was a misclick. That is kind of like unfortunate, because the turtle's going to be arriving here. Lord JM is going to be using the flicker. That was very much needed now for the side of
Okay,
Blacklist.
I mean, that was kind of warranted, but I mean, yeah, Fnatic Onic, again, they're just looking for ways to engage here. They don't want to stop with their aggression. They send the heroes on top lane to defend the wave being pushed here by Fnatic Onic, but bottom side of the map, they are setting up for the turtle here.
You see, that was indeed an interesting choice, because the turtle is actually going to spawn in just within 10 seconds, and they went onto the top side hoping that they would find someone out there to try and push and get into the outer lane turret, but apparently that wasn't the case. They were just willing to help out, outplayed upon getting those objectives, and that is exactly what he's going to do. He's going to continue to push forth. Meanwhile, Fnatic Onic is easily...
No way!
I say that.
That's why you never leave your turtle, folks. That's why you never leave your turtle, but Fnatic Onic does not leave Blacklist International alone. Brusco finds the implosion, and Perks goes down too with the Harith. Synchrovision. Top lane though, Moskov is pushing the tower. He is finding the trade, but Fnatic Onic, again, beautiful sequence, but outplayed. With no effort, no sweat and tears, just steals the turtle away from King Kong.
Yo, Midnight, I know that there's no Ruby in this game, but Blacklist got offended.
They were offended
that was
indeed.
A really good spell, spear, landing right at the perfect timing. It was a gamble, but that is exactly the reason why you don't leave any objective behind. You just make sure that everything is going to be secured 100% because you have everything right there.
Let's be honest here, that's probably unintentional, but benefit of doubt, right?
Yeah.
Benefit of doubt, it's still a Moskov. But outplayed, the timing was impeccable for Blacklist International, but you also have to commend Brusco. He found an amazing implosion against Blacklist International, and Fnatic Onic, every step that they take is towards the base of Blacklist.
Yeah, they're still keeping that, you know, that 800 goal lead. It hasn't actually moved as much.
Well, actually, I don't know.
Yeah, right. It hasn't really moved as much. But as of this moment, I honestly feel like this is really going to be very important for both of these teams, given that, you know, at least both of them is going to try to secure a bit more of the action moving forward, because this is still going to be a strategy for the side of Blacklist International to find those openings, to find the extra lanes that are happening on both sides. Because if you can get to do that, Blacklist's lane up top are cleared, and now you start with the bottom.
Yeah, more rotations coming out from Fnatic Onic. Once again, they are just looking for ways to engage here. Perks looks for a kick against Super Prince, but it's for naught. They don't have the engaging power against Fnatic Onic, especially with Kirk on the Terizla with the blade armor. Most physical damages will be repelled here by the Terizla. That's why Kirk is just standing in the front line, putting damage onto this Edith. Brusco again with the conceal. They are just trying to scare Blacklist International away from this major objective. Outplayed at top. No spear whatsoever from the side of Blacklist.
Yeah, this is what you were talking about, right? Just making sure that you get those necessary objectives for you to play victory. But there is Brusco once again. He couldn't find anyone. But this is the pressure that we were looking for from the side of Fnatic Onic. Blacklist International is having a hard time, given that their early game really wasn't as good because of the fact that Fnatic Onic was also able to get something in return.
Yeah.
It was a better scenario for them if they were all getting it, but that wasn't the case apparently.
Yeah, it's always Fnatic Onic not caring about anything that you do, really. Like, if you trade, yeah, sure, you trade, but we're not going to stop in doing what we're supposed to do. And that is usually the right call. Like, if you're supposed to do something, just do it. Don't look for, like, the enemy looking for trades, because if you don't go for it, then you might miss your opportunity. And speaking about opportunity, Brusco finds one with an implosion, but he dies as quick as that initiation has gone on for Fnatic Onic. But they lose Lord JM on the side of Blacklist International, though. That's one front line for the agents. But Fnatic Onic, they're not done yet. Looking at the middle lane, the damage is there from outplay. They are staring at the Fed Moskov, though. So it really is scary for Fnatic Onic to just go all in, but now Perks looks for the pickup on the backside, but he does not find it. Haji goes down! And Kelra with the Holy Crystal, now he has more damage. No Zaman Force though. It's still MP the King and outplayed, defending the base of Blacklist.
Yeah, they might be able to defend this one and still keep that middle lane inhibitor intact, given that it could still go to the side of Fnatic Onic, but King Kong's like, you know what? I don't care. I don't give a care in the world if there is not going to be there, but outplayed 2 for 2, but he's not going to be able to land that kill on towards King Kong. King Kong's a little too slippery for a gorilla that's like, 75 feet tall. I mean, I'm not entirely sure if that's what the inspiration from the IGN is, but
probably is.
It is Fnatic Onic Philippines with a 75-foot tall of a lead as well, because you not only have 4.6k gold lead, you also have 2 inhibitors down and that super minions that's lining from mid to bottom.
Yeah, one more knock from Fnatic Onic. They will open up a new household under their name and Blacklist International.
Sana all.
They have to look for ways to bounce back here. That is not Sana all. You don't want to be in the position of Blacklist.
No. I mean for Fnatic.
Yeah, I know
Onic,
for Fnatic. I'm making contrast.
Oh, right. I was like, I don't like that. We don't like that. If you're Blacklist
I don't like that. I don't like it too.
I don't like that.
I don't like Zax too.
Yeah, that's not the situation.
Just putting it out there.
But for Blacklist International, they're going to have to deal with this Zaz. Super Fins, so far having, 2 deaths. He's been caught red-handed a couple of times here. But in the same manner, he's going to have to, lead the charge for them, try to use those little monsters to just dish out the damage and find the vision, find information elsewhere, so that Brusco would be able to use the conceal and then move forward for the finishing blow in this game, especially with them burning down those 2 inhibitors. Now, if you're the side of Blacklist, you're really going to have to lean towards those setups, because that extra, pick-off is actually not working so far, and they have to find the right person to do that.
Burst. All right, they're bursting it down. Speaking about burst, Fnatic Onic, they have the damage. Lord Jam in the front line concealed by Perks. He's looking for King Kong. Is he going to get the catch? No, the dodge was there, but Brusco misses. An implosion flicker. And Blacklist International, they want to fight it out. They want to fight it out. But Fnatic Onic, they are successful in disengaging. Are they? MP the King with the Lycan Pounds. Low HP. Are those 2 heroes? The kick is there from Perks, but he gets cancelled. Immortality popped onto the Joe, but King Kong is defending top lane against the Moskov. They don't have the damage dealers here for both sides, but MP the King still goes in. He is the king of the jungle here, because you don't have King Kong for Fnatic Onic. And now, bottom side, the TP is there. They will be able to defend this Lord.
Yeah, you're going to have to go back as fast as you can, because the Lord was fast approaching onto the middle side of this map, and they will be able to take care of business. But I sense a little bit of hesitation from the side of Blacklist International upon approaching that bottom lane team fight, because they were wondering, should I stay? Should I go? Are we going to try to go for the Lord? But that was a gamble, a high risk, high reward for the side of Blacklist International to keep themselves within this game.
Yeah, they were trying to juggle the tower dive between MP and Perks. Unfortunately, Perks suffered the consequences, but at least MP the King was able to slay 2 heroes on the side of Fnatic Onic. But again, it's not enough at the end of the day. It was just unfortunate for Fnatic Onic that they didn't have King Kong there, because he had to defend against outplayed. But that is also the strength of the Moskov here. That's the reason why late game he's much scarier compared to this Harith. There is that macro advantage that Blacklist International has with the Spear of Destruction, as well as the diversion from the Louis. Now Brusco with conceal, he doesn't have the flicker. And the duality is there from the Louis, stopping the Tigreal on his tracks.
Yeah, they're going to have to be aware of the Moskov, especially if, a close call happened up top for the Fnatic Onic Philippines' defense, where that inhibitor is just near shy of being taken down. So they're going to have to be aware of it, especially because that's also the same lane where Blacklist International is going to keep those inhibitors, and that is going to be a problem moving forward, since you have the Lord spawning right
on
at
the bottom side.
You're going to have to be aware of that as well. Everybody has to be calculated.
Yeah. Actually, you know what? All 10 players should be concerned for that lane. Because look at the towers up top. Blacklist, pretty low. Fnatic Onic, pretty low. So both of them have to slow push this Lord, this opposite Lord lane before the Lord spawns.
Yeah, but if you're Blacklist, you're also going to have to take like a bit more time to burn down those super minions, right? So if you're Blacklist, you're going to have to like double time, speed up on what you want to do, try to execute something. Maybe have like a surprise play with Haji.
But the thing is, they can't even do that because their Fnatic Onic will just collapse.
Right? That's the thing. That's the scenario that we're looking for here. It's Blacklist International. They're slowly carving their way to like, shorten the gold gap between them and Fnatic Onic Philippines. But FNOP is making so far the right moves, like 75% of the right moves for them to stay stay in the lead of this game 15 minutes in.
Yep. And now Lord is up here for the taking on the side of Fnatic Onic. Purple first for King Kong. He knows his priorities. He needs the energy. And Perks once again looking for the kick here onto King Kong. Lord Game, however, he sees the TIG. Blacklist International, they have an opportunity to engage here. They have the spear and outplay, but Lord JM gets poked as well as there is the knockback and the knock-up from the Lord. Helps out Blacklist here. The kick! But Kelra secures the Lord here for Fnatic Onic and an implosion onto the backside by Brusco. Oh, the TPs! They're looking for a macro maneuver. Outplayed up top. He wants the objectives. He wants the towers. Spear of destruction. It's not going to hit anybody. But Blacklist International almost got it, and unfortunately for Lord JM, he got sent to his death. And Fnatic Onic, they're 2 people up on their side. All 5 players are alive.
Yeah, this is
on
not
their
looking
side.
good. This is not looking good for the side of Blacklist International.
Look at Kelra! Look at Kelra! Outplay here with the Lord. Tower lock and Fnatic Onic Philippines welcomes Blacklist on their household where you don't mess with family.
Not mess with the family that is Fnatic Onic Philippines. They were so close, you know, from being taken their inhibitors down, but I felt, or most of us felt like it was still an inevitable scenario for the side of Blacklist International, given that they have established so much. They have made sure that the damage output was there. They've taken control of the macro, and it was just about time for them to finish this game.
The attempt was there from Blacklist, but at the end of the day, the creative synergy from Onic prevailed today versus the agents. It is really the family here of Fnatic Onic. That was really the identity that prevailed over Blacklist International.
Yeah, Fnatic Onic is going to be moving up the standings as we speak. This is major for the Super Family, ending the week with 2 respective victories. And for Blacklist International, they're going to have to, you know, go back to the drawing board, go back to square one, as they would always say, right? Like, try to find something here, given that this is a scenario that was pretty close for the side of the agents, and I am sure that they would find something moving forward. This is a good sign, a silver lining from them though, because they finally won 1 game in MPL Season 14.
Unfortunately, it doesn't mean that they have a point, but at least there's a glimmer of hope for the agents, and Blacklist International really went the distance here versus Onic. But at the end of the day, it was a family. They won today. It's family day.
It's family day. It's a Sunday. You know what time it is, and it is Onic, Fnatic Onic Philippines' time to take a victory. What a way for them to extend the streak. We're going to have to talk to them together with our host, Maraki.
Congratulations to Fnatic Onic. Let's give him a round of applause. King Kong? King Kong, mainit. Mainit ang palag mo kanina. Sinabi nga niya, tingnan natin kung malalamangan mo nga siya. Ano naman ang gusto mong sabihin ngayon dahil maganda nga ang performance mo at mukhang nalamangan mo nga.
Parang hindi bumaba ng 1,000 yung lamang ko lagi sa kanya eh. Laging lagpas 1,000 eh.
Ayan. Ikaw naman. Kelra, napansin namin ang heroes mo. 2 Heir, 1 Ruby. Nasaan na yung mga normal picks mo from before?
Ano pa yan, baka sa mga susunod na week pa ilabas yun. Si Coach Tony kasi yun lang pinapagamit sa akin. 1 trick daw.
Ayun. And you're doing really well. Congratulations, actually. Eto, si Kirk daw. Okay, si Kirk. Ayun, Kirk. Nice one. You won 2 matches in a row. At ito nga, parang bagong generation na ulit ng Onic. Anong masasabi mo with this lineup? Nabalik na nga ba ang pagka-super ng inyong team?
Masaya syempre, win streak, tsaka confident kami ngayon season.
Confident, very, very confident. Bakit ka nagsishake ng head?
Parang hindi confident magsalita eh.
Pero, hey, siya yung lumapit dito. Dati, lalayo yan. And now, the MVP of the game. Can you guys guess who it is? Okay. Let's take a look at the screen.
Diamonds bigyan mo kay TM doon.
Kara! Congratulations! MVP! Ano nga ba ang masasabi ng ating MVP? Anong gusto mong sabihin sa lahat ng ating mga manonood?
Siyempre, unang-una sa lahat, salamat sa mga pumunta dito ng fans namin. And, sa fans din ng Blacklist, sa mga effort nyo, and thank you sa walang samang suporta. Tsaka bilhin na pala kayo ng DNY perfume namin.
Ayun, kaya pala ang bango mo. Kaya pala ang bango-bango. And now, meron tayong winner para sa ating 3,000 diamonds, ang ating fan. Come on up! Hello! Come here. Oh, okay, nice to meet you. Anong pangalan mo?
Aaron po.
Aaron! Parang may hangas si Aaron Aaron, sino yung paborito mong player dito sa MPL?
Yung kuya ko po, si King Kong.
Kuya mo! May, kuya ka ba? Magkuya ba kayo? Kuya mo yan?
Opo, kapatid ko po yan. Shoutout nga pala sa mama ko, tsaka sa papa ko.
Nandun yung mama tsaka si papa. Hindi mo atanong kung sino mama papa mo eh. Okay. Niloloko mo ba ako? Talaga ba magkapatid kayo?
Kapatid ko po yan, oh.
Ano? Pakita ulit. Paano? Okay. Pagtabihin natin. Sige nga, tabi ka kay King Kong. Okay. Sino ang mas pogi? Ikaw or si Kuya King Kong?
Lamang lang ako ng 5%.
Lamang ng 5%. Oh, magkitabi kayo. Anong gusto mong sabihin kay Kuya?
Kuya, kahit di ka MVP.
Face to face.
Kuya, ayos lang yan kahit di ka MVP of the game. MVP ka naman sa puso namin nila mama at papa.
I love it! Congratulations! Bigyan ng diamonds! Ganyan. Kapatid mo ba talaga?
Opo, kapatid ko po yan. Halata naman po sa mukha eh.
Ay. Thank you for being such good sport. Congratulations once again for your second win in a row. You may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory. Congratulations to Fanatic Onic. At nakaka-impress naman talaga ang mga bagong heroes na ipinapakita nila, and we can't wait to see what will happen next week. Let's break it down for you. Balikan na natin ang ating panel. Pass up.
And Fnatic Onic remains undefeated sa kanilang unang linggo dito sa MPLPH Season 14 after an amazing victory. Once again, ako nga pala si Ingan kasama si Renmar and Rockhart dito lamang sa Infinix Game Tambayan. Pero bago natin balikan yung game, kuya ba talaga yun ni King Kong? Ay, kuya ba niya talaga si King Kong?
Sabihin na lang natin, Basta, na-inspire din ako. Aaron, maraming salamat. Gusto ko rin i-shoutout si Mama at Papa ko.
Yeah.
Mama at Papa, sana proud ka sa akin.
Pero sure, one thing for sure is proud na proud din tayo sa ating game MVP, none other than Kelra. Nasabi nila kanina, Harit at Ruby pa lang yung pinapagamit sa kanya. Marami pang baon si Kelra.
And it's, I want to shout out here because Coach Tony, Coach Why Not, gusto ko yung philosophy na pinapakita ngayon so far ng Fnatic Onic Philippines, especially with this game, na wala sila yung traditional marksman, wala sila yung masyadong long range. Lahat ng mga lineups nila, pang ano talaga bugbugan talaga Up close and personal are the lineups that Fnatic Onic Philippines built. Their marksman wants, or their gold laner wants to be close range. We missed that, Kelra. Their mid laner wants to be close range. So it's just all close range. I was actually thinking here, it might be a little bit risky for the lineup of Fnatic Onic Philippines because their lineup is built on two main factors. Number one, Kirk's penalty zone and Brusco's implosion. Kung hindi matamaan ng dalawa na yun yung mga ultimate nila, wala na silang catch, edi kakawawa dun yung lineup ng Fnatic Onic Philippines. By the way, shout out to Brusco. Siya ang naghinto sa pag-retry ni MP the King dun sa Last Lord fight na yon. Saktong-sakto yung timing ng implosion niya. And if implosion wasn't landed on that Roger, may chance na yung Blacklist pa nga yung makakakuha ng Lord. So Brusco deserves to be commended for what he did there in that last team fight for that Lord. Going back to the lineup of Fnatic Onic Philippines, it's clear that yung philosophy nila sa laban na to is early to mid-game, high control, high damage. Yung mga type of lineups na gusto natin i-build pag nagfa-5-man tayo sa RG, na uy, pambilis na lang, wag na tayong farm. Basta from minute 1, go na kagad. Pag nakuha na yung mga first jungle buffs, yung unang orange, yung unang purple, laban na kagad. Well, for Blacklist International, parang na-pick up nila nito eh. So yung mga drafts nila naman, from Game 1 and Game 3, Game 2 medyo nag-iba. But naging philosophy naman nila is, sige, dapat mag-line up tayo o gumawa tayo ng lineup na pag natalo tayo sa early to mid, may chance tayo sa late. And that's what you get with the Moskov. And most importantly, one of the key picks in that draft was the Loyi na pinili nila for Haji. And that Loyi kasi, huwag niyo kalimutan, yung Loyi, sobrang deceptive yan eh. Yung kada land ng passive, pag naproc mo yung passive effect niya, yung tinatawag natin na higop ng rotation at dispersion, mangyari doon may makuha siya ng konting shield. So nakita natin yun. Si Brusco nag-flicker sa bottom lane tower, sa third turret, flicker, ultimate, hindi niya nahuli si Haji, nahuli si Brusco, nakadalawang kills yung Blacklist International. But it was just a good call by Fnatic Onic Philippines at eventually, nung Blacklist International, nung lumabas na sila sa base, pumunta sila sa may purple buff, ready na sila lumaban doon yung Fnatic Onic Philippines na counter sila, and without Haji, doon naman nahirapan yung lineup ng Blacklist International. So overall, it's just very clear. Fnatic Onic, tingnan natin kung itutuloy nila to for week 2 na mga wala masyadong traditional marksman. High damage lang talaga.
Oo, ang dami nilang pinapakita at marami din silang mas lalong tinatago. But one thing for sure is, napakasaya dito sa ating venue kasi they put on a hell of a show. I'm also happy for Blacklist side kasi grabe, pinakita din naman ni MP the King na deserve niya nga talaga bumalik dito sa MPL Philippines. Pero ikaw, Rockard, si King Kong kasi parang may dalawang jungler na na-takedown. It's gonna be Kazan and MP. So far, kung irarank natin si King Kong, pang ilan siya para sa'yo?
Sino? Dun sa ano?
Sa mga jungle tier list ngayon?
Ako, parang close top 3 pa rin eh.
Close top 3?
Oo, ang daming nakatay sa top 3 ngayon. Pero sa totoo lang, ang importante doon, men, the Kimpi buff.
Nakimpi buff. Sino-sino ba yung mga nakimpi dyan? Sila Irat din.
Men.
Nakimpi. Alam mo,
Kimpi
excited
buff is
ako.
real.
Excited ako. What if Carl TZ, para ma-embrace na talaga niya yung tunay na assassin na meta, magpakimpi na rin si Carl?
Okay lang. Index, kayo na bahala.
Nice,
Hindi ko ma-imagine Parang tagal For the English stream viewers there, hello. So what we're talking about here is a hairstyle. I think Rockhart can do it the best.
Pwede.
Do you want to show it or magugulo lang yung buhok?
Playoffs.
Playoffs magkikimpi ka?
Try.
Alam mo sino pwede, feel ko?
Sino?
Si At Your Service.
Sila.
Wala sa buhok.
Si Leo.
Walang buhok si
Leo.
Pero
Leo, subukan mo nga. Mag-week ka ng kimpi minsan.
But you can be part of the digital transformation in the world of connectivity. Say hello to convenience, flexibility, and local connectivity with the smart prepaid eSIM. Now available for only $99 through the smart online store. Sobrang mura nito. Mas mura pa nga to sa kalamangan na sinabi ni King Kong kay MP na halos 1K daw. Parati ang kalamangan ni King Kong over MP, no? Mainit.
And doon naman yung mga, the numbers were there. The numbers were facts lang. Facts lang.
Statistics lang. True lang. Real lang naman.
Real.
Oo, kaya naman, isa pa sa mga real din talaga ang pwede nyong makuha na napakagandang skin na I believe Finlexton ni Chakno kahapon. The Franco Mains, it's your time to shine dahil available na ang bagong MPL exclusive skin, Quantum Vanguard ni Franco sa shop. Hook enemies ala MPL players and get it now. Napakarami nating exciting na handog dito pero ang pinaka-exciting kasi para sa akin is pag pumunta kayo dito yung atmosphere sa MPLPH S14 sobrang ganda.
Yeah, one of our biggest venues, most iconic venues so far this season. At solid na mga crowd natin so far for this first week. It's always an exciting time here in MPL Philippines.
Dami pang tickets, guys. Punta na kayo sa MPLPH. Kita-kits.
Kita-kits, may oras pa tayo para magpahinga dahil we'll be heading for a very short break. Kaya naman MPL fans, see you later.
Lakas ng Pinas!
Ang una kong paglalaro ng ML is nung nag-champion ni Archangel. Ay hindi, bale yung siguro mga season 2. Kasi nag-champion ni Archangel, season 3 siya, pero yun yung 1,000 stars na ako. So, siguro tingin ko mga season 2 ako nag-start ng paglalaro ng ML ng MPL. Ng MPL mismo. Marami kasi akong naging pero yung pinaka hanggang ngayon na nakakasama ko si Edward. Kasi si Edward, nakakalaro ko si Edward since nung mga, pa kami, doon pa kami sa Bataan nagto-tournament. So siguro si Edward kasi siya yung pinaka naaalala ko na nakakalaro ko dati, na nakakalaro ko pa hanggang ngayon. Tapos ka-team ko pa. So si Edward. Siguro yung best MLBB memory ko, dalawa. Parehas first time yun. So yung season 6 nung nakapasok kami ng MPL sa qualifiers ng MPL. So para sa akin sobrang pa rin siya. Sobrang saya at naalala ko pa rin yung moment kung paano kami nag-champion doon kasi sobrang tawag dito. Talaga nag-prepare kami ng sobra doon. Tapos yung isa yung M5 kasi tawag dito yun yung first time ko na international na ako talaga yung lumaro. Tapos kasama ko pa yung tapos bagong team pa kami. Kaya para sa akin sobrang memorable niya. Marami rin siyang nabago sa buhay ko. Kumbaga, part din talaga siya ng buhay ko ngayon kung bakit nandito ako ngayon, kung bakit si Renejay ako ngayon dahil din sa ML. Pero syempre, hindi lang dahil sa ML yung kumbaga, marami din siya mga patterns like dahil kay Boss D din, pinakilala niya ako, or siya yung siya yung nagbigay sa akin ng opportunity. So, marami siyang natulong sa akin, tsaka kung ba't si Renejay ako ngayon, isa siya sa dahilan. Yung Attack on Titan na MLBB skin na nilabas nila. Kasi tawag dito, bago nila ilabas yan, kakanood ko lang mismo ng Attack on Titan. Kahit hindi na sobrang hype ng Attack on Titan that time. Kasi feeling ko ako lang nahuhuli kasi hindi talaga ako nanonood ng anime Pero dahil na-encourage ako ng mga ka-team ko manood ng anime, pinanood ko siya at sobrang nagustuhan ko. Tapos nung nilabas yung Attack on Titan na skin ni ML, talagang gumastos talaga ako ng pera ko. First time ko gumastos nun. So, gusto ko talaga ilalim kay Levi. Yes, thank you kay Muntun dahil dami kong nakuha ngayon na bagong MLBB skin na libre lang, yung 4 na skin. Tapos, meron pa siya yung pagka 500 na yung total skins mo, umiilaw yung loading screen. So, yan. Siguro yung recent career ko ngayon para sa akin, parang ulit from the scratch ulit kasi bagong bagong team, tapos new journey kasi bagong bagong org din. So yun, sana maging successful lahat, tapos yan, champion tayo. Siguro na lang kasi marami naman nang nagagawang events si Munton Siguro sa akin na lang, parang yung banding siguro sa ibang teams. Kumbaga pagkaka-team ni Munton yung mga iba't ibang teams, kumbaga bawat roles, tapos paglalaban-labanin, ganun. Yun lang siguro sa akin. At syempre, unang-una gusto kong magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga MLBB fans ko. Yan, sa mga sumusuporta pa rin sa akin since day one, since pumasok ako sa MPL. Yun lang. Tuloy-tuloy lang tayo sa pangarap natin, and mas magiging better ako ngayon, tapos mas gagalingan ko. Tapos supportahan nyo kami, Aurora. So, we are back guys. Kita-kits sa MPL.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
There's no time to chit-chat. You will never learn. Mystic magic is so wonderful. Face yourself. Imagination is the driving force of the energy. I'm not a monster. I'm a demon.
Get 8 gigabytes of all-access power.
To do it all.
Plus only TikTok to scroll and share non-stop. Power, work, life, and more. With Smart Power all-access data now up to 90 days. Load now.
No signal, no fun.
If only you could switch in an instant. But wait, you can with the Smart eSIM. Backed up by nationwide coverage. Get your Smart eSIM now.
Ang una kong paglalaro ng ML is nung nag-champion ni Archangel. Ay hindi, bale yung siguro mga season 2. Kasi nag-champion ni Archangel, season 3 siya, pero yun yung 1,000 stars na ako. So siguro tingin ko mga season 2 ako nag-start ng paglalaro ng ML nung MPL. Ng MPL mismo. Marami kasi akong naging pero yung pinaka hanggang ngayon na nakakasama ko si Edward. Kasi si Edward, nakakalaro ko si Edward since nung mga, pa kami, doon pa kami sa Bataan nagto-tournament. So siguro si Edward kasi siya yung pinaka naaalala ko na nakakalaro ko dati, na nakakalaro ko pa hanggang ngayon. Tapos ka-team ko pa. So si Edward. Siguro yung best MLBB memory ko, dalawa. Parehas first time yun. So yung season 6 nung nakapasok kami ng MPL sa qualifiers ng ng MPL. So para sa akin sobrang pa rin siya. Sobrang saya at naalala ko pa rin yung moment kung paano kami nag-champion doon kasi sobrang tawag dito. Talaga nag-prepare kami ng sobra doon. Tapos yung isa yung M5 kasi tawag dito yun yung first time ko na international na ako talaga yung lumaro. Tapos kasama ko pa yung tapos bagong team pa kami. Kaya para sa akin sobrang memorable niya. Marami rin siyang nabago sa buhay ko. Kumbaga, part din talaga siya ng buhay ko ngayon kung bakit nandito ako ngayon, kung bakit si Renejay ako ngayon dahil din sa ML. Pero syempre, hindi lang dahil sa ML yung kumbaga, marami din siya mga patterns like dahil kay Boss D din, pinakilala niya ako or siya yung nakapag siya yung nagbigay sa akin ng opportunity. So, marami siyang natulong sa akin. Tsaka kung ba't si Renejay ako ngayon, isa siya sa dahilan. Yung Attack on Titan na na MLBB skin na nilabas nila. Kasi tawag dito, bago nila ilabas yan, kakanood ko lang mismo ng Attack on Titan. Kahit hindi na sobrang hype ng Attack on Titan that time. Kasi pili ko ako lang nahuli kasi hindi talaga ako nanonood ng anime eh. Pero dahil na-encourage ako ng mga ka-team ko manood ng anime, pinanood ko siya at sobrang nagustuhan ko. Tapos nung nilabas yung Attack on Titan na na skin ni ML, talagang gumastos talaga ako ng pera ko. First time ko gumastos nun. So gusto ko talaga ilalim kay Levi. Yes, thank you kay Muntun dahil dami kong nakuha ngayon na bagong MLBB skin na libre lang, yung 4 na skin. Tapos meron pa siya yung pagka 500 na yung total skins mo, umiilaw yung loading screen. So yan. Siguro yung recent career ko ngayon para sa akin, parang ulit from the scratch ulit kasi bagong kami, bagong team, tapos new journey kasi bagong din, bagong org din. So yun, sana maging successful lahat, tapos yan, champion tayo. Siguro na lang, kasi marami naman nang nagagawang events si Munton Siguro sa akin na lang, parang yung banding siguro sa ibang teams. Kumbaga pagkaka-team ni Munton yung mga iba't ibang teams, kumbaga bawat roles, tapos paglalaban-labanin, ganun. Yun lang siguro sa akin. Siyempre, unang-una gusto kong magpasalamat sa lahat ng mga MLBB fans ko. Yan, sa mga sumusuporta pa rin sa akin since day one, since pumasok ako sa MPL. Yun lang. Tuloy-tuloy lang tayo sa pangarap natin and mas magiging better ako ngayon, tapos mas gagalingan ko. Tapos supportahan nyo kami, Aurora. So, we are back guys. Kita-kits sa MPL.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and ripping for the 3 stars. Look at us to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game by para to sa biyaya na yes. Di mo matitin ang aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Open fire, reunite with winners. Built with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switch na lane na parang gera, HP racing may reset. Built na kitang buhat ni Hilda, full load SS parang Lyra. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin doon ay tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Hold on. Yeah, malakas ang Pinas. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging every beat, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 all my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, malang crowd control. Pakita ko na jab like beast of the southeast. Takas sa watawat, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong bakas, kasama patas, tagumpay natin doon ay tayo'y malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas. Para sa Pinas, nasa amin ang alas, hindi tuwa atras, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Wow! Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas. Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite, be the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, reunite with the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, with the stars.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!
And we are back para sa huling araw ng unang linggo ng MPLPH Season 14. Dito tayo ngayon sa Infinix Game Tambayan. Muli, ako nga pala si Ingan, kasama si Renmar and Rockart at kami ang inyong mga kasama para sa up-and-coming matchup ng Aurora MLBB versus RSG Philippines. Kanina nakita natin na game number 3 yung previous series. Tingin nyo, ano expectations nyo for this upcoming match?
All I want to see is another heated battle between 2 junglers. Kanina si King Kong at saka si MP maganda yung mga words na nasabi. Dito naman ata, it's Erad and Demon Kite.
Nako po.
Imagine mo, no, magkakatropa yan dati. Man, literal na they shed blood and tears together. Wow. And ngayon, maghaharap sila.
I love na you mentioned that upcoming matchup kasi these two players have a similar history. Kaya naman the Kingslayers prodigal sons are back. I mean, Rockar, talk us through the history of Irad and Demon Kite.
Well, honestly, we've seen Irad, he left RSG for RQ Hoshi, and MPL Indonesia yun, syempre last season. Tapos bumalik ngayon, ulit dito sa RSG. And sa kabilang side naman, si Demon Kite naman, umalis sa RSG. And this time naman, for your first time in his career, maglalaro para sa Aurora.
Kaya naman nasabi ka ni MP the King kay Demon Kite na, Demon Kite, siguraduhin mong tama yung desisyon mong lumipat sa Aurora. And nung game number 1 nila kontra Blacklist, napatunayan naman ni Demon Kite na parang, okay so far, so good.
Yeah, Demon Kite still on top form. And I feel like sobrang saya si Demon Kite kasi nung MPL Philippines Season 8, nung nag-debut siya, he was the rookie of the season. And nung panahon na yon, it was still very playable to use the assassins, mag-link ka, mag-fanny ka. Doon talaga siya nag-shine And now, going up against the jungler na at one time, it was Demon Kite na madalas pinipili sa starting five. And then it even got to the point where it was Irad who was played more or Demon Kite would take the rest. Tapos pumunta din si Demon Kite sa RSG Malaysia. So now, for the first time, we're seeing Demon Kite in a completely new organization. And so far, yeah, as you said, Ghana.
Kaya naman for Irad talagang medyo malaki yung shoes na kailangan niyang gampanan with the departure of Demon Kite. Pero one thing for sure is exciting yung magiging matchup. Demon Kite and Irad known for being very ecstatic junglers, magagaling. We even mentioned na Irad was the mechanic dahil sa mga mechanical prowess na pinapakita niya whenever ginagamit yung mga assassins. Kayo ba, ano bang favorite hero niyo na ginagamit ni Irad?
Isa na lang isa na lang talaga no? Yung Lancelot, magliligoy-ligoy pa ba tayo dito, guys? Ano ba yan? And I think that's one of the reasons why kahit na dati kulang siya sa experience, talagang tinitignan siya kasi yung mechanics niya, yung pro mechanics na make up niya, yung lack of experience, now, pwede niya ulit gamitin yun.
Okay. I mean, ang daming assassins na pwedeng gamitin dito ni Irad. And for Demon Kite, of course, his flexibility can be the utility, can be an assassin. Kaya it's a good upcoming matchup na pwede nating makita. Again, a lot at stake here for Irad is to parang reinforce yung statement niya na sinabi niya na in terms of rankings, siya yung number 2 behind Kyle TZ. And for Demon Kite naman na talagang tama yung decision ko Tama decision ko mag-Aurora Kayo ba? Ano ba thoughts niyo doon?
Well, para sa akin, there's a section of the community that loves all of the heated talks na mas nakita natin ngayon so far this season. But a part of me, and especially for this game, this series, let the wins, let the action do the talking.
Yes, and speaking of let the action do the talking, nakita natin yan from the hitman, the healman, kung ano man gusto nyo itawag nyo kay Renejay. Dahil muling nagpapakilala si Renejay dito sa MPLPH Season 14 with his amazing performance kontra Blacklist. Game 1, it was the Matilda. We called him the healman. Game 2, pinakita niya yung unstoppable wild charge plays niya with the Grok.
Ayan, ikaw, kilala mo ba?
Ako, kilala ko?
Kilala mo yan, ikaw, kilala mo?
Kilala ko yan.
Kilala mo. Buti naman. So right now, ito obviously is the different shades of Renejay. Wow. Ganun ang graphics natin.
Throwback. Yeah, of course. We've seen Renejay shine. Multi-role man yun Naging gold lane nag-umpisa, tapos naging XP, and now it's really in the roam position, especially nung Season 12, heading into the M5 World Championship. Doon nag-shine si Renejay. Again, the hitman became the healman na mas dinadala niya yung mga utility. The Matilda needs to be respected. But then Renejay, pinakita din niya when it comes to the Ediths and the Groks, 2 of the top roamers in the league, in the meta right now. Pwede mo na rin i-add yung yung Tigreal. Parang ang daming pwede laruin ni Renejay Parang lahat comfort ni Renejay. Let's be real.
Kaya nga nagpapakilala ulit. Kailangan yung, again, respect yung naging journey niya. Again, started with NXPE, went sa Black. Sa Black, natatandaan natin, first time niyang mag-international tournament. Di ba? Grabe yung performance na napakita nila. And now he's leading Aurora as the team captain of this new team. Pero apart from Renejay, syempre Irad and Demon Kite, may gusto pa ba kayong i-highlight sa ating mga naging stellar performers from both of these teams?
I think for me, I want to start it off with RSG Philippines. I like what Light has been doing so far, especially nung game number 1. Merong ginawa si Light na sobrang lupit against Team Liquid Philippines. Yung game-winning play nila doon, ginawa niya, nag-earth shatter siya, chinarge niya, nakaharap dito. Pero yung mga gusto niya tamaan, nandito.
Nandito?
Oo. Tapos nasa loob pa ng shrub, yung Sansan duo. Doon sa may naglalaban sila sa lower portion of the map, sa may orange buff. Tumalon si Light, tapos nag-flicker, earth shatter, lumapag sa Sansan, doon nanalo yung RSGPH nung game number 1. So, I feel like Light, yung mga, di ba ang tagal na natin sinasabi kay Light, off-angle yung mga approach niya.
Oo.
I think he's really gonna shine in this current meta.
May something talaga no? Especially pag naglalaro yung RSG at TLPH. Tinawag natin kapon sa panel na blockbuster, yung parating kinakalabasan pag nagtatapat yung dalawa. Yung kaya yung pwede natin mag-expect kasi Aurora this time tatapat naman or will test their strength kontra RSG Rockhart.
Pag si Hitman gumamit, Grockbuster.
Okay, I like that.
Kasama naman ako dyan. Pwede naman ako
Tito jokes, guys. Tito jokes.
Grockbuster, pero again, we cannot, as you mentioned, no, Matilda, kailangan ni respeto. Hindi natin alam kung ano mga pwede nilang ilabas.
Ang daming maskara no? Parang iba-iba eh.
Saan?
Si Renejay. Ganun.
Akala ko
Different versions.
Pang-graphics na yun, pang-graphics na yun.
Anyway, sobrang ganda na nagiging performance and I'm really excited to see kung ano pang pwede nilang ilabas. But apart from that, no, what can you say if Aurora beats RSG Philippines kasi they were able to take down Blacklist, where would you rank them in terms of a tier list as a team para sa inyo?
Well, based off of the combined performances nila in the international tournament bago nag-umpisa yung MPL this season and their performances in MPL so far, if they beat RSG, if this is going to be a dominating 2-0, I'll be comfortable to put them in the top 3. If this is a 2-1 na medyo nahirapan sila up against RSG Philippines, I'll put them maybe not comfortably too much in the top 3, top 4, top 5, maybe. But yeah, I'm glad that you mentioned that kasi magiging good chance to para makita natin kung saan ba so far yung bar ng dalawang teams RSGPH, they got that game 1 against Team Liquid Philippines pero nahirapan sila in games 2 and 3. Medyo naging mas one-sided yung affair. Aurora naman, it was dominating in both games up against Blacklist International despite the start ng game 1 na mga 10 minutes, 11 minutes bago nag-first blood tayo.
Naalala ko yun. Naalala ko, nag-post pa si Brigida walang ma-play-by-play kasi 11 minutes na wala
akong bakas, sabi ni Brig.
Nakakatawa nga actually yung game na yun kasi game 1, walang kills 11 minutes, puro tore na destroy. Nung game number 2 naman, walang toring na destroy until 8 minutes, puro naman kills. Ganun yung kinalabasan, sobrang dynamic na naging previous series nila. Pero ang pwede natin kasing sagutin na tanong for the series is, can Light outshine actually yung source of light na nakukuha ng Aurora from their Northern Lights?
Yan. Honestly, I really want to see Light perform better this time around kasi I feel like kahapon madaming muntik na. Talagang, I feel like they could have taken the series. May mga muntikan lang. Pero on the other side, naghahanap sila ng ilaw yata. Sino yung hinahanap naman?
May hinahanap ata si Yuba.
Kasi maganda yun will the Aurora Lights outshine the Dylan Light?
The Dylan Light.
Dylan Light.
Pwede. Alam mo, nakaligtaan ko actually. Maganda din pala yung XP lane matchup. One of the nasanay na tayong panoorin, it's gonna be Nats going up against Edward once again. And it's a delight to see those two face off. Anong pwede nyo expect doon?
Actually, meron akong hinahanap na isang hero na nakita na natin sa sa unang series.
Feel ko kilala ko sino yan. Sino?
Okay. Sabihin natin at the same time, ha?
Hindi, wait. Last series? Hindi ko alam kung sino yan, sorry. Last game yung kahapon yung iniisip. Ikaw na lang.
Hindi, pero gets ko iniisip mo, Yuzong, no?
Oo.
Diba?
Yun yung inuusap.
Pero yung iniisip ko is the Barats. Because I feel like Barats has a very important spot in this meta. And I think Edward nakita natin si Naths. Ay, alam ko meron din history siya sa mag-Barats XP. So yun yung hinanap ko mamaya.
I actually want to look for the high-loss XP for Edward kasi that's something na rarely gamitin niya. And I wonder if he's gonna be up to the task kung magamit niya yun for the combinations na iniisip ngayon itong Aurora.
Pero bagay ba yung kay Edward? Kasi pag sinabi mong Edward, alam mong explosive eh. Gusto mo yung mga game-changing talaga. Kasi imagine pag fast hands ka, gusto mo mag-high loss, ipipindot-pindot lang yun eh.
Takbo-takbo lang yun.
Takbo lang yun eh. Pero matapang.
As a high-loss spammer sa RG, meron pa mga high-loss main dyan? Meron.
Saan gumagamit na high-loss dyan?
Main! Sigaw kayo dyan, mga high-loss main! O, di ba meron? Hindi lang yan pindot, pre. May finesse yan eh. Pipindutin mo, tas dapat pindutin mo ulit pag masyado na mababa yung health niya.
Ay!
So, tas dapat timingan mo yung rampa mo kasi pag masyado kang maaga rumampa, baka mahulog ka sa stage.
Ay, baka...
Wag naman
ganun. Huwag naman ganun. Again, a lot is in store for this matchup. It's gonna be Aurora versus Blacklist versus RSG Philippines. Titignan natin kung sino nga ba ang mananalo. Kaya naman, kilalanin natin ang ating magiging koponan for today's matchup.
MPL Arena, please give a warm welcome for the fine gentlemen that ensure the integrity and fairness of our league. JJ, Ems, Pat, and Wilbert, it's our marshals! Entering the arena first, they answered the call of light and started off this season with a victory. Will they seize the win yet again? Lights up for Aurora! The tides of battle has changed in the seas they once ruled. Filled with familiar faces, it's the same organization. Can they yet again rise to the top? Raiders, rise, slay! It's RSG Philippines! And welcome their coaches, Master! Na-master niya yung basics. It's Master of the Basics! And for RSG Philippines, he's a legend. It's Coach Panda! Sino una ngingiti? Parehas, ngumiti.
And now, it's time for the face-off. Demon Kite, Irad, step forward. Once compared, now they will face each other off. Step a little bit closer. Irad, ano ang palag mo kay Demon Kite?
Ano? Di ko alam siya muna.
Demon Kite, ano ang palag mo kay Irad?
Siguro nababalik ko na yung talent ko sa paggamit ng assassin.
Nakabalik na si Demon Kite. Ikaw naman, Irad.
Since naglaro ako ng ML talagang assassin talaga ako eh. So, ayun. Siguro yun lamang ko kahit matagal na ako nag-assassin.
Let's compare their assassin later on. Palag kung palag, fist bump. Once former teammates, now they'll go up against each other. Who will perform better? Bakbakan na, casters, pasok.
Now this right here is a battle of two prodigal sons that have found their respective home for the second match of the final day of week number 1. My name is Hans Galeria, and together with me is Midnight, bringing you the action between Aurora Gaming and also RSG Philippines. We've seen Demon Kite, we've seen Irad, who's quite a little shy, not gonna lie, but in addition, these are two players that have both went from RSG, made their way out. Irad coming back, and Demon Kite has found a new home.
You know, the battle of old family and old blood never dies in MPL Philippines, as we now see Aurora Before they faced Blacklist International, now DK has to face his old teammates alongside Edward, Renejay, Doming, and Yue. Of course, we've seen the success in their previous match. They were dominant in that game, and DK really is finding his strive in the assassin junglers.
Yeah, I mean, you love to see Demon Kite showing out. This is the first time that we've seen him not donning the RSG jersey, and he's going to be going up against them. For the first time in the longest time, he's going up against familiar teammates in Nats, Light, Aqua, and Kusei, with Irad joining them after being gone for one season.
You know what's funny? Like, we keep describing them as like old teammates.
Yeah.
What funny thing is, Demon Kite and Irad were never in the same lineup.
I know.
They were just both RSG junglers. Because Irad was in the lineup when H2 was still playing for RSG.
Yeah.
And then H2 left. Irad became the mainstay. And then Demon Kite went to Malaysia.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden,
he comes back.
Irad
goes
goes
to
to
Indo.
Indonesia, and then Demon Kite's playing. Now they're both here, but there's only one jungler left, and that is Irad for RSG Philippines, who is also looking to bounce back from the recent defeat against Team Liquid Philippines. And I have to say that that was a blockbuster series. It's always been like that when you're going up against TLPH, or when you're watching TLPH versus RSG, but we're about to find out as well on whether that is the same thing when they go up against Aurora.
I mean, it's always going to be fun watching RSG play the games, but also, that is true with Aurora, not just because of the fans, but because of the heel man or the hitman. The Renejay, both on the same player.
I love it that you've mentioned that, because that's what Renejay has to do. They have to bring out the best in the heel man or the hitman to unleash Demon Kite. And this time for RSG, you have to prepare the stage for Nats to entertain as per usual. And for both of the teams, you have to adapt and pick your sides wisely. I'd like to build a little bit more on Nats here. What has been the key factor for Nats that has meant, or that he was meant for entertainment in specific? I know that's a little general, but when we go to the nitty-gritty of things.
Thing is, Nats always finds these, you know, very complex plays in the game, especially with like tanks on the XP lane, like the Esmeralda before, the Terizla, and it then suddenly became an Arlet last season, although it wasn't really a tank, tank Arlet, but you know, Arlet soaks up a lot of damage, but does have the capability to set a play for RSG. So I think teams has figured out that the sole playmaker, especially in the first few objective fights in RSG, is Nuts. So now they have to make sure that RSG has a very good setup or a good momentum build up towards the mid game. But that means like you have to support Nats for him to be able to pull these plays out of his own pocket.
So you're saying that Nats is the source of entertainment. And
Yes.
that is why he thus is called the entertainer for some sort, right? But again, he's going up against the entertainer of Aurora.
Yeah, you
right?
know,
It's Renejay.
It's not just the entertainment on the social media.
He's
Renejay.
He's a rock star.
He's a rock star. We saw Renejay pull out a wild charging Grok in game number 2 in their first match against Blacklist International. We all thought Renejay was a full utility player. Well, he did play a lot of like setters before, but didn't work out. But now he's finished the arc. He's not just the heel man anymore. He's now finally the fully fledged hitman.
Yeah, this is him reintroducing himself into the
I'm
lineup.
Renejay Barcarce.
Yep, this is Renejay Barcarce, and I have been through the gold lane.
I came
the
from
XP
Georgia.
lane, right? I came from Georgia. If you know, you know. But at the same time, he's here playing their own position. He was once more of like the utility jungler. He was trying to, reciprocate or try to familiarize himself with a meta that was familiar to Oh My Venus in a sense, right? But now I feel like he's found his own thing. He's found his own groove, and I know it's a little sample population. It's a little sample of the games that they have played. We're about to see if he has continued to develop his own game.
Yeah, we'll see. The thing is, Aurora, the story is they are now finding the identity. They're finding the strives, especially with these individual players. But that is in contrast with RSG, who seems to have lost their identity along the way. And I feel like this is a wake-up game for RSG. Now we are in the draft here. Aurora takes Zosk first pick for Yue. And now RSG, they can answer back with an Edith and a Val for Aqua, or maybe even prioritize the Paramis once again for Aqua.
Yeah, there's usually the high loss that is going to be the counter here whenever teams start to pick up the Zask. But I think it is going to be the same addition that is going to be utilized, and the Edith has always been a staple here in the first pick. Because again, you were talking to me about this during the first match, the flexibility and the familiarity of having the Edith and the Roger at the same time, just so teams wouldn't know where to put it exactly in terms of role.
Yeah, Aurora decides to go for the Moskov. It is a good lane matchup against the Roger, but the thing is, we don't even know if the Roger is going to go gold or going to go jungle. And now Aurora, they do get the Julian. They steal it away from Irad on the side of RSG. We all knew it from day number 2 that this is the main hero. Like, this is the main sequence for RSG, but now they take it away. Again, RSG still has the chance to take up the Paramis in this third pick.
And this time around, I honestly feel like the Moskov is going to be there going up against the Roger. If they go into the gold lane position, I think that's okay, right? This is a good-looking matchup for both of them. Meanwhile, if you're going to the other side, it's an Aurora that was picked up. We haven't really seen it all throughout the first match, but now it's going to be the opener. It's going to be a challenge here that RSG wants to initiate going up against Aurora.
Ooh, the respect. Hans, the respect is there for the Hitman,
man.
the Grok.
They've seen it. They've done their
homework.
They've watched the film.
Panda was like, I know, I'm not really scared of this Grok, but Renejay is magaling talaga. That translates
that
to
means he's
Renejay
good.
is actually good.
Yeah,
especially with the Grok. Now the question is, do they take out the Mathilda?
Yeah, that might be the question here, because they've used it on their win, I believe, against Blacklist International on day number 1, and that has been the transition that has worked for them time and time again. I'm honestly thinking on whether or not Renejay is going to be, going for those utility roamers, or he's going to try to do a setup roamer that we've seen him from before. Not much, but again, this is something that he's trying to develop now as early as this season is, because there's still, 7 weeks to go in the regular season.
There's definitely a lot, like a Cho. Oh, by the way, that's Odin. Is that, yeah, that's Odin, right?
Yeah, that's Odin. That's Odin. All right, major love to Odin. We see you around, and I hope you're I think you've watched him. Yeah, he's here. He's here. Yeah, she's here. Hello. Hello, Odin. And hello to the other people who are there. I hope you're having a good time. But as we go back into this game, we see the matchup, and I know you're happy about this.
Yes.
I know you're happy
I'm
about
so
this.
happy about this, Hans.
All right.
And also, I understand the fact that, Coach Panda and the entirety of RSG hates this horse.
Yeah, man. All right. So for everyone who's there, like, if you don't use the high loss, you can press 1. And if you use the high loss, Midnight hates you.
Not really, but
yeah,
stay away from my rank games.
Yeah, he does.
Stay away from my rank games. All right, now going back to the draft before I implicate myself here. RSG again, jungle could be the jungle, could be the Roger, but also they have to reveal a role here, either the XP Edith or the Rogue Edith. Now they do reveal the Terizla. Can never go wrong with the Terizla. It's second phase. It will be fine. But now Aurora, tank and XP is gonna be a commodity here for their side. I would love a Yuzong from Edward, either that or he pulls out a Cho XP. Oh, never mind. Take the Arlet away from RSG. Not that RSG could have picked it anyway, because they already have XP. But now you have Edward on his Arlet that could set a place for this Julian, and maybe a Cho for Renejay, maybe a Mathilda.
Again, that's flexible, right?
It
you have
is
the Arlott,
flexible.
maybe a Cho. It could go interchange in terms of roles, and we're about to figure that out right now. And it is going to be a Jawhead. So I feel like it is now cleared up, right? The Jawhead surely will go into the roaming position, and we're still waiting for an Irad hero or a Kosei hero. Because I'm thinking of the Roger here. They banned out 3 heroes. Aurora has banned the Fanny, the Hayabusa, and the Nolan to just choke up the remaining choices for him. And now that is going to be the case here as Khalid.
I knew it!
Is the choice.
I knew it! This was a bound! This was bound to happen. I knew it. Somebody would pick Khalid. Is that really Khalid, though?
Yeah, it is. It is. It has to be.
I have to make sure.
It has to be. You better check out the. You better check the phone. You better check the phone.
Because the thing is, we've seen a lot of Khalids pop out in the draft, and then it changes in game. We'll have to make sure. But I knew it. I told Rockhart yesterday that we're bound to see Khalid in this season. Because I do think if you have a Ruby on gold lane, Khalid gold lane also works. You have sustain, you have poke, level 4, you're the strongest hero on the map. Why not? Never mind. Never mind.
Well,
Irad goes Benedetta.
Look at you building up so much about Khalid. Well, maybe Midnight we'll see. We'll see Khalid very soon. But for now, it's gonna be Benedetta being used here by Irad. Another agile hero.
I'm so disappointed, RSG.
I'm sure, I'm sure the broadcast also feels the frustration that Midnight has. But speaking of which, it is going to be RSG leaning towards that Benedetta to go up against Demon Kite's Nolan on the other side. A little bit more, should I say it's Demon Kite's Julian, if I'm mistaken.
Yeah, Demon Kite's Julian.
Yeah, it's Demon Kite's Julian, which
Yeah,
is,
you mix it up because they play for the same team.
Right, they did play for the same team, but now they're going to be separated. And Demon Kite, a familiar jungler leaning towards the side of Aurora. Meanwhile, we don't usually see Benedetta very much in the jungle.
Yeah, I mean, it's been tested before. Like, we know Benedetta jungle works. In the current meta, not so much because we haven't really had a lot of sample sizes for it. But now, at least RSG is willing to test it out against Aurora. And one thing is for certain, RSG is playing on comfort right now. Nuts is on a Turizda, and they got the best hero for Light. This is one of the winningest heroes on RSG. It's the Edith.
Yeah, I mean, it's always been so aggressive whenever Light tends to use that Edith, especially knowing the timing on whether or not to get out of that Phylax, to get out of that armor, is something that, hasn't really been given a lot of thought here by the other teams. But it is also going to be important for them to continue to initiate because they have two means for that. It's Nuts with the use of the penalty zone and also Light with the onward and the Earth Shatter combo. That is going to be the essence that RSG can use to go up against Aurora, who, as far as I can remember, would also have Edward's Final Slash and then Renejay with the extra knockoff.
Oh, Aurora though!
Gonna happen here.
With the gold lane camp already 1 minute 40 seconds in, Renejay with the flicker. And this is economically damaging RSG. Kusei forced to use the flicker out. And he has to surrender this lane to Doming.
Midnight, they're not wasting any sort of time here. They're just making sure that they would put pressure on the gold lane, and not only that, that is energy shields, just like what you mentioned.
Demon Kite,
they're going to have to bounce back with this turtle.
Yeah, Demon Kite is in the area here. Spear of Destruction, the Moscow wants to join, and Light gets jumped on, but Irad gets the retribution with the mechanics in, but Aurora is going for the kills. Irad on the backside, getting eaten by the worm.
Ow. That has to hurt if you're Irad. That hurts even more if you're Light, because that is going to be the first blood going on to the side of Aurora, getting at least 1,000 in terms of gold lead. Kusei is going to be staying here, but Renejay, the speed of that Jawhead is something that they're going to have to take note of, because again, RSG, they will try to force their team fights, but not if Aurora goes first with theirs.
Yeah. The thing is, RSG, they committed for the turtle fight, but Aurora committed for the engages right there. Fortunately for RSG, they only lost Light, even though it is damaging. As long as they have the XP advantage, they're going to be fine with that. But Aurora, they have the gold lead. It is not that much, however, but remember, this is a Moscow composition. They're set up to fight with the 4 heroes on their side. The Zaz, the Julian, the Arlott, and the Jawhead. Doming can just split push for days here versus RSG.
Yeah, just look at that, right? First 3 minutes, not even more, a little more than 3 minutes, Doming has already secured the corrosion site. That is a major item to have. 600 gold behind is Kusei from the side of RSG, and that is the benefit of having those energy shields consumed entirely full in just the first 3 minutes of gameplay, giving Doming the confidence, giving Aurora the absolute swag of getting the first turn.
The confidence. Kusei jumps in, he didn't even dash out. Doming really just wanted to take out the tower here for Aurora. But then again, RSG. We've seen RSG in the same situation time and time again. 9k gold behind, 10k gold behind, even at some point 14k gold behind. But they manage, they always manage to find a way to come back. And that is a challenge for Aurora. Now that you have a lead, make sure that you don't lose it against RSG.
But sometimes you also want to start strong, right? It's better at some point to just try and figure something out in the early portions of the game just for you to get a breather. But if that is their style, then they're going to rock with it. They're going to do it right now.
Oh, the slash from Edward! Is it the final slash? No, Renejay falls down first. Light goes down second. But the Spear of Destruction will miss. But Edward is already on the fray. Irad has been shut down by the Arlott, and Edward goes for more nuts. has to get out. It's an Arlet show. It's an Edward show. And Aurora will take the second turtle.
Yo, Edward slashing his way to get that turtle for the side of Aurora, which is a really good looking sign, establishing an addition of that 1.3k gold lead. Make that 2.4 now for the Auroras, if I should say, because now it is RSG kind of like putting themselves in the corner here.
And they're not done yet. Aurora, they want to punish for, they want to go for more. They have the objectives, they have to take it from Renejay.
What?
And the dash with Demon Kite. What? Taking down Kusei. This Roger has nowhere to go, Hans.
Yo, adding insult to injury there was the side of Aurora, because not only did they take kills from Kusei specifically, but they also managed to get a major objective, which is one of those turrets. They have burned down to the ground. 2 turrets, 1 from each side, and that is going to be starting a problem for RSG.
And I like the fact that Doming didn't really try and join that team fight. They were like, hey, you got this. I go tower.
I'll do my thing.
We objectives, we win. That's the way you don't lose your lead against RSG. But man, Edward has been really phenomenal on these final slashes. You call Aurora, you take the hashtag lights up. But against RSG, it's hashtag lights out.
They're currently, you know, lights out, because light is out twice in this matchup. He's already suffered 2 deaths, and he has gotten a kill. But as of this moment, it's Irad and Demon Kite just fighting. These are the prodigal sons meeting each other now.
Yeah.
He's like trying to complain with each other, but as of this moment, it's Demon Kite getting the better of that matchup. But so far, it's Renejay that has been a little too aggressive on that one, but they will, you know, allow that, given that Aurora is leading by 3k.
I'll allow it. says the other 4 members of Aurora. We'll allow it, don't worry. But that was a weird play. You know, Renejay's not supposed to be there, but now Light to conceal in the middle lane. Not gonna be able to find that much, because Edward again is in the is in front of RSG's way of trying to go for the bounce back here. Is really shutting down Light. Basically guarding the tunnel here of RSG.
I mean, you have to give it to you as well. Beautiful positioning. We haven't really seen him involved in such dangerous situations. Just trying to dish out damage, poke the bear, and then the rest of RSG is going to happen.
All right, turtle reset not goes in with the flicker penalty zone. And Light gets jumped on by Renejay, just making sure that there's no jump from the Edith. And like a final blow being used by the Benedetta, but they go in the middle of the team fight. And they shut them out. And Downing on the backside of things. All right, Edward's not going to be able to reach. Kusei here, the Rogers really low. But Light goes in, but Yue shuts down the Edith. The damage, the magic damage from the Zask is incredible from Aurora, and Irad is forced to go back.
Man, whether it's a team fight or whether it's individual play, Aurora is kind of checking RSG Philippines here, because they're managing to get not only major objectives, especially those skills that were necessary for them to continue into this fight.
Yeah, look at this. It's very small, it's a tiny detail, but that unstoppable force from Renejay dodged the stun from the Benedetta, and it did not allow Light to move in that team fight. And RSG, even though Benedetta used the electric final blow onto the members on the backside of Aurora, it didn't really matter, because Kusei was on the backside of RSG. He couldn't even go in front, because Doming was just, throwing his spears at him.
Yeah, I mean, Light would have spears. I don't even know. It was just little damage. But when he arrives, when he lands on his spot, that starts to become a problem now for the side of RSG Philippines. And not only that, Light, if he managed to hit that Earth Shatter, he would have escaped easily. But that wasn't the case, which led to a beautiful skill here from Renejay using the Unstoppable.
That team fight would have looked very different if, like, most players didn't do the job from Aurora. But now Edward is looking to do his. Finding Irad with the final slash. No punish, however, but Renejay is looking at the middle lane. He smells blood. He knows there's a play here. He is the showman. He is the hitman. And there is a target on the back of RSG in this mid lane.
Yeah, they're not going to do it. They're going to try to, pull the brakes on it, just making sure that they can take care of the lead. This is a 6.6k gold lead that they are trying to preserve. And they're going to add to that by taking a mid lane turret and a purple buff from Irad from the side of RSG Philippines. Aurora just letting themselves get in, forcing their entry towards the territory of RSG, and that has been, translating into the goal department, especially with what you see with the rest of the items here. It's already a Windtalker and also an endless battle that's secured here by Irad, but that's only 2 items compared to what Moscow, compared to what Doming already has.
Yeah, 2.8k gold ahead.
Man.
Is the Moscow compared to this Roger. And Demon Kite, almost 2k ahead of Irad, 1 level ahead too. More retribution damage on this lord, but most importantly, Aurora. They have the advantage when it comes to dealing damage and also the jumps from Renejay, who doesn't have the flicker ejector combo for this time.
Man, RSG, if you are the Raiders, you're going to have to find a way to get back in this game. Hopefully with Light and hopefully with a setup coming from Aqua, but you are trailing at least 7,000 gold behind. That's at least 1 or 2 items that you're going to have to catch up on. So the ideal scenario for you is to be able to catch Doming, but the problem is he already has that orange buff.
That's a
And that
Moskov.
is a ton of damage that is going to be arriving from that Moskov, and they're already having a hard time.
He's not even...
Yue zoning them out.
Yeah, it's not... Doming's not even showing himself. Like, there's no point. Bottom lane is shoved. He has no business being on the bottom side. He just has to stand behind, both Demon Kite and Renejay. Now he clears top side, but RSG, they cannot look for any punish because they don't have that same exact tools that Aurora has, specifically with the Joyd and the Arlet. But now Light flickers in, but Irad cannot get their Lord.
My
By
goodness!
Edward once again, and Dominic gets the stun onto both Nats and Light. The damage out, but it's not going to be enough. 3 heroes fall from the side of RSG. Make that 4 as Edward finishes the job. Aurora gets the Lord on the back of Demon Kite's Retribution.
That was one mean combination from the side of Aurora. Just take a look at this, right? After they were able to secure that Lord, they took care of Demon Kite, and then a stun from both Yue, and the spear landed onto Moscow, courtesy of Doming, finished the job that landed 3 heroes from the side of RSG to go back into their respective base. And now from 7k, they've added 2.6 to the pot, and this is starting to become an enormous mountain that RSG needs to climb. But as you said, they've managed to catch up from a lot of things before, but will they be able to do it now? But that is not going to be the case. The Lord is being taken care of. Moskov, we're still waiting for Doming here, but it seems like they will take care of business. RSG will tend to hold their ground, and they will absolutely do just that.
Okay, RSG, they've done this yesterday. 10k gold behind. It's not a problem for them, but Aurora, they have all the time in the world to wait for the next Lord, wait for the flickers, like the final blow being used by Irad here, and Doming finishes the tower on the bottom side of the map. Now 10k gold lead for Aurora. And again, they can just clear up the entire map of RSG and just wait for the next Lord.
Man, Aurora's playing so clean in this matchup. Like, most of, the deaths have only been from Renejay, and Renejay, as of this moment, is a disposable hero compared to the other ones who have already established the damage outputs that they've had. I mean, you're talking about Yue here, already having the Divine Glaive and, the Glowing Wand as well. It's starting to, pay dividends in this matchup because RSG, they don't really have a lot of people already having 10k gold lead, but Moskov, Julian, Demon Kite, and Doming already almost at their entirely full build, and that is something that Light Nats has to endure being the front lines.
And it's not because Doming kept looking for team fights. For goodness sake, he has 10 assists. He has 10 assists, no kills to his name.
He's not even playing bad.
It's not playing bad because he's playing the objectives for Aurora here. This is the reason why resources is everything. If you are able to take the lead in the early game and not, release or hold on to it, you're gonna be able to find more resources on the other side while also taking farm away from RSG's heroes. That's why they're so, they're so far ahead in this game. Now the Malefic Roar comes up for Doming, more damage output for this Moscow.
Yeah, now assuming that it's going to be Aurora taking this Lord, unless RSG does something, to it courtesy of Irad. They're gonna have to find a way courtesy of Aqua because that ultimate will really be essential for them to find and get to it. But that was very good positioning coming in from Renejay, just knowing where Irad is. And they checked him immediately, him unable to find his soft spot, his comfortable spot in this Lord fight.
And the thing is, they don't even have to care about the opposite side of the map. They still have a tower in the bottom lane.
Which is open, which, you know, is still ready for the next game. Just give it a little heal.
Oh, Renejay, he gets caught out here. He does have the immortality, but a winner crown from the Dahi. He does go down, however, but it does put RSG in a very weird spot. Aqua falls down, and Aurora, they want to go for the chase. Blaskov is in the middle lane. He looks for the objectives. He looks for the Roger, but RSG, again, with the discipline.
Yeah, they're going to stop. Yeah, they're going to stop right there. They're going to back off just like what you said, but they're not going to be able to do this and get this in.
Rushing the Lord, he gets it. Irad was not able to steal it, but
Edward!
Cross, and Edward once again starts the job here for Aurora, and Domin gets the free hits on Nat. They have the Lord here. 2 members are going to be up for, 3 RSG members are going to be up for the Lord defense.
Yeah, it's going to be Nats, Kusei, and Aqua. A lot of wave clear potential here coming from the Aurora to hopefully get them back in this game. But this is 11k gold lead that they have to chase. The Lord obviously marching onto the bottom side, knowing that the inhibitor is already down for the side of the Raiders. There's just minimal damage that is needed to bring that middle turret down. That's exactly what they're going to do. Next up is the top lane. How can RSG maintain this? Will they be able to? Not a lot, or no one has reached 10k gold. Meanwhile, RORA is incredibly rich right now.
Edward is looking for a final slash angle here. Doesn't get anybody. And Nuts with the flicker. Penalty zone. Winner crowns go inside of RORA and RSG. But Renejay goes down as well. And Edward has been taken out by the Edith. Nuts has done it for RSG, but Doming is doing it for Aurora. They are able to clear out some of the minions here, but the Lord is alive. And so are the chances of Aurora to take the sweep here as they win game number 1.
Just when you thought that RSG was already having a glimmer of hope, a silver lining that could potentially get them back into this game, Aurora started to stomp on them and get game number 1.
Ng future ng team na ito, kaya naman para sa mga fans ng Aurora, make some noise! Muli ako si Ingan kasama si Renmar and Rockhart. Nandito tayo ngayon sa Infinix Game Tambayan. Rock, ikaw na to.
I feel like na-unleash yung karamihan ng members dito ng Aurora, and I think yung lineup na to literally made to unleash Edward, and nabigyan din ng pagkakataon si Doming na magwala sa Moscow na to. Everyone else worked really well.
Whoa, and the game MVP, none other than Edward.
Super active on the map. Kada team fight, walang sagot yung RSG Philippines. No answer for this Edward, for this Arlot. 5-0 and 7 with a KDA. And from the beginning, of course, rushing that Thunder's Belt for that Arlot. It's an item that really empowers his backline diving and allows him to be aggressive with even more damage. Habang tumataas yung stacks ng Thunderbelt na yan, of course, he'll also be getting more defense, so he's more sustainable. And that is the key figure of the lineup of Aurora. This Arlot was picked up because it allows the Arlot to make plays on his own and force back members of RSG Philippines on his own. Kumpara mo yan sa Terizla na kalaban niya in the lane. The Terizla can set, sure, Nats, nakita natin, would get really good penalty zones from time to time, but will you have the follow-up? While for Edward, it can literally just be Edward, hanapin mo yung kailangan mo hanapin, habulin mo yung kailangan mo habulin. And that was one of the key examples, especially with this. Earlier nakita natin, Edward was able to get a double kill and he was able to chase down Nats under the tower, which allowed more openings for Aurora to continue pushing. If you look at the mid and the jungle of Aurora, kita natin dyan, dalawang source ng magic damage, 2 magic damage dealers. You have the Zaz and you have the Julian. They both have very strong level 4s. Hindi ko naman sinasabi na parang late game damage na yung early game nila, pero masakit yan. That's the strength of magic damage dealers sa MLBB. You'll just need 1 item and your damage is respectable. 2 items, doon na kailangan mag-ingat yung kalaban mo. Now, for Aurora, they made the most out of that. Pag meron kang lineup that has 2 magic damage dealers sa tinatawag nating core, sa gitnang rotation mo, yung mid at jungle mo, tas magdagdag ka pa ng isang EXP laner na pwede lang manggulo sa backline, RSG Philippines, nahirapan sila mag-teamfight kasi mas madali mag-teamfight sa lineup ng Aurora na mas madali ang buhay dito ni Domeng. Tignan mo, for Domeng's stats, there was around 14-15 kills in that game. He ended the game with around just less than 3 kills, 2, 0, and 13. Because a lot of the aggressive movements, yung damage manggagaling sa Arlot, sa Zask, and the Julian. But Domeng, of course, in the end of the game, nakita natin nagawa niya yung trabaho niya. So if you look at the lineup of RSG Philippines, you have an Aurora. Kumpara natin yan sa dalawang status ng mid laner. So, for the Aurora, you have someone that needs a little bit more protection. Kahit na may passive yan, gusto mo alagaan yung Aurora. Of course, with the Aurora being able to freely hit in the backlines and land those combos is good. While you have the Zask na sa sobrang lakas ng ultimate niya, and we know the scaling of the Zask, wala siyang pake. Gagamitin niya lang yung ultimate niya sa harap ng mga 3-4 membro ng RSG. Tapos magtataka yung RSG, but biglang nasisira kagad yung formasyon natin kasi papasok na si Edward, papasok na si Renejay. So this lineup of Aurora is meant to break formations against a lineup that has 1 hero that is meant to be protected. Kailangan mo protektahan yung Aurora na yan. And that's why nahirapan yung RSG kada team fight. Again, Aurora, mas magaling sila mag-team fight sa game na yon kasi mas madali mag-team fight with their lineup. While RSG Philippines, parang ang dami pang steps para paganahin. And this is the thing about RSG Philippines na na-realize ko with this current metagame. Yes, in the tournament, bago nag-umpisa yung MPL Philippines, nakita naman natin na competitive sila. But this is the metagame kung saan encourage ka na manggulo, na magulo yung laro mo in a way na sobra na medyo scattered, meron kang isa o dalawang player or hero na gumagawa ng sarili nila habang other 3 members are together while they're making their own play. This meta goes against the ideas of the fundamentals. If you continue to force a very, how do I say this? A lineup, a strategy na kailangan talaga na super synchronized, everyone's all good on the side of RSG Philippines. Even though sobrang magsashine sila sa ganun na playstyle, sa ganun na meta, baka mahirapan sila. Because Aurora, you have heroes and you have a lineup that can make their own play, they don't need help. Nahirapan nga ako dito para sa Benedetta ni Irad in the jungle eh. Kasi nakikita natin, yes, it's easy to access the backline, easy for him to go in with the Electo final blow, pasok, deal the damage, be able to disrupt the backline, but then he needs the follow-up. While the members of Aurora, you don't need a lot of follow-up. Kasi the main pieces sa mga heroes na nanggugulo sa playstyle ng RSG Philippines, they can deal the damage and they can make their own plays. A little fun fact about the First Lord actually.
Ano yan?
Nakita natin it was secured by Aurora, di ba? It was
Yes.
Demon Kite who secured it. Actually, it wasn't the retribution na ginamit niya para ma-secure yung Lord. Demon Kite was able to secure it with damage kasi nung nag-retry si Irad, it had less than 100 health left and it was the damage of the Julian that delivered the Lord para sa Aurora, the First Lord of the game.
Alam mo, naintindihan ko ba't nakita mo yun eh, kasi sobrang liwanag talaga ng ating stadium ngayon. Again, Aurora really seizing the light, kaya naman they were able to win up against RSG Philippines. So, ikaw, Rockhart, agree ako sa sinabi doon ni Renmar na parang mas okay ngayon yung mga explainers na nanggugulo. Katulad nga ng mga glue na even nilalabas ni Flap TZ. Ano sa tingin mo pwedeng adjustments na pwede gawin ng RSG Philippines?
I think tama yung sinabi ni Renmar. I think ease of execution, mas madali, mas snappy, kumbaga. Mas snappy yung lineup nila. Isang bato lang ni Renejay, di ba? Isang bato ni Renejay, dire-diretso na yan. And yung crowd control, obviously, the other side meron din. Terizda is a really good pick. Irad, medyo maganda yung pick niya pero mahirap i-execute. Tama ka. And very conditional yung mga laban na magagana yun. So I think maybe make it a lot easier, make the execution a lot easier para sa RSG. Pero again, it's easier said than done, di ba? Kasi draft pa rin to. May mga bababan, may mga tatanggal. And I think the easiest way to do it would be to maybe go back to your core strengths. And I know Panda, alam niya yan, di ba? Si Panda, alam niya yung strengths of players niya. So I think make it easier, and again, medyo mahirap din siyang gawin kasi to be honest, ang init din ni Edward dito ngayon eh. Ang init ng dalawa ni Renejay sa Edward. I think they set up Doming so well na hindi napapansin minsan no kalaban na, si Doming nandito na pala. 'Di ba? Sobrang, I don't know, it's a really tough question to be honest, pero there are ways to do it.
Maraming ways talaga. And speaking of ways, no, Edward was able to find a way to light up game number 1 for Aurora with his Arlot. Ang ganda ng, I believe, perfect KDA ba yun?
Yep.
If I recall correctly,
507.
sobrang ganda. Napag-usapan natin previously, no? Hylos, XP lane, pwede mag-dominate. Hindi talaga bagay kay Edward.
Daming soon.
It has to be the pick na pwede mo sabihin, Edward, punta ka na nga dun sa backline, okay.
Dito nyo ako nakilala, sabi ni Edward eh. Sa mga ganitong explosive plays eh. But for Renejay, na he was able to use the jawhead na nakita naman natin, sobrang naging a very malaking factor, kumbaga, kung bakit nanalo yung Aurora for game number 1 up against RSG Philippines. So minor tweaks lang naman ang pwedeng gawin dito ng mga Raiders to bounce back up against Aurora. Again, we cannot discount the fact that RSG was able to beat TLPH yesterday with an amazing performance. Kaya kayo, tingin nyo ba, deserve ng mga fans natin ang game number 3?
I mean, we always deserve a game number 3. And makita natin dito sa game number 2 naman, it's actually gonna be RSG picking the blue side. I feel like that's the right approach, and I think the most obvious approach, yun na yun eh. Pag may chance ka na piliin yung side na gusto mo, you pick the blue side.
Oo, kaya naman shoutout din sa ating mga official restreamers from Southeast Asia, MENA, South Asia, and North America. And ikaw, if you want to be a part of the weekly MPLPH action, just scan the, saan ba? Rock, turo mga saan yung QR code. Ayan, scan the QR code and be part of the official restreamer roster ng ating napakagandang MPLPH Season 14. If ayaw nyo naman mag-restream, pwede din kayo mismo pumunta dito sa ating venue. Pero wag ngayon kasi sold out na eh. Na-sold out na ang ating venue ngayon. Today lang kasi gets naman, blockbuster ang ating magandang action for today. Kaya naman MPL Arena, it's time for the smart gameplay post!
I love this segment. Let's go.
I love this segment. Hashtag
Sino to?
The power of smart. Gayahin nyo lang ang player post na nasa screen para manalo ng redeemable in-game code.
Okay, madami na.
Ayan. Gayahin nyo lang po yung post ni Renejay.
Alright, yeah.
Hey! May kasama bang A?
Okay, pero dapat kopyahin nyo din yung fierceness ni Renejay.
Yung mukha.
Yung pagka-fierce ni Renejay.
Fierce, oh.
Fierce, okay. Kopyahin nyo lang yung post ni Renejay. Okay. Oh, may kuya doon sa
Ay, ito
likod.
pwedeng candidate yun eh, kung nakuha na yung buhok eh.
Ayun. Si kuya. Serious face. Okay. Hanap tayo. Okay.
Sino ba dyan?
Ayan.
Parang kabilang kamay ata, kuya. Ay! Saan tumuro yun?
Wala.
Jawline reveal.
Saan tumuro? Isa pang turo. Isa pa. Ay!
It's Jower! Throwback. Di ba sinabi natin kanina yung many faces of Renejay? Pero sabi niya, hold up.
Hold up.
Hinold up din niya.
days pa eh. Lahat ng faces ni Renejay dinaanan niya sa isang gameplay post lang. Kaya congratulations. You're able to win a redeemable in-game code. And look at that, no? Nakita mo sa arena, ang daming nanonood.
It's time. Game 3 ba? Yun ang tanong eh, actually. Pero you know what? All the years of watching RSG, don't count them out.
Okay, don't count them out. Kaya naman, casters, alam ko excited na kayo i-cast ang game number 2. Kaya naman, take it away.
Yo, just because Renejay did an amazing job, we're doing this. And the panel told us to try and unleash the swag within us, but we just look like fools, man.
I'm proud of my boy.
Compared to Renejay.
Oh yeah, he looks 10 times a lot better than me.
Yeah, I mean, especially
not you, but because the thing is, you look good.
Nah, bro.
He looks good.
No one says that.
He looks good. You look good too.
And you look good too, my guy. We're gonna transition it into the draft this time around in just a bit, and I am sure that because that was an awkward conversation. Like I don't know how long I could handle it, right? But speaking of handling it, it seems like Aurora has taken things into their hands, and they have now made their first move to stay undefeated, not only in matches, but also in games facing two MPL teams.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see if RSG can handle game number 2 in the draft, be able to force game number 3, because again, this is going to be very important for RSG. They need a serious win today if they want to score a point in the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you get a win, it's fine. Because you still get a good percentage in terms of like the game, the series victory. But it's really going to hurt if you are going to be maintaining that 0-2. You'd want to at least get this next game so that you would have a better chance of winning that respective match. That didn't happen a while ago when didn't happen a while ago during our first series. But in this scenario, Coach Panda, RSG has chosen the blue side. And I think there's been, you know, a lot of wins happening in this specific side.
Oh yeah, I mean, it does show into effect when you're drafting for first pick. Like, you have a lot of contenders in the first pick phase, like the Roger, the Zas, the Juicin. But now RSG opts to ban out these comfort heroes, and surprisingly, they remove one of their own, which is the Edith. Usually it's light on that hero, but now they take it away from Aurora because they realize that they can just go for a Valentina or a Zosk with Edith on the first two if they don't take Zosk themselves. But even if they do, Aurora will get Edith Roger probably.
Yeah, I'm wondering on how Coach Panda is going to be utilizing Light here. Because we've seen Light use the Kufra, use the Cho in the same way. But there's still a lot of open heroes here in terms of like the roaming position that aren't Edith and Ruby at the same time. Maybe not even Chip 2. So this is starting to be a little bit more of a flexible option, especially for Coach Panda, because he still have, I believe, what do you even have at this point?
I mean, they have Roger, they have Zosk, they have Juicin. By the way, both mages are up. So I think you take the Roger for RSG so you don't get out-traded. Because the thing is, Aurora can take both. So you take the Roger, so you're one up, and then Aurora just takes one, and then you get the other one.
Yeah. At least you find something, right? At least you take one hero that is going to be very good for you. It's either the Roger or the Zushin that we're expecting here, but that is a Hayabusa first pick for Coach Panda's side in RSG. You were thinking and you were saying about the Roger and the Zushin being, or Juicin being, you know, included together in one lineup, and MTB might just have the opportunity to do just that.
Honestly, it's a Juicin Roger, you know, trade for Aurora.
That's nasty.
Even if they don't want to Juicin, they can just go Zosk. But the danger is you're giving Juicin to RSG. At least with the Juicin, you can control the worms. You know, with your own mid laner, you don't have to worry about the team fights at all. But they go for the Arlet for Edward. They steal it away from Nuts. That's actually a more, you know, more graceful way of going about it. Because if you take the Roger, they might take the Arlet on the side of RSG. So now you steal it. If they go for the Roger here, Aurora still has the heir.
I think they would want to go for a better XP matchup rather than a better mid lane matchup. Because either way, if you pick the Juicin here, it's still okay, right? For the side of RSG Philippines. But at the same time, you're going to have to worry about the Arlot. You're going to have to worry about the engage that will arrive from Edward.
That's why it makes sense for Aurora to do this. Like, you have a good answer versus the Juicin. So now RSG responds correctly. They take the Harith because they know they're going to lose the Roger Harith trade. You take the Harith, you take the Jawhead, but at the same time, if they don't take Roger here, I think it's Hylas time for Renejay.
Yeah, might be the case here for the Hitman, or should I say the Healman, that only heals no one but himself, right?
Maybe Mathilda on the second phase, take Roger here. There's definitely a lot of options here for Aurora, maybe even the Grok. They can flex it out. Now they go for the Julian once again. It really is Demon Kite prioritizing that Julian pick, even though it is going to be up against Hayabusa.
Yeah, I think they wanted a decent matchup against the Hayabusa in terms of like the rotations in general. Trying to catch up and deal a ton of damage in the early portions of the game. Going up against a Hayabusa that's going to be utilized here by Erad. Extra knockups here from, extra crowd control skills here are going to be from all of those three members, which is also something that they could build up on in terms of these team fights that are going to be moving forward. Meanwhile, for the side of RSG Philippines, scaling is the Harith. Hayabusa is going to have a field day in the early game. Ingan's jumping around. The Faramis is, you know, going to be banned as of this moment as well, which is, you know, a staple pick for Aqua in the mid lane.
Yeah, MTB has done his homework. They love the Faramis on the side of RSG. The Raiders love raiding with the Netherrealm, but that is not going to be the case here for game number 2 as it has been taken out by Aurora. I'm expecting a Hylos ban from the side of RSG. prove to me that you really hate the horse. Because I know what Coach Pana is thinking here. If they have a Hayabusa, it's gonna be so hard playing if they have the Hylos on the side of Aurora, it's gonna be hard playing the Jawhead and the Hayabusa here for their side. I really love the Claude Band too. You know, Doming is a good Claude player, and it's also a good late game answer versus the Harriet and as well as the Jawhead.
Yeah, we're about to figure out.
That Alden?
Yeah. Is that it?
No.
Nah.
Just looks like it.
Yeah, and we didn't have enough time to see because I was actually paying attention to what was written on the phone. But as I was saying that, it sounded like another ban here, which is the Grok, so this leaves the Hylos open.
Okay.
This is an opportunity for both of the teams to actually take it, because it can work for either way.
I think you go, again, either the Hylos or the Mathilda for Renejay. Reserve Doming's last, Doming's hero last, because there's definitely a lot of options here. If they go for the set, maybe set up for a Melissa or a Beatrix on Doming. But if you want to, if you want to play it safe, just go Mathilda, and then quite possibly the Brody for Doming.
Yeah, you can actually go for that in the same way, right? Doming's gonna have a little bit of a benefit there, but that is gonna be a Roger. Just playing it safe because you have a Hayabusa and the Harith on the other side. Just really mean damage dealers, and you'd want to stop the Harith by getting close to it and giving it a pretty good matchup as soon as possible.
Thing is, they need a front line though for Aurora. Definitely. I don't think Mathilda is going to be enough.
Yeah.
For Aurora.
Arlot's not going to fit the bill.
Arlot's not going to fit the bill because he has to initiate for their side. Maybe again Hylos is up for the taking here, or the Cho. But RSG, they go for the can never go wrong strat here. The Terizla alongside the Jusin. It wasn't banned out in the second phase, so it got it has gotten through. But now with the Jusin pick, the problem is that for Aurora, if you want to take up a tanky frontliner, you're going to be up against a Jusin. So that's not going to be a good time for Renejay. So might as well go for Cho.
Go back to your
Tig! All right.
All right, I see the idea here for the side of Aurora. If you want to go for a team fight, then we'll give you a team fight. The side of RSG having the Terizla, the Harith, and the Jusin here is, helpful in terms of just initiating. But on the other side, you probably have something to say.
I'm really keen on how Aurora wants to use this Tigreal, because the only target that he has here is the Jawhead and the Terizla. Of course, the Harith and the Jusin will have Purify. At some point, you'll be able to burn them up.
Yep.
If you're the Tig, you just flicker Implosion Force the Purify. But at the same time, maybe the idea here is that Aurora just needs a surefire crowd control. Let the Julian and the Roger take over the game. Do not care about the backside cores again on the side of RSG, because at the end of the day, if you're able to snowball like game number 1, they're not going to matter at all.
And that is where the entry of both Edward and Yue will come forth. They have to exhaust those Purifies for Renejay to be able to use that Implosion and get them a perfect setup to land the game and to hopefully get the scaling for both Doming and Demon Kite. Meanwhile, for RSG, if they want to get back in this game, they have a very well-rounded composition that could fight from early to mid-game. They just need to find a better room for Irad. And I think Hayabusa is a better hero than Benedetta in terms of that specific game number 1.
Sure.
Because it's so easy for him to go and move around the map, but for them to, just pick him now is really a good sign, given that Irad's playstyle is like that, trying to split push all the time.
The thing is, the Hayabusa is definitely more useful with rotations, but the downside of the Hayabusa versus the Benedetta pick that they got from game number 1 is that their brawling capability here is heavily reduced compared to other heroes, like especially on the side of RSG, where you have Julian, Roger. They have short cooldowns.
A lot.
They can brawl 24/7. RSG cannot. They have to wait out their spells. They have to wait for the cooldowns. So that means there's a huge downtime in their lineup. And if you look at the side of Aurora, the only downside with their cooldowns is the Implosion. All the other 4 heroes do not care about cooldowns at all.
Yeah, I mean, at this point in time, if you are the side of Aurora, you're gonna have to find a way to get manage to control the situation, because aside from the Implosion, you're gonna have to prepare for it at least a minute. But come on,
Mr.
man.
Michael Koskan.
Come on, man.
And the English broadcast.
That's this guy's player right here.
We don't talk about that here.
All right, fine. we're gonna figure that out in just a bit. But as we were saying a while ago, this is Aurora that is having the Tigreal, and in addition, you were mentioning more about Renejay and how he's gonna use it in this game. But I feel like I am more leaning towards how Edward is gonna perform yet again. This is his second time to use this Arlott. He's been the MVP of game number 1. Quite few modifications here on the lineup of RSG, but we're about to find out if he's also gonna replicate the same thing he did in the first game.
Yep, angles are gonna be the angles are gonna be the story here for Edward. If he can look for ways to engage against RSG, especially with these set of heroes that are very position dependent, I would say. Like, imagine the Harith being displaced. He's not going to be able to abuse the dashes that he has here. But Renejay, speaking about positions, he has to flicker out. Again, this is the thing that we were discussing about earlier. It is going to be hard to play frontline tanks against the Juicin.
He's going to have to accept that he will be RSG's punching bag in this game, knowing that the Juicin is literally going to toss him aside, toss him forward, toss him backward. There's going to be a lot of tossing for Aqua to do here, and it will really depend on how Renejay will be able to execute, because aside from the Juicin, you're also going to have to worry about those 2 Purifies that Kusei and Aqua are holding, which are the key players, key heroes for you to take down, so you can get an initiation for the side of Aurora.
Yeah, early game is very, very important for both sides here, especially RSG. They need a momentum. They need to be able to take a swing against Aurora's window with the Harith that they have. Because the thing is, again, Aurora, they have a lot of skirmishing power on their lineup, but, you know, the cooldowns, the team fight spells on the RSG is just better. Because Renejay, even though he has the implosion, he's countered by Purify, but now Renejay without a flicker gets jumped on by Light, and he's able to find a kill on the Aurora's roamer.
That is what I would call rebound by Bosch, back out to Allen, because that was a double pass.
Yep.
That was a double Aqua Light combination that led to a kill for Irad, which is a best case scenario there for the side of RSG as they are now moving into the turtle.
Yeah, this is the momentum that we were talking about earlier. Not to the penalty zone of the Demon Kite. Edward found Slash, but the Julian is already out, lacking damages. Aurora, but Edward is fighting. Still fighting for Aurora here. He's able to find a second. Actually, it was Yue that took the last hit, but Aurora manages to equalize the trade. They lost the turtle, however, but top lane Doming is winning the lane versus hey.
This is a silver lining for the side of Aurora, because again, they have managed to kind of lose that turtle fight, but in the same way, gather another set of damage here for the side of RSG. Yes, it was Irad that fell in that specific moment, so it is going to be delayed, the farming that he's going to need here. But you're also going to have to take a look at Juicin already building up at least 2,000 in terms of gold lead, the most out of everyone in the first few minutes of action, and Aqua doing a really good job just always being involved in those team fights, just like what a regular Juicin person would do.
Yeah, and again, Aurora, they have to make sure that they just continuously scale against RSG. But now, Irad in the squad has a window to work with. 500 is not that much, but now at least you're active with your heroes. Clock of Destiny is already up on Aqua here, and they have the ultimates on their side. Light is just, trying to finish the mission here with just cleanup duty. Daily task, clean up the worms.
Yeah, I mean, if he's there, you gotta get him out of there. Right? The termites, if I should say.
Yeah, that's why I hate Zask, man. That's why I hate Zask.
You gotta get out of it for Renejay.
Renejay looks to re-engage here. I mean, to take a revenge against Light, but the Jawhead is able to flicker out. And Aurora, at least that's a burn on the Jawhead. Even though Renejay used his own flicker, the aggression is minimized on the side of RSG. No flicker play for the next 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think for Renejay, that's something that he could build on in this matchup. You can't catch Kusei, you can't catch Aqua. Maybe go ahead for Light, or maybe go for Nats in this specific scenario, which is a good sign given that they're not really heroes again.
With a final slash, but the unstoppable force was there into the penalty zone, but he's still alive. The Aurora is going to be able to flicker out, but not for long. Skypiercer is here for Irad, but it was actually not with the passive that finishes the job here against the Arlott, and RSG wins on the turtle trade.
I think it's so difficult for Aurora to find themselves in this matchup, specifically because of Light. We've seen him try to put Aurora in difficult positions just by existing, just by being there, using that toss-up, using the unstoppable force whenever necessary for him to stop an engagement, an initiation from the side of Aurora. And this is starting to become RSG, getting their momentum, thriving in at least a 1.5k gold lead. I know that's not much in 5 minutes of action, but when you think about it, this is something that really is going to help Irad, and especially Kosei, because he hasn't even touched, you know, a team fight yet, but he is somewhat getting those objectives.
Yeah, I mean, Aurora is keeping the lid here of RSG, but from the Raiders' perspective, this is an opportunity, a big window they can work with, especially with Harriet and the Hayabusa coming into action here, compared to Roger and a Julian who's just constantly farming. And again, as you've mentioned, like the Tigreal usage should be changed, I would say. Like they should need to focus their attention towards this Jawhead because light is a big problem at the moment. Like
the best.
Sure, Aqua is annoying with a juice in, but if they take the Jawhead away, there's no stopping them from just steamrolling over RSG.
Yeah, because who's next to do the front line? Nuts? Right? That's going to be the idea here for Aurora. But Light is playing it really smart. Just trying to, you know, put the vision and not really engaging fully unless there are like 4 members compared to 2. Unless it's a sure team fight that they could win. Just giving out the vision. Just dishing out the information that would be critical for them to get objectives around the map. Even though there hasn't really been a lot of objectives that fell down in 6 minutes of gameplay, that has been their recipe for success that got them those 2 turtles and maybe this 3rd if they do it well.
Yeah, it's just that Aurora has been keen on doing the pendulum swing as well. Edward using the final slash there does not get any in Aqua, knowing that there's no engage whatsoever anymore from the side of Aurora. Goes in the front line, and Demon Kite cannot find the angle here as Irad secures the turtle here for RSG. 2.7k gold lead, much so in XP.
This is what we're talking about for Irad, right? We haven't really seen much from him, and that is a good sign for the side of RSG Philippines, because again, it's Light that's catching the spot. Light, I mean, I didn't even, you know, catch that, but it's Light being
good
caught.
Good pun.
Yeah, it wasn't intended, but okay.
Yeah.
But
oh,
Renejay
again! With the implosion, finally targeting the Joy. Actually, that was Aqua that repositioned the Tig near Light, and that is going to cost the Jawhead's life. Edward finds himself in front of the Juice in, but Aurora, they want to go and engage. They see Aqua, but the movement speed is there from the Purify, and Aqua is able to live to fight for another day, but that was a crucial mistake by Aqua, putting Renejay near the Jawhead with an implosion, and now Edward finds a good final slash onto Kosei. No mana, but not engages. He tries to save his friend, and he is able to do so with a penalty zone. Edward soaks up the shadow kill. It's not going to result into a kill, but Aurora is outmaneuvering RSG, a tower in the bottom lane by Toming.
This is what Aurora loves doing, right? Trying to focus on those counter engages and making sure that when RSG is not playing like the way that they used to, they're forcing their opponents to just, you know, find something or fight in the manner that they don't usually fight. Aurora is making sure that they are getting those clashes, those skirmishes that are very important for them to continue and get objectives around the map. Not only that, because even though they haven't really gotten a lot of kills on that one, they've managed to secure an objective.
Oh, the unstoppable force from Light into the penalty zone, but Renejay finds an implosion. The shadow is there from the Hayabusa. His damage is going to be enough. Aqua uses the ultimate and they take down the Tigreal. Where's the damage from Aurora? They don't have it. Yue has to flicker out, but it's a Zask without an Ascent, without a Dominator, but Demon Kai goes back, and he takes down Kosei alongside the Worm.
Irad!
Zask and Irad goes down. The Lycan Pound from Doming shuts down RSG.
Oh my goodness, I cannot believe it. Doming coming out of nowhere, just landing on that Lycan Pounce, and it followed that quad shadow that was given by Irad, and as of this moment, they don't have any retribution holder, and it's Demon Kite who showed at the perfect time. As we take a look at this, they even got the Lord. Demon Kite was right behind. Juicin, I thought, was about to escape, and then all of a sudden, Yue just, you know, last saving grace, a final stun that led to a Demon Kite actually taking them, and that was the perfect time for Doming to just zigzag his way to a kill for Aurora, who is now holding the lead before 10 minutes of gameplay.
That was a trip by Doming, like zigzagging like that with the Lycan Pounce, but also Demon Kite.
He's tripping.
I think he one-shotted a hero on the side of RSG because of the sheer damage output from the Julian. And Aurora now holds the lead, and they have the Lord. 20 seconds, Renejay is going to have a flicker. This is a big problem for RSG. If you're Aurora, you want to delay this push as much as possible. Wait for the flicker tick.
It's 7K for the junglers and the gold laners of both respective teams. That's a mid lane turret going down.
10 seconds, Edwards finds a final slash into Kosei! And Yue, with the follow-up, takes down the Harith and RSG. They're in trouble right now. Aurora is at cleanup duty.
They're having a hard time just trying to defend, especially with Kosei out of the picture. Not a lot of wave damage or wave clearing here for the side of RSG, so they're gonna have to, you know, sacrifice those holy defenses just to make sure that every single minion is gonna go down. Fortunately for them, they were able to do just that, but the problem is Aurora is now at a comfortable 3.4k gold lead. Not only that, Doming is unscathed and everybody else is getting in motion.
And RSG, as much as they want to raid bases, they're now stuck in their own base. Renejay with the conceal. Can he flicker on Light not to use the penalty zone to try and stop the Tig from being able to find an opportunity to engage? But that's the ultimate being burned for the trade of the concealed cooldown on the side of Aurora.
I mean, we're gonna have to just wait for less than a minute before they would initiate that clash for the side of RSG, because that is a crucial one. It is gonna be enough though, because the Lord will arrive in less than 45 seconds of gameplay, but Aurora is just, you know, checking RSG's number here. Now Light, who used to be a very aggressive, who's just going very strong, very brave, finding wherever Aurora members are. They're having a hard time doing it now.
Because truth be told, we were right. Renejay doesn't really want to find kills on the backline. Doesn't really want to find sets on Kosei and Irad. He sets on whoever is in front. And that is Light. That's why RSG, now it feels awkward to go in front. Even if you're a jawhead, you have to use the unstoppable force, which he did earlier. It was a good play from Light. He used it against the Aura. He stopped from being final slashed. But unfortunately, because of that, if you use the unstoppable force on the front line, Renejay will always be able to find a counter engage on the backside.
Yeah, and if it's just Jawhead and Tiger going up against each other, that's fine for Aurora. Because if it's a 4v4 matchup going up against the rest of the members that are not roamers, it's Aurora with a 4.2k gold lead. And that is a good sign for them now, which RSG needs to find a way to just take control once again.
10 players here in the Lord. Whoever gets this can turn the tables around. Definitely Aurora is looking to secure this Lord, to secure their game victory against RSG. But of course, the Raiders are not done defending their chance to go for the third game of this series. But they all have flickers, they all have their spells. The Purifiers are also up. But Kosei, he has to defend top lane.
Yeah,
this might be Aurora's chance.
He's
to use the conceal. They see Nox! And they engage on the Terizlak, and whoever is in front, Light with the conceal. He does not get anybody! Demon Kite was able to dash out.
My.
And Jawhead is gonna go down. Immortality pop, but it's not gonna matter. Aurora has already won this team fight. Irad will do his best to try and look for a position here to steal the Lord. But they find him. They find the shadow, the looming shadow of the Hayabusa. And there's no way out for RSG as Irad goes down.
As soon as Kosei was seen in the battlefield, there is no way Aurora was gonna let that go. Beautiful call from Renejay to just use that conceal and initiate in terms of the team fight and find them again.
It's the checklist too. Like they see the Harith on top, they engage on whoever is in front, and after that, even if they take two heroes, they're not done. They look for the jungler. It's the objectives. It's the macro of Aurora. This is the beauty of this playstyle. This looks like Blacklist Lord Dance 101.
I mean, if you take a look at it, right? It's Light that immediately disappeared in terms of that team fight. Light also missing. That was a crucial blunder from the side of RSG. It would have been a different scenario, maybe 1 or 2 kills less, if Light has managed to just toss at least one crucial Aurora member, but that wasn't the case. A touch from Aurora has led them to this. this, and
Oh
now
my goodness,
they
look at this.
just might be able to finish this game.
Retribution to slow down the Hayabusa, force out the Shadow. Now the Lord is inside the base of RSG. Can the Raiders hold? Aurora is smelling it. They can taste the victory here against RSG. Final slash by Edward. Penalty zone by Nuts is a big one. But it's not going to be enough. The damage is not there. Doming with the jump. Look at the damage output of the Zaz onto the Terizla. It's annoying, and it is going to kill the Terizla. The body was cannot take it, and Aurora says lights out for RSG. And Aurora will have their lights up as they take the 2-0 sweep versus RSG Philippines.
Lights up, lights out for the opponent. And it's green light for the Auroras as they stay undefeated in MPL Philippines Season 14. A lot of people were wondering what the potential of this team is. How far can they go? How strong are they actually heading forward into the season? But now they're starting to show themselves. They're starting to introduce that, hey, you're going to have to watch out for us because we will be bulldozing over everyone as we try.
2 sweeps for this week. Aurora definitely have their lights up here. But of
look
course,
at that.
Props to RSG. This was not last game, as he posted in his story. We don't know if that's true, but if it is, still kudos to RSG for putting up a fight. But it was just Aurora having a better day, having the better execution, the cleaner game, and the more dominant victory.
I mean, for RSG, they have tried their best to try and initiate, to, you know, equalize the scenario every single time they were brought back down. But that was not the case today. GG RSG, as they would say. But the victors are here. They are still undefeated. This is the newest team that you're gonna have to watch out for the rest of the weeks, together with Marakino.
Congratulations to Aurora MLBB! Edward, 5 minutes pa lang kumakat ka na sa Tori Sabi nila, nung nakita nila yung line-up ng Aurora MLBB before the season started, na kayo nga daw yung super team. Masasabi mo ba talaga, seeing how your team has been performing this weekend, na kayo ang bagong super team?
Para sa akin po, hindi kami super team kasi kumbaga nung pumasok kami sa Aurora, bagong org, kumbaga parang mga bagong player lang kami ganun. Walang achievement, yun yung mindset namin walang achievement, walang kahit ano. So parang sa amin, mga rookie lang kaming liba.
But individually, combined together, you guys have a lot of achievements. Ito naman kay Domeng. Domeng! Wow! Grabe, ang dami mong fans! Domeng, yung Lycan pounds mo, naging Lycan to the moon, ang likot mo. Talagang you were so hard to catch, especially because it's so effective with the way Renejay, with the way the rest of the team was performing. Now, ang dami mong heroes na pinakita ngayong season. Nandoon yung Bruno, Claude, Moscow, Roger. Maliban sa versatility, ano yung masasabi mo na lamang mo sa mga gold laners so far?
Sa tingin ko lang po parang nakapag-isip ako na maayos dahil sa kampi ko. Kasi parang binubos nila yung moral ko na kaya ko makipagsabayan sa gold lane. Ganun.
Domeng, you were so good. Si Renejay naman, alam mo Renejay, pag nasa iyo yung mic talagang, yung mga tao talagang natutuwa Okay, Renejay, hitman or healman? Ano ba ang Renejay na ipapakilala mo ngayong season 14?
Tawag dito. Hindi ko maisip Pero siguro yung Renejay ngayon, more on focus talaga kami sa goal namin, which is yung manalo tsaka yung M6. Di namin iniisip kung sino yung mga kalaban namin. Kumbaga, kahit sino kalaban namin, kung ano yung preparation na pinapakita namin sa lahat ng teams, yun lang gagawin namin. So, yan, focus siguro kami.
Focus! Focus lang at ating MVP of the game. Let's take a look at the screen. MVP is... Sigaw na! Yue, anong gusto mong sabihin sa lahat ng mga fans nyo? Dahil coming into the season, you guys are getting a lot of support every single game, palaging sold out.
Salamat sa suporta na binibigay nyo sa amin at sa pagsuporta nyo sa amin sa bawat laro. At saka sa laging panonood sa amin yun.
At alam nyo, meron kaming reward sa lahat ng mga nanonood dahil we're picking one lucky winner in the crowd to win 3,000 diamonds. Congratulations to our lucky winner. Come on up. Hello, come here. Dito ka, tabi ka kay Domeng. What's your name?
Gino po.
Gino, sino yung favorite player mo dito?
Hindi po naglaro si Bentings.
Si Bentings! Bentings, punta ka naman dito, Bentings! Tabi kayo, okay. Bakit si Bentings?
talaga. Nakalaban ko na po siya sa Torna. Techno po.
Nakalaban ka daw niya sa tour na naalala mo siya?
Hindi ko masyado malala.
Okay.
Dito sa... Yung...
naalala ko.
Naalala mo? Okay, bigyan mo siya ng 20 tips.
Ano ba role mo?
Anong role?
Tank. Yung mga, ang dami kasi pag may mga, hindi pala madami. Pag may mga nagtatanong sa akin na kung ano yung tips ko sa tank, hindi ko na tinuturo yung parang sa in-game. Sabi ko, gamitin niya lagi puso. Kasi pag laging isip, mag-overthink ka kung i-go-go mo ba or hindi. Yung instinct kasi ng tank, depende yan sa experience. So pag marami ka ng bagay na na-experience, mas ma-apply mo na yung mga... di mo isipin, go-go ko na ba to? Hindi, based sa experience ko, go-go ko na to eh.
Go daw, go. Oh, okay. Anong gusto mo sabihin naman kay Bentings?
Sana maka-M6 na sila.
That's a nice wish. All right, congratulations. Thank you so much. Bigyan ng diamonds. And now, once again, congratulations to Aurora MLBB. You may now take your bow. And take your walk of victory. Aurora MLBB always dominating their opponent with a great performance this weekend. And we're gonna break that down for you, so we're gonna go back to our panel. Pass up.
No more introductions needed para sa Aurora dahil pinakita na nila kung ano talaga ang kanilang kaya dahil they have won all their series for week number 1, and what a performance, of course, from the whole squad, especially coming in from the game MVP. Sabay-sabay tayo sumigaw!
The MVP of the game, back-to-back Zask games. At akala ko nga mas mahirapan dito si Yue up against the Jushin. Now, alam naman natin na the Jushin is the response to the Zask. Kasi yung isa sa mga main points dyan is that malalagay na naman sa ibang lugar yung hipon nung Zask na yun. Pero, naghintay lang yung Aurora. Hinanap nila yung right timing nila. Kasi dahil dun sa mga early pressure na ginagawa ni Aqua. By the way, nung third turtle, si Aqua naging one-man zone na yan. Yung lantern lang, yung ilaw lang nung Jushin ginagamit niya para mag-zone out sa buong Aurora. So, Aurora respected the Zask at saka yung jaw head combo. But one of the best things about the lineup of Aurora is that they have the Roger, they have the Arlot, and most importantly, yung Zask. Na eventually, yung RSG, mararamdaman nila pag sabihin natin, hindi nila nakuha yung pick-off kagad na hinahanap nila. Yung play na ginawa nila, hindi nila nahuli yung Julian, hindi nila nahuli yung Roger, and of course, the Zask. Tapos magtataka naman sila, ay, ginawa na natin lahat, but parang meron pa sila. The longer extended team fights of the abilities of Aurora that allow them to play that way is what they had over RSG Philippines. Since they had that with them, once they were able to make the most out of the error of RSGPH in the 9th minute of the game. They forced the team fight in the middle of the map. Aurora just said, let's go for it. Because Domeng was able to get away. Great itemization, by the way, picking up the Winter Crown there in the end. And yes, Roger Main, sa mga Roger Main dyan, nakita ko, ang dami pa nagkokoroso. Sahit kanyan, that is the way to go. Get the Wind Talker, get the Endless Battle, build that Sea Halberd. Not first item, but eventually in the latter portions of your build, great itemization and gameplay by Domeng, who showed us that bilang Roger, pwede ka na ding maging Roger Airlines pag natimingan mo na maayos yung Lycan Pounds dun sa shadow out ng Hayabusa. Throwback na naman ulit ang nagawa ng Roger at saka Hayabusa. Huling nakita ko nun, yung theme of this day is parang throwback to Season 8. Kasi yung huling nakita ko na yung Roger na tumalon dun sa Hayabusa tapos lumipad yung Roger was MPL Philippines Season 8. Now, we also have to mention the early game of RSG Philippines because hindi mapupunta yung panalo sa Aurora if we don't tell the story of what happened in the RSG Philippines in the early game. Again, yung Juicin at saka Jawhead combo na we have to go back to what Benting says earlier, yung bent tips na binigay niya, as a roamer, dapat i-trust mo lang yung instincts mo. Trust your instincts because if you think, use your mind too much, you will overthink. Now, for Aurora, it wasn't that RSG Philippines made them overthink. It's just with the Juicin and Jawhead in front of you, kailangan mo talaga mag-isip, pasok na ba talaga dito? Is this the right timing? Meron na ba akong items? Di, wait lang, wala pa ako sa items. Sige, chill lang muna tayo. Hanapin natin yung perfect timing. And eventually, they found the perfect timing. The many nicknames of the Hitman, Heelman, dahil sinabi ni Renejay sa huling interview na chill lang sila and looks like Aurora, they're respecting their opponents, just focusing on the strat. May bagong nickname na ako kay Renejay.
Ano yan, ano?
Walang anuman. Ano ang reaction mo sa game? Walang anuman, chill lang. Not to disrespect the opponents, but because right now, the games look relatively easy for Aurora with what they're doing. Na-high five ako dito ni Midnight. Salamat,
Midnight approve.
Midnight approve, thank you. And now, again, one of the main stories of the game, just wait for the right timing. RSG Philippines, kinuha nila yung timing nila with the early to the mid-game. Aurora eventually found the timing with a turnaround in the middle with great timing by US sa paglapag at sa paggamit ng Dominator's Descent. And, wait lang, parang something's right up.
At yun, napakaganda nun, Boss Renmar. No? Nagbabalik tayo dito ngayon sa Infinix Game Tambayan. Naimbitahan tayo dito, guys.
Gusto ko lang sabihin, Bentings, so,
bagay!
Kyrie! I'm just gonna pull back the curtain. Bentings, ang lupit mo talaga. Kasi, hindi ka ma-brief. Sinabi mo yung tamang pangalan, welcome to the Infinix Game Tambayan. Lupit mo, bossing!
Ako din.
Pwede ako dito pag wala kaming laro,
Direk, narinig nyo na. Pero all jokes aside, Bentings, first of all, kamusta ka naman?
Sobrang saya, no? Lalo na yung mga pinapractice namin sa team, na-apply talaga namin sa MPL. Kaya masaya kami sa nangyayari ngayon. At patuloy pa kami mag-improve.
Okay, may mga tanong ba kayo kay Rito Loy Bentings?
Actually, may tanong ako doon. Ano yung pinagkaiba ng preparation nyo today sa preparation nyo yesterday? Ano yung pagkakaiba ng Blacklist and RSG na parang medyo specific na, I would say, ano yung difference nila as a team na kinaya nyo, tindu-zero nyo pareho, di ba? So ano yung tingin mong pagkakaiba nila na mas lamang yung Aurora?
Siguro sa preparation, may bonus lang kami kasi yung RSG naglaro na. Unlike sa Blacklist, blanco talaga kami. Kaya nahirapan kami sa preparation doon. Then, yung RSG, pinagpuyatan talaga namin sila para maka-sweep kami ng laro.
One thing I want to learn, Bentings, of course, alam natin, married man na si Bentings. By the way, congratulations sa wedding mo. Heading into this season. Now, how has being married affected you as a pro player? Mas na-motivate ka ba, of course, with your new marriage? Are there times na, of course, we have to have time for our personal lives, pro life natin? Paano na-apektado ng being a married man now yung buhay mo as a pro?
Unang-una, yung pagiging kasal, hindi ko pa talaga siya, ma-full time, no? Ang ginawa nga namin adjustment doon, nagpakasal na kami nung off-season para focus na nga yung MPL. No? Tapos, mas nakaka-motivate siya. Siyempre, pagkasal na kayo, kailangan nyo. Siguro, pagtaas ng season, bili ng bahay, kotse, pag
Ang sweet. By the way, pwede nyo i-clip yung moment na yun. Nung tinignan ni Bentings yung sing-sing niya, tapos sinabi niya yung married life, grabe yung ngiti ni Bentings. Kinilig ako kay Bentings.
Inspired. Eto
Sana,
si Bentings. So Bentings, matanong kita. Napanood ko kasi yung TikTok mo eh. Sabi mo na, pwede ka naman talaga maging influencer, hindi player. Pero what made you choose to pursue pa rin being a player up until now?
Siguro yung simula nung college pa lang ako, nung nag-aaral pa ako, gusto ko talaga mag-pro player. Tapos, may nangyari hindi pa talaga dapat kami magpapakasal kasi ang sabi ko sa wife ko ngayon, tutuparin ko muna yung pangarap ko sa sarili ko. Para after nun, pangarap ko sa sarili ko mag-international. Tapos, after nun, pangarap naman natin tutuparin ko para focus ako sa mag-international, then focus na ako sa husband. Ganon. Kaya lang, baka magising pa. Baka mauntog pinakasalan ko na.
Feeling ko, Benting, sa moment sa camera, ano mensahe mo kay Mrs. Bentings
Yun, thank you lagi sa suporta. Simula nung una pa lang, nandiyan na siya. Siya yung unang nagtiwala. Tapos, sobrang bagay talaga kami kasi lahat ng needs ko na provide niya. Siyempre, sobrang busy ko. Naintindihan niya yun. Yun.
Grabe, Bentings. Maraming salamat. Again, congratulations for an amazing win. MPLPH first week, nanalong Aurora. Napakita niyo na sobrang lakas, hindi lang hype ang Aurora. Kaya naman, congratulations. Good luck sa mga succeeding games show. Good luck sa future, sa sarili mong goal. Kayo guys, last words kay Bentings.
Idol kita, boss.
Idol ko din kayo.
Maraming salamat. And you may now look at ang ating mga standings ngayon. Wow! Nagbago na po ang timpla ng ating standings after day number 3.
Grabe, top 1. Ganun kabilis. And right now, obviously, the point system really is coming into play here. Aurora MLBB, Smart Omega at Fnatic Onic. Magta-time muna yan. Sila ang mga naka 2-0 sa ating linggo ngayon.
Man, what a surprising season so far ng MPL Philippines. Team Liquid PH, Falcons AP Brand, RSG PH, Blacklist, TNC right now. Sobrang crucial talaga yung new point system natin. The match point difference, not that high. Pero of course, andyan pa rin yung value at saka yung weight ng match win-loss and game win-loss. Because as the season goes on, the more ties we have, the more those will weigh because those are the numbers that will be compared. But of course, you gotta win those series. Get those match points right away. Look at our top 3.
Aurora, MLBB, Smart Omega. Grabe. Iba na talaga yung ML ngayon. Sobrang bilis mag-change ng panahon. Napapansin ko lang ngayon na dalawa yung hawak mong mic. Reminiscent of your banana challenge. Sa mga hindi nakakapanood, sundan nyo na lang dyan si Renmar. Pero
thanks for reminding me.
More MLBB actions coming your way dahil kasado na ang semifinals at finals ng UAAP Esports MLBB. Punta na sa Arete, Ateneo de Manila on August 21 and witness collegiate esports history. Finally, may esports na sa bakit tagal ko nang graduate at ngayon lang ako graduate? Sayang.
Animo Lasal.
Ateneo kasi ako Lasal, ikaw, ano ka?
Ako sa Dominican College, San Juan. Shoutout.
Shoutout din naman sa ating community dahil you can assemble your own community tournament, be a part of eProject Esports for everyone, and show the world your impeccable esports prowess. Enjoy tournament access mode, free in-game items, diamonds, and more. Can register. Rakart, turo mo yung QR. Nasaan yung QR?
Scan it. We'll give you a few seconds. Go, scan it.
Scan nyo bago mawala. Scan nyo bago mawala. O Rakart, sige. Ayan. Ayan, nandiyan pa rin. Pwede nyo pa i-scan again for the community. We want to invite you not just to be part of MLBB, of course, but to be here present with us. Mobile Legends is also nominated at the Esports Awards. Head on to esportsawards.com and vote for Mobile Legends as the best esports game of the year and the best mobile esports game of the year. Kayo ba guys, bumoto na ba kayo?
Hindi pa, pero boboto na ako. We're breaking viewership records for major international tournaments. Huwing.
Teka, tanong ko lang dito guys The best ba MLBB?
Yes!
Boto na.
Pwede na. Napaos kasi sila sa mga pinakitang magandang performance ng Aurora. Again, maraming salamat. This has really been a successful week number 1 for MPLPH S14. And I'm really excited to see what we have or what we can expect for week number 2. Dahil next week na yun.
Yeah, we have a lot of awesome action for the viewers watching. And of course, the viewers na want to play because we have a little tournament, if I'm not mistaken,
Ay, oo, paborito.
for each fan base. So you can represent your team as a group of 5 in
Yun.
the Infinix Funsik Laban.
So ito, parang may sarili silang standings. Yung mga audience natin dito sa venue, naglalaro din sila. Tapos, i-represent nila yung mga teams na ano nila, fanbase nila.
All right, I think we gotta show some love to the Raiders who are coming
Wow!
top 1!
Grabe.
GG! Thank you.
Thank you guys. Audience participation, napakaganda dito. And of course, nandiyan din naman ang Aurora, Fnatic, TNC, Omega, Black, TLPH. And surprisingly, FCAP's team, community team is at the bottom. Nakausap ko dyan yung community manager nila, si Brent. Sabi nila, wala, malakas daw talaga kalaban. Kaya kung gusto nyo supportahan ang mga paborito nyong teams, syempre, punta na kayo dito and experience na naman our official mobile partner, GT20 Pro. Dahil yun yung ginagamit sana sa Fansik Laban Sa 5v5
Sasabihin ko lang, I'm willing to offer my coaching services for the team sa Fansik Laban. Ang charge lang ay kape. Salamat.
Wow. So marami again tayong aabangan for next week. Kaya naman magkikita tayo muli dito lamang sa MPLPH Season 14. Once again, ako si Ingan, kasama si Renmar, Rockart, and we'll see you next week.
The first week of the season has come to an end. The standings are as clear as day, but that won't stay the same. I told you when it first began that change is inevitable, and the tournament has just begun. Kita-kits po tayo next week dahil sinisigurado ko sa inyo dito sa MPL Arena, mas magiging mainit pa ang ating labanan. Once again, my name is Mara Aquino, and you've been watching MPL Philippines Season 14, a tournament where we are challenged to unleash the hero within. Keep it good vibes, everybody, and see you next week.
The 14th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Smart, the official telco partner of MPL Philippines Season 14. The official tournament phone of MPL Philippines, Infinix GT20 Pro. Official suppliers, EMC Asia and Index Salon. Experience the MPLPH Season 14 action live at Green Sun, Makati City. Grab your tickets now via official MPLPH website. Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. And to ensure the equality and fairness of our games, MPL Philippines is also monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Lakas ng Pinas!